Chapter 561. The heavenly demon projection had already given him a lot of pressure, and now, it was showing such a strange scene again. The most important thing was that such a thing existed in his body. What if he came back to life one day? What should he do then? However, he couldn't care less about that now. He had already recovered and left the place where he was cultivating in seclusion. The moment he walked out, he suddenly realized that the sky seemed to have become much gloomier. No, it wasn't just gloomy. The sky seemed to have become much lower. The sky was supposed to be boundless, and no one could see the end of it. But at this moment, the sky seemed to be not far from his head. It was as if the sky alone was able to awaken the deepest fear in one's heart. Su Yan looked in a certain direction. Perhaps, everyone was looking in that direction as well. That was because there was a dark ray of light that pierced through the sky. The energy released from the center of the light was terrifying, but it also seemed to contain an unimaginable treasure. Although it wasn't very clear, the same thought appeared in everyone's mind at the same time, and that was to obtain the treasure. It was as if as long as they obtained the treasure, they could own the entire world. Even those who weren't strong enough had this thought in their minds. Just like the disciples of the Taihang sword faction that Su Yan had placed in the Black Dragon territory, some of them even wanted to go to the core area. It was as if this thought had been planted in their minds for a long time. This was truly a very strange thing. It was as if they couldn't control themselves, and their minds were being robbed. Of course, the Taihang sword faction was guarded by Luo Xiaohu and Xue Xinyue, so naturally, no one left. However, there were disciples of the Fiery Flame sect who went to the core area. At that moment, in a dark corner, the white skeleton stood out again. Its head was facing the direction of the dark ray of light. "Damn it, you bastard from the Stupa sect. I'll definitely get even with you." The soul flame in the skull flickered continuously. He was obviously extremely angry with Su Yan. If not for Su Yan's sudden appearance, Xiang Ju would have already died in his hands. Once Xiang Ju died, he would be able to obtain a lot of things. He would probably be able to recover a lot of his strength in an instant. Moreover, although he had escaped extremely quickly, the soul-suppressing seal had still brought him a certain amount of negative effects, causing his entire soul to become unstable. Fortunately, there were quite a number of humans who entered this damned place this time. This was especially true for those rogue cultivators. They were even easier to kill after devouring the lives of many people. His condition finally took a turn for the better, and it was even better than before. Devouring these trash doesn't seem to be of much use anymore. Now, it's time to head over there and see if I can intercept and kill some real experts. Hee, that guy seems to be of great help to me. That's very pleasant. As he laughed, his skeleton continued to walk forward. Under the dome of heaven, a black shadow gradually rose into the sky. This black shadow seemed to be the ruler of this world. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this black shadow. To be more precise, at the center of the black shadow, there was something shining brightly. Although no one could see clearly what it was, everyone in the ruins wanted to get their hands on it. The soul-suppressing seal and the square seal are both moving. It seems like this has something to do with the Stupa sect. I wonder if Aya and the gang know about this thing's existence. Thinking of that, Su Yan sent his consciousness into the four-way seal to communicate with the artifact spirits inside the four-way seal, Aya and the gang. Big brother Su Yan, that seems very familiar. Aya feels that he is very dangerous. However, the square seal is not complete after all, so there are some things that I can't remember completely. However, if possible, Big brother Su Yan, please stay away from this thing. Aya directly transmitted her words to Su Yan after sensing this aura. Su Yan did not expect Aya to reply to him in such a way. Although this thing was indeed dangerous, he would not choose to back down now. There were too many dangers in this world. If he had chosen to back down in the face of danger, he would not have reached where he was now. Of course, since Aya had said so solemnly, he could not afford to be careless. As Feng Yuhai walked over, a faint smile appeared in his eyes when his gaze landed on the huge black shadow. This is really a good thing. I wonder how many people will die for this thing. I'm really looking forward to it. He was still as calm as ever, full of mystery. As for the person beside him, he was expressionless, like a mountain peak. This person was Wang Baichuan. Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were actually together. Wang Baichuan said straightforwardly, "If you want to snatch the treasure, you'll naturally have to die. Maybe I'll die there, and maybe you'll die there too. There's nothing strange about that. When we set foot on this land, we should be mentally prepared." Feng Yuhai chuckled and did not continue speaking. Instead, he suddenly changed the topic and said, "Why didn't you show your true skills when you fought Su Yan that day? I think that as long as you bring out your true strength, that Su Yan will definitely not be a match for you." He asked casually. Others might not know, but Feng Yuhai knew that Wang Baichuan was far from showing his true strength that day. Otherwise, the outcome of that battle would not have been a lose-lose situation. Wang Baichuan sneered and said, "Feng Yuhai, don't you like to hide your strength the most? What's more, I don't care about Su Yan. My true opponent is Xiang Yunfei." Wang Baichuan's words showed that what Xiang Ju said was true. Wang Baichuan had actually lost to Xiang Yunfei. Xiang Yunfei, it said that this person is the reincarnation of the fire god. He's really an amazing guy. However, you only lost to him by half a move, so it's not bad. However, I think that this Su Yan is also an extremely powerful genius. I'm really looking forward to your next battle. Wang Baichuan said coldly, if he can survive and reach that place, there will naturally be a battle. Which expert wouldn't be tempted by the treasure that suddenly appeared in the sky? However, there was only one treasure, so naturally, everyone would fight for it. Even the disciples of the same sect were the same. Well said. Let's go. I think there are already people ahead of us. I heard that those guys from the Devil's sect have also come this time. I'm really looking forward to it. At this time, those who could get close to the core area were all true powerhouses. This place had become a paradise for the powerhouses. As for the weak, they had either left quietly or left their corpses in some inconspicuous place. Of course, there were more unfortunate people who had become food for others. At the foot of the dark curtain, many disciples of the Devil's sect had already arrived. Among them, one person was particularly outstanding. He was very tall and very thin, but no matter what, he was really a handsome man. His eyes were calmly looking at the sky. At this time, another person from the Devil's sect walked to his side. "Crown Prince, there are already many powerhouses coming here." The person who spoke had an unusually strong aura all over his body. His entire body was filled with an incomparably domineering aura. He was already a four-dragon powerhouse. However, towards the man in front of him, he appeared to be exceptionally respectful and humble. That person nodded and said, "Let them come. If they don't come, how are we going to carry out our plan? It's just that those guys from the ghost killing hall seem to be a little slow." Hearing this person's nonchalant words, the Four Dragons expert said even more humbly, "Crown Prince, we've just contacted Luo Senator. There's been an accident with their operation. The soul-devouring demon Exalted has already escaped from their control." Hearing this, the person who was called the Crown Prince frowned slightly. In the end, he sneered and said, "The ghost killing hall is really getting more and more useless. But it doesn't matter. Even if soul-devouring demon is out of control, he will still come here. As the saying goes, a dog can't change its habit. Alright, you guys can leave first. Let us wait for those guys to arrive." Just as everyone was making their way to this place, there were two people who were standing under a big tree, doing some limited work. "Your Highness Crown Prince, do you know the origin of this thing?" Hydralisk asked respectfully. The more time he spent following Duan Mulonghu, the more respect he had for Duan Mulonghu. At the very beginning, he had only agreed to follow Duanmulonghu to obtain the lost secret technique of the devil sect from Duanmulonghu to make himself stronger. But now, he was completely convinced by Duanmulonghu. This devil sect's crown prince, who had revived from the ancient era, was simply flawless. No matter what he did, he was always far-sighted. More importantly, Hydralisk had personally witnessed this man's strength. At the very beginning, Hydralisk and Duanmulonghu had fought 3 times. Each time, Hydralisk was suppressed by himself and was almost killed by himself. But now, he could no longer sense Duanmulonghu's true strength. Most importantly, his own strength had also increased by a huge leap. Chapter 562. In our era, this thing was our demon sect's most powerful weapon of war. He is a demon from the abyss, a true demon. He said directly. Hydralisk clearly captured the words true demon. You should know that dragons exist in this world. In the past, the great demon dragon and the 5 great dragon gods were the most powerful existences in this world. Since dragons exist, why can't demons exist? Looking at Duanmulonghu's smiling face, Hydralisk's heart was filled with fear. Although the demon sect had the word demon in it, it only meant that their way of doing things was close to that of a demon. However, they were indeed real people. Even the legendary great heavenly demon lord was a human. But now, Duanmulonghu was telling him that true demons existed in this world. Do you see that huge shadow? That's the soul of a true devil king after his death, and the shining white light in his body is an extremely powerful soul-suppressing artifact. It comes from the Stupa sect. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. The demon king's strength is roughly equivalent to a human venerable. Moreover, he is slightly stronger than the average venerable. If my guess is correct, the sudden appearance of the demon king this time is most likely related to the current demon sect. I really didn't expect that the demon sect would become like this after a few thousand years. It's really distressing. Hydralisk asked, Your Highness, do you think that the reappearance of the demon king this time is related to the sage sect? Duanmulonghu smiled, then said, the demon sect is the demon sect. It's not worthwhile to give themselves such a title. Hydralisk, you must remember clearly that in this world, those hypocritical titles have no meaning. Only the true essence is the most important. If you can't even see through this, then it will be extremely difficult for you to break through to the dragon realm. Hydralisk nodded respectfully. Although it's only a guess, it's not hard to imagine that this group of idiots definitely wanted to use the blood of many experts as a primer to awaken the demon king. Of course, the reason why they dared to do this was because they definitely left behind some powerful backup plan. However, they still overestimated themselves and underestimated the demon king. Let's go, we'll go watch the show. If possible, we'll get some benefits while we're at it. Duanmulonghu was always like this when he did things. But as long as he made a move, he would definitely obtain enormous benefits. It was just like the flames from the meteorite. At this time, Duanmulonghu continued, I wonder how strong our ally has become. I'm really looking forward to it. However, we should be able to see him this time. The ally that Duanmulonghu mentioned was Su Yan. Although he didn't look down on Su Yan, he didn't think much of him either. After all, he always believed that if he really made a move, Su Yan wouldn't be able to survive. However, Duanmulonghu had always attached great importance to Su Yan. Since Duanmulonghu had such an attitude, Hydralisk naturally couldn't say anything more. Of course, Hydralisk was also a little curious now. What kind of growth would Su Yan have to make Duanmulonghu afraid of him? Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai finally arrived. Looking at the huge shadow in front of them, Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan's faces were filled with fear. At this time, Feng Yuhai said, It seems that there's no mistake. This is the legendary demon race. There were records of the demon race in the Taihang sword faction. Legend had it that a long time ago, the demon race suddenly appeared in the abyss and caused immeasurable damage to the entire continent. However, under the powerful forces, the demon race was defeated in the end. Although there were only a few records, one could still see the strength of the demon race. When Feng Yuhai first saw this record, he even thought that it was just a biography, because how could there be such a terrifying race in this world? They were even more powerful and terrifying than the legendary dragon race. But now, the huge shadow in front of them was very similar to the one in the records. Of course, there was also a difference. The demon race in front of them was much taller and more profound than the one in the records. That terrifying and melodious aura was simply capable of tearing one's soul apart. This terrifying power was incomparably frightening. The demon race really does exist. Wang Baichuan also said. At this time, an extremely strong blazing aura directly appeared. After that aura appeared, both Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai's attention fell on him. The most eye-catching thing about this person was his long red hair. He was referring to Xiang Yunfei from the Blazing Flame sect, the legendary reincarnation of the fire god. Of course, the so-called fire god was a powerful figure in the ancient times who cultivated the power of fire to the peak of the human world. Xiang Yunfei also walked over and said, "Of course the demon race exists. Moreover, the one above us is the powerful demon king. If he really wakes up, I'm afraid that ordinary venerable ones will be torn apart by him." He walked to the opposite side of Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan and greeted them with a smile. Xiang Yunfei appeared to be very amiable, as if he was a big brother next door. Unlike Xiang Ju, Xiang Yunfei had a very good reputation in the Blazing Flame sect and was the idol of many disciples. Of course, those who were really familiar with Xiang Yunfei knew that once he entered the fire god state, he would completely transform into a crazy and murderous demon. However, it was not an easy task to force him into such a state. Wang Baichuan saw Xiang Yunfei and did not say anything. Instead, Feng Yuhai smiled and said, "Senior brother Xiang, long time no see. Your cultivation has become more profound. It's really admirable." Xiang Yunfei also said with a smile, "Junior brother Feng Yuhai, your strength has always been unpredictable. I've wanted to fight with you for a long time. I wonder when you can fulfill my wish." Looking at Xiang Yunfei's smile, Feng Yuhai shook his head and said directly, "Don't. Taking sword lost to you. Wouldn't I be looking for trouble if I fought with you? However, I believe that senior martial brother Baichuan would very much like to have a rematch with you." Xiang Yunfei was still looking at Feng Yuhai, but he suddenly said, "I heard that this time, there are 2 sword leaders in the Taihang sword faction. I wonder what about the other one? To be able to fight with you and not be at a disadvantage, he should be a genius as well." Wang Baichuan nodded and said, "Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that he's a true genius. When I fought with him, his cultivation had just entered the dragon realm. Although it was only a few words, it was enough to express his opinion of Su Yan." Xiang Yunfei's smile became even wider. A person who had just entered the dragon realm could fight with Wang Baichuan. Of course, he also guessed that Wang Baichuan must have a trump card that he had not used yet. Even so, it was already very scary. One had to know that it had always been the few of them who could fight above their level, but now there was such a person. "If that's the case, I really hope to see that person," Xiang Yunfei said. Just as the 3 of them were talking, a streak of light came directly towards them. The 3 of them looked up and saw Xiang Ju flying over. Then, he landed beside Xiang Yunfei and said to Xiang Yunfei, "Big brother, I think you'll see that guy soon." As he spoke, he was still gritting his teeth. After all, his treasures had been taken away by Su Yan. Xiang Yunfei saw Xiang Ju gritting his teeth and guessed some things. He then smiled and asked, "Why? Have you already fought with him?" Xiang Ju sighed heavily and said, "Big brother, I'm sorry. I lost. I even lost the flame tree sapling, the scarlet ruby, and the jade to him." Admitting these things was very painful for Xiang Ju. He was very strong since he was young, and even wanted to surpass his brother. But this time, he lost so miserably. However, after going through this life and death situation, he finally understood a lot of things. The most important thing was determination. It was the determination to face death and face oneself head-on. Of course, such a thing was not something that could be comprehended just because one wanted to. It would definitely take some time for him to adapt, and now was the first step to change himself. Xiang Yunfei looked at his younger brother and suddenly chuckled because he felt that his younger brother seemed to be completely different from before. If it was his younger brother in the past, he would probably not be willing to admit defeat even if he was beaten to death. Xiang Ju's talent had always been very strong, and he also knew what Xiang Ju was thinking. Therefore, when he saw the change in Xiang Ju, he was naturally very happy. It's good that you have such thoughts. As for the things you lost, it's good to win them back next time. It's just that I'm really curious. I want to see this new Taihang sword faction's talent. In fact, Xiang Ju was also looking forward to it. Then, his gaze fell on Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai. He felt that these two people were very strong. Whether it was Feng Yuhai or Wang Baichuan, they were much stronger than he originally expected. It seemed that he had taken many things for granted. He felt that he should be above everyone and had never faced a real failure. Su Yan was right. His temperament was really lacking. Big brother, I also encountered a skeleton along the way. Xiang Ju's expression was solemn as he directly told him about being hunted by white bones. Chapter 563. Alright, I'll remember this, Xiang Yunfei said calmly. However, anyone who was familiar with him would know that under his calmness, there was already an extremely strong killing intent. Xiang Ju said, Big brother, I'll take care of this myself. When my strength increases, I'll definitely kill that thing. Xiang Yunfei said, Xiang Ju, it's good that you have the desire to win, but if you take this too seriously, it will become a burden on you. What's more, since this matter is related to the devil sect, it won't be simple. If you act rashly, I'm afraid you'll only lose your life. If it was before today, even if Xiang Yunfei said this, he wouldn't be convinced. But now, he already knew how powerful Xiang Yunfei was, and he deeply understood that what his brother said was absolutely right. If he continued to act the same way as before, he would only die faster. Earlier, his old habit had acted up again, and he hadn't been able to control himself. Xiang Yunfei looked at the sky again and said, Why do I feel that the appearance of this devil king is related to the devil sect? My brothers from the devil sect, it's time for you to come out. Although Xiang Yunfei's voice wasn't loud, it spread in all directions, and the echoes kept resounding. At that moment, a chuckle sounded out, as expected of the fire god Xiang Yunfei. Your senses are really extraordinary. A figure slowly walked out. At that moment, both Wang Baichuan and Xiang Yunfei frowned at the same time. Because they hadn't sensed this person's presence before he had appeared. After all, every single one of them was an outstanding figure in their sects, and they possessed unimaginably formidable strength. However, no one had been able to notice this person when he had appeared, and this meant that his strength was extremely terrifying. In other words, his strength might be above everyone here. However, the seniors of the various sects had clearly done a test, and those whose strength had reached the sixth dragon realm couldn't enter this place. Otherwise, they would be killed by the mysterious aura that existed here. It was also because of this that none of the great elders and experts entered this place. If everyone was in the same realm, then both Xiang Yunfei and Wang Baichuan would be at the peak of the realm. Yet, this person was able to appear right next to them without making a sound. This person either had some special technique that allowed him to hide his presence, or his strength was far above everyone else's. No matter which one it wasn't a good thing for everyone here. Xiang Yunfei looked at the person before him and said in a serious tone, You are one of the current generation sons of the demon, Hua Longyun. The son of the demon was the most important figure in the demonic school, but he wasn't the only one. In history, there was once an era where there were 5 sons of the demon. In this generation, the devil's sect had 3 sons of the devil. The person before him was one of them, and his name was Hua Longyun. He was slightly older than everyone else here. Of course, this difference in age didn't mean much. What made people's hearts palpitate was his cultivation. Rumor has it that a few years ago, this person's cultivation had already reached the 5-dragon realm. According to his cultivation speed, Xiang Yunfei wouldn't be surprised even if he reached the 9-dragon realm. However, he was here, which meant that his cultivation was only at the 5-dragon realm. If it was an ordinary person, it wouldn't be strange for their cultivation to be stagnant after so many years, but the person before him was different. Whether it was Xiang Yunfei or Wang Baichuan, they didn't think that he had run out of talent and couldn't increase his cultivation. Feng Yuhai asked directly, Hua Longyun, so you've been suppressing your cultivation at the 5-dragon realm for so many years? Hua Longyun looked at Feng Yuhai and said, You're Feng Yuhai from the Sublime Flow Sword sect, right? Other than Wang Baichuan, you're the only powerful opponent in the Sublime Flow Sword sect. Right, I heard that Su Yan appeared recently. I don't know what his cultivation is like, but you're right, I've been suppressing my cultivation for 5 years. During these 5 years, I've cultivated the heart-devouring scripture to an extremely profound level. I might as well tell all of you that none of you are a match for me here. Such a statement was too arbitrary. But at this moment, no one doubted it. Everyone here was proud and arrogant, and all of them were extremely talented. Xiang Yunfei didn't care about this and directly asked, In that case, this demon king was also released by you? Even though you're a demon sect, are you really going to join the demon race? Ha ha ha. Xiang Yunfei, you're the reincarnation of the fire god. Don't say such idiotic words. Demon race? In my eyes, they're just a bunch of animals. However, they just happen to be of use to me. Since everyone is here today, I, Hua Yunlong, would like to borrow something from everyone. He looked at the crowd and continued, This demon king isn't completely dead yet. It's only in a half-dead state. Therefore, I would like to borrow some blood from everyone to revive it. His voice was still so calm, but everyone could already feel the madness in it. Borrow blood? For an expert, this in itself was a great humiliation. How could a powerhouse borrow blood so casually? One had to know that the loss of blood would affect a person's strength. Furthermore, in a world like this, if the blood fell into the hands of the enemy might be able to use the blood to do something. At that time, it would be too late to cry. Hua Yunlong, suppressing your cultivation for 5 years is indeed impressive. However, have you lost your mind? You actually want our blood? Xiang Ju growled. No one would have a good impression of the demon sect. Furthermore, they had just been tricked by the demon sect not long ago. That damned Luo-san, if he ever falls into my hands one day, I'll make sure his soul is completely annihilated. Hua Yunlong did not care about Xiang Ju's question. I've already expected that you wouldn't be so cooperative. However, it doesn't matter. After all, there are many things that you can't decide. I, Hua, am going to get this fresh blood today. As the last word fell, his eyes suddenly surged with an extremely strong brilliance. It was an endless murderous aura. It was also at this moment that the wind and clouds gradually rose around the crowd. Formation. Feng Yuhai's expression immediately turned solemn. It was not only him, but the others also had the same expression. It turned out that this damned guy had already made preparations and was waiting for everyone to arrive. In that case, the people from the Devil's sect had already taken the initiative from the very beginning. Things seemed to be getting more and more strange. One must know that back then, even the powerhouses of the Venerable Realm from the 3 major sects had entered. Even the Venerable Realm powerhouses knew very little about the setup here. However, the Devil's sect was actually able to take the initiative here step by step. From this, it could be seen that the devil sect set up here was definitely not simple. To the crowd, this was definitely not good news. Of course, as the saying went, since they were already here, they should take things as they came. It was obviously impossible for them to surrender to the devil sect. Since that was the case, they could only fight. That's right, this is the devil sect spectre slaughtering gods formation. Everyone, since you have come here today, you must leave something behind as a memento no matter what. As he spoke, the rolling black fog had already enveloped them. Under the thick black fog, everyone was gradually hidden in it. The spectre slaughtering gods formation was an extremely powerful formation of the devil sect. Its most powerful aspect was that it could use the formation to summon all kinds of legendary devil clan. Of course, these were not real devil clan creatures, but they still possessed extremely terrifying lethality. If one's own strength was not strong enough, they would be killed by the spectre slaughtering gods formation. What was more terrifying was that when a person died in the spectre slaughtering gods formation, he would be absorbed by the formation and become a part of it. In the Great War thousands of years ago, this formation had killed countless people. However, according to legend, this formation was later broken by the 300 holy swords of the Buddha sword sect and disappeared from this world. After so many years, the people had almost forgotten that the devil sect still had such a powerful formation. However, at this moment, this formation had actually appeared in front of everyone. Everyone's expression had become incomparably solemn. Because if the legend was true, then the strength of this formation would probably exceed everyone's imagination. Previously, Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, Xiang Yunfei, and Xiang Ju were clearly standing together. However, at this moment, when the dust rose, they realized that they were already in a different world. For example, Xiang Yunfei was currently in the ice mountain. He was known as the fire god incarnation because his control over flames was simply the best in the world. In the Jiuzhou continent, even if the experts of the older generation were included, there were definitely only a handful of people who could surpass him in the path of flames. If they were fighting in the volcano, Xiang Yunfei's strength would probably become even more terrifying. However, at this moment, they were in a world of ice and snow, so from a certain point of view, his strength would be restricted. If it was just an ordinary opponent, then it was naturally nothing to him. However, if he were to face experts of the same level, it would very likely be a fatal factor. Xiang Yunfei's gaze was still calm, and he did not panic because of the change of environment. Chapter 564. Alright, I'll remember this, Xiang Yunfei said calmly. However, anyone who was familiar with him knew that under his calmness, there was an extremely strong killing intent. Xiang Ju said, "Big brother, I'll take care of this myself. Once my strength increases, I'll definitely kill that thing." Xiang Yunfei said, "Xiang Ju, it's good that you have the desire to win, but if you take this too seriously, it will become a burden for you. Moreover, since this matter is related to the devil sect, it won't be simple. If you still act rashly, I'm afraid you'll only lose your life." If it was before today, even if Xiang Yunfei said this, he would not be convinced. However, at this time, he already knew how powerful the other party was and deeply understood that his brother was absolutely right. If he still acted like before, he would only die faster. Previously, he had only acted up because of his old habits and could not control himself. Xiang Yunfei looked at the sky again and said, "Why do I feel that this demon king's appearance is related to the devil sect? The brothers of the devil sect should come out now." Although Xiang Yunfei's voice wasn't loud, it still spread out in all directions, and the echoes continued to echo. At this moment, a chuckle was heard, as expected of the fire god Xiang Yunfei. "Your senses are really sharp." A figure slowly walked out of the crowd. At this moment, whether it was Wang Baichuan or Xiang Yunfei, they all frowned at the same time. This was because before this person appeared, they did not sense his existence. One had to know that everyone here was already an outstanding figure in the sect and had unimaginable strength. However, when this person appeared, no one was able to discover him. This meant that his strength was extremely terrifying. In other words, his strength might be above everyone here. However, back then, the seniors of the various sects had clearly done a test. If one's strength reached the 6 dragons realm, they would not be able to enter this place. Otherwise, they would be directly killed by the mysterious aura that existed here. It was also because of this that none of the elders had entered this place. If everyone was in the same realm, then whether it was Xiang Yunfei or Wang Baichuan, they were already top experts. However, at this moment, he was actually able to appear beside them without a sound. This person either had some special method to conceal his aura, or his strength was far above everyone else's. No matter which one it was not a good thing for the people present. Xiang Yunfei looked at the person in front of him and said seriously, "You are one of the current generation sons of demons, Hua Longyun." The son of the devil was the most important figure in the devil sect, but he wasn't the only one. In history, there was an era where there were 5 sons of the devil. And in this generation, the devil sect had 3 sons of devils. The person in front of him was one of them. His name was Hua Longyun. He was slightly older than everyone present. Of course, this difference in age was actually nothing much. What was truly frightening was his cultivation. It was rumored that this person's cultivation had reached the 5 dragons realm a few years ago. According to his cultivation speed, Xiang Yunfei wouldn't be surprised if he had reached the 9 dragons realm at this moment. However, he just had to appear here. This meant that his cultivation was only at the 5 dragons realm. If it was an ordinary person, he wouldn't be surprised if their cultivation didn't improve after so many years. However, the person in front of him was different. Whether it was Xiang Yunfei or Wang Baichuan, they wouldn't think that he had run out of talent and couldn't improve his cultivation. Feng Yuhai asked directly, "Hua Longyun, in that case, you've been suppressing your cultivation at the 5 dragons realm for so many years?" Hua Longyun looked at Feng Yuhai and said, "You're Feng Yuhai of the Taihang sword faction, right? Apart from Wang Baichuan, you're the only other strong opponent in the Taihang sword faction. By the way, I heard that Su Yan has appeared recently. I don't know what his cultivation is like, but you're right. I've been suppressing my cultivation for 5 years. In these 5 years, I've cultivated the Devil-Devouring Heart Sutra to an extremely profound level. I might as well tell you directly that none of you are my match here." Such a sentence was too arbitrary. However, at this moment, no one doubted it. Everyone here was proud and arrogant. Furthermore, they were all talented individuals. Xiang Yunfei didn't care about that and asked, "So you're saying that this demon king was released by you as well? Although you're from the devil sect, are you really going to side with the devil race?" Ha ha ha. Xiang Yunfei, you're the reincarnation of the fire god. You shouldn't say such idiotic words. Devil race? In my eyes, they're just a bunch of animals. It's just that these animals happen to be useful to me. Since everyone is here today, I, Hua Yunlong, would like to borrow something from everyone. He looked at everyone and continued, "This demon king isn't completely dead yet. It can only be said that he's in a half-dead state. Therefore, I would like to borrow some blood from everyone so that he can be revived." He still spoke so calmly, but everyone could feel the madness in his voice. Borrow blood? To a powerhouse, this was a huge insult in itself. For a powerhouse, how could fresh blood be borrowed so casually? After all, the loss of blood would affect a person's strength. Moreover, in a world like this, if the blood fell into the hands of the enemy might be able to use the blood to do something. When that time came, it would be too late to cry. Hua Yunlong, suppressing your cultivation for 5 years is indeed very impressive, but could it be that you've lost your mind? You actually want our blood? Xiang Ju shouted directly. Most people didn't have a good impression of the devil sect, not to mention that they had been tricked by the devil sect not long ago. That damned Rosen, if one day he falls into my hands, I'll definitely destroy his soul. Hua Yunlong didn't care about Xiang Ju's question at all. I've long expected that you wouldn't cooperate like this, but it doesn't matter. After all, there are many things that are not up to you. This blood, this Hua will definitely take it today. As the last word fell, an extremely intense brilliance suddenly surged in his eyes. It was an endless murderous aura. It was also at this moment that the wind and clouds suddenly rose around everyone. Formation. Feng Yuhai's expression immediately became serious. Not only him, but everyone else was the same. It turned out that this damned guy had already made preparations long ago and was waiting for everyone to come here. In that case, the people from the Devil's sect had already taken the initiative from the beginning. Things seemed to be getting weirder and weirder. One had to know that back then, the supremacies of the three major sects had all entered. Even the supremacies knew very little about the layout of this place. However, the Devil's sect was actually able to take the initiative step by step here. It could be seen that the Devil's sect's layout of this place was definitely not simple. This was definitely not good news for everyone. Of course, as the saying went, since they were already here, they should take things as they came. It was obviously impossible for them to surrender to the Devil's sect. Since that was the case, they could only fight. That's right, this is the Devil's sect's Devil Shadow Divine Slaughtering formation. Everyone, since you're here today, then no matter what, you must leave something behind as a memento. As he spoke, the rolling black fog had already enveloped them. Under the thick black fog, everyone was gradually concealed within it. The Devil Shadow Divine Slaughtering formation was an extremely powerful formation of the Devil sect. The most powerful thing about it was that it could summon all kinds of legendary devils through the formation. Of course, these were not real devils, but they still had extremely terrifying destructive power. If one's strength was not strong enough, they would be directly killed by the Devil Shadow. What was even more terrifying was that when a person died in the Devil Shadow Divine Slaughtering formation, they would be absorbed and become a part of the formation. In the Great War thousands of years ago, this formation had killed countless people. However, according to legend, this formation back then was directly destroyed by the Buddha Sword sect's 300 holy swords and disappeared from this world. After so many years, people had almost forgotten that the Devil's sect had such a powerful formation. However, at that moment, the formation actually appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone's expressions had become extremely solemn. This was because if the legend was true, then the strength of this formation was probably beyond everyone's imagination. Previously, Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, Xiang Yunfei, and Xiang Ju were clearly standing together. However, at this moment, when the smoke and dust rose, they found that they were already in different worlds. For example, Xiang Yunfei was currently in the Ice Snow Mountain. He was known as the Fire God Transformation, and his control of flames was simply unparalleled in the world. In the continent of the 9 provinces, even if the powerhouses of the older generation were included, there were definitely only a handful of people who could surpass him in the path of flames. If they were fighting in a volcano, Xiang Yunfei's strength would probably become even more terrifying. However, at this moment, they were in a world of ice and snow, so from a certain extent, his strength would be restrained. If it was just an ordinary opponent, it would naturally be nothing to him. However, if he was facing a powerhouse of the same level, it was very likely to be a fatal factor. Xiang Yunfei's gaze was still calm, and he did not panic at all because of the change in the environment. Chapter 565. Whether it was Xiang Ju, Feng Yuhai, or Wang Baichuan, all of them were trapped in different environments. Moreover, without exception, the environment here was extremely unfavorable to them. This was the terrifying part of the demonic shadow god-slaying formation. There was definitely a reason why this array formation had such a ferocious reputation back then. One had to know that back then, countless powerhouses had fallen in this formation, and many of them were supreme powerhouses at the Venerable Realm. Fortunately, this formation was no longer the same as before. If the real demonic shadow god-slaying formation was here, they wouldn't need to resist at all because it would be meaningless. Hua Yunlong was still smiling faintly as he watched the formation open. Crown Prince, these people have all entered the formation this time. As long as we can keep them here forever, I don't think anyone in the sect will be able to compete with you. His subordinate appeared again and said to him. Hua Yunlong shook his head and said, "You're really ambitious. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to catch all of them in one go. Their strength can't be underestimated, but it's fine because I never thought of defeating them with this broken formation. I only need their blood, that's all. Alright, you go and preside over it. I need to suppress the core of the formation." "You're right, as long as this plan succeeds, no one in the entire Devil sect will be able to compete with me. I will become the true Devil sect Crown Prince. In the Devil sect, there might be a few sons of devils, but there could only be one Crown Prince. In this generation of the Devil sect, Hua Yunlong, Sheng Wansheng, and the mysterious two Sumo were all sons of devils, so the Crown Prince would be chosen from the three of them. The Crown Prince of the Devil sect had an extraordinary meaning because it meant that he had the qualifications to inherit the entire Devil sect. Controlling the Devil sect, these few words were very exciting. How powerful was the Devil sect? This was not something an ordinary person could imagine. Even the top 10 sects of the 9 regions would not be able to imagine such a thing. For example, this time, be it the Taihang Sword faction or the Fiery Flame sect, although they had sent venerable ones to investigate the situation here. However, what they knew could not be compared to what the Devil sect knew. From this point, one could see how powerful the Devil sect was. "Don't worry, Crown Prince. Everything is under control. Other than these few people, the others won't be able to cause much trouble. Those rogue cultivators are nothing to be afraid of. Not to mention that they won't be able to make it here, even if they do, they're just here to die," he said calmly. Indeed, the 4 people who were trapped in the formation were the most powerful people in the Fiery Flame sect and the Taihang Sword faction. Of course, they weren't the only experts, but the Devil sect was the Devil sect had prepared. Just as this subordinate had said, even if they came here, they would most likely be sending themselves to their deaths. Hua Yunlong said, "It's good to be confident, but you can't be careless. You have to know that it's impossible to control everything in this world. Who knows, a mysterious expert might suddenly appear. Didn't they say that the Taihang Sword faction had a genius who could fight to a draw with Wang Baichuan? Also, that Soul Devourer Venerable, he seems to have escaped from our control." When the subordinate heard Hua Yunlong's words, he immediately nodded respectfully and said, "Crown Prince, don't worry. Even without the trash from the ghost-killing hall, we have already made the most appropriate arrangements." Hua Yunlong nodded and said, "That's for the best." Su Yan looked at the fog that suddenly appeared in front of him and revealed a thoughtful expression. "There really is an ambush here. Hehe, the Devil sect is really powerful. They were actually able to make such arrangements in the ruins." Su Yan had already reached the edge of the demonic shadow god slaughtering formation, but he did not rashly step in. Because until now, the information he knew was still too little. Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, Xiang Yunfei, and Xiang Ju, the 4 of them have already entered. This kind of lineup is already luxurious enough, but I don't know who else will come next. At this moment, Su Yan was hiding in a hidden corner and watching coldly. At this moment, a figure appeared not far away from him. Su Yan had never seen this person before, but like him, he was also very cautious. Seeing this person's appearance, Su Yan thought of himself. He was very careful, and his strength was not weak. In terms of cultivation, he had already reached the 3rd to 4th dragon of the dragon realm. Such a realm was already comparable to the most outstanding disciples of the top sections. A rogue cultivator. Su Yan quickly determined that the person in front of him was definitely a rogue cultivator. To be able to cultivate to this level as a rogue cultivator, this person is not simple. Su Yan had not been in the 9 provinces for long, although he already knew some sections. However, he did not know much about rogue cultivators. This was normal because in the eyes of the experts of the sects, rogue cultivators were really insignificant and were even looked down upon by them. However, one had to admit that there were also amazing people among rogue cultivators. For example, there was a very famous rogue cultivator, Guangdao. He relied on a broken saber in his hand to force his way to the venerable realm. Among the top 10 sects, even the Devil's sect would not easily offend this person. The young man in front of him was obviously also one of the best among rogue cultivators. Like him, the young man looked at the huge curtain but did not act rashly. He only said, "The demonic shadow god slaughtering formation. The Devil's sect is really generous. Fortunately, I did not rashly enter, otherwise, would be exhausted to death." Su Yan did not know about this formation, but it was obvious that the young man knew about it. "Well, I think there will be others who entered." Back then, the Buddha sword sect's 300 holy swords broke the great demonic shadow god slaughtering formation, but this formation in front of me is obviously just a piece of junk. It will be broken sooner or later. At this time, I'd better sleep, but I should find a place to hide. The person muttered to himself and then walked towards Su Yan. Su Yan's eyes suddenly burst with a ray of light. He was sure that the other party had found him. One had to know that Su Yan had absolute confidence in his qi condensation technique. However, at this time, the other party easily found his location. He did not know how the other party did it, but he was sure of one thing, and that was that the other party was definitely not simple. As for those pretentious words, Su Yan naturally did not take them seriously. He directly escaped from the darkness and said, "Friend, you have good eyesight. I am Su Yan. How should I address you?" The moment Su Yan appeared, the person immediately jumped a step back. However, he quickly calmed down and said, "I am Meng Yang. I really did not expect that brother Su Yan would be hiding here. It really gave me a shock, but fortunately, brother Su Yan is a good person. Otherwise, I am afraid that I would be a corpse now." Su Yan smiled and didn't say anything, because in his opinion, this person was just speaking nonsense in a serious manner. However, even so, Su Yan was not willing to expose him. He just laughed and said, Brother Meng Yang, don't casually give me the good person card. Speaking of which, brother Meng Yang seems to have some understanding of this formation." Su Yan asked directly. The rogue cultivator named Meng Yang nodded and then said without hiding anything, "Speaking of which, I do have some understanding of it. This formation is called the Demon Shadow God Slaughtering Formation. From the name, one can tell that it is an extremely powerful formation. In ancient times, when the Devil's doctrine was still at its peak, it used this formation to kill 27 venerable ones." Su Yan was shocked when he heard this. 27 venerable ones. What a glorious battle record. Every single venerable one was an all-powerful figure with unimaginable power. For example, in the Taihang sword faction, as long as one was a venerable one, they would naturally have an unparalleled status. However, at this moment, the other party was telling him that this formation had killed 27 powerful venerable ones. Of course, brother Su Yan, there's no need to be afraid. You can tell with a single glance that this grand formation before you is incomplete. It's hard to say exactly how much might it can unleash. Not to mention, there are many experts who have already entered it. With these experts leading the way for us, what are we afraid of?" Meng Yang said indifferently. "Brother Meng Yang, you seem to be very familiar with these things?" Su Yan asked with a smile. Meng Yang first chuckled and then said, "I'm not familiar with them. It's just that I like to collect these things. However, brother Su Yan has made a wise choice. In my opinion, this relic might be a trap set by the Devil's doctrine. It's just a pity that someone like me has fallen into it." Meng Yang said with a bitter expression. Hearing Meng Yang's words, Su Yan was startled at first, then asked, "Brother Meng Yang, do you have any guesses? Can you tell me?" Meng Yang chuckled, then said, Brother Su Yan, I presume that you have already interacted with people from the devil sect on your way here, right? Su Yan directly said, Indeed, I have interacted with people from the devil sect's ghost killing hall. That's it. Brother Su Yan, when you saw the people from the ghost killing hall, was it that Rosen led the team, and then the people under him were all from the ghost killing hall? Think about it, when we just stepped into this place, a demonic wind suddenly appeared. Chapter 566. Of course, it's impossible for those bastards of the devil's sect to resist such a terrifying demonic wind. They must have been blown away. However, they must have known about this situation beforehand. That's why they were able to gather in the first place. Su Yan would be too naive if he still didn't understand what Meng Yang was trying to say. These people must have made preparations before they entered this place, so they could quickly contact each other. Although this seemed like an insignificant step, it was actually extremely important. Because when others were at a loss and panicking, they could do a lot of things. For example, ambushing and hunting. Su Yan could already imagine that after this, both the Taihang Sword faction and the Blazing Flame sect would suffer heavy losses. After all, those who entered this place were all in the top 100. If they didn't die, they would definitely become the pillars of their sects in the future. But now, a portion of them had died, which was a huge loss to the sections. Brother Meng Yang, are you saying that the appearance of the ruins this time is a trap set by the devil sect? Su Yan asked again. Meng Yang shook his head and said, the devil sect is indeed powerful, but it's impossible to say that the appearance of the ruins this time was set up by the devil sect. But in my opinion, the devil sect must have discovered the ruins a long time ago and spent a lot of effort to explore it, unlike the Blazing Flame sect and the Taihang Sword faction who only did preliminary exploration. But no matter what, Brother Su Yan, you should be careful when facing the devil sect. This is an extremely strange sect. Su Yan nodded, then pointed at the huge shadow and said, Brother Meng Yang, do you know what this thing is? Why is it emitting such a mysterious aura? Meng Yang was really like an encyclopedia. He nodded lightly and said, Brother Su Yan, you've asked the right person. This thing is incredible. Brother, do you know if there's a race stronger than the dragon race in this world? You guessed right, that's the demon race. Su Yan instantly broke out in cold sweat. You're the one who told me directly. How am I supposed to guess? However, when he heard the word demon, his expression immediately became extremely solemn. Although he already knew that this was a bizarre world, he was still amazed at this moment. This was because the demon race had always only existed in legends. He had never thought that he would hear these two words at this moment. Are you saying that this huge monster in front of us is a demon? Su Yan asked. Meng Yang pulled out a sugarcane out of nowhere and said while chewing on it, yeah, and it looks like it's a demon king. Its level isn't low either. Meng Yang suddenly thought of something and continued, by the way, the demon king's strength should be comparable to a human venerable. Those guys in the devil sect are all crazy. Since this demon shadow god slaughtering formation appeared, I think someone in the devil sect is interested in this demon king and wants to devour it. This Meng Yang knew everything. Su Yan fell into deep thought when he heard his words. Meng Yang continued, if I'm not wrong, the one who relies on devouring powerful demons to cultivate is Hua Yunlong, one of the 3 sons of demons of the devil sect. This guy cultivates the devouring demon heart sutra. If he can devour a real demon, his strength will definitely increase greatly. Now it seems that this guy's ambition is still very big. Devouring demon heart sutra? Is it very powerful? Also, you just said that there are 3 sons of demons. Could it be that there's more than one son of demons in the devil sect? Su Yan knew that the son of demons was Shengguansheng. However, the strange thing was that after entering the 9 provinces continent, he had not heard the name Shengguansheng. Meng Yang looked at Su Yan strangely and finally said, Brother Su Yan, you're not from the 9 provinces continent, right? Su Yan was straightforward and directly nodded. Meng Yang immediately became pleasantly surprised. What, Brother Su Yan, you're really not from the 9 provinces continent. Then where did you come from? Is it the 5 counties continent? Or is it the legendary? Just as Meng Yang was about to say something, a loud sound suddenly came. The two of them looked forward and immediately saw a skeleton appear not far in front of them. As for the skeleton, it started to charge at the fiend shadow god slaughtering formation. When Su Yan saw this skeleton, his eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. When Meng Yang saw this skeleton, his face turned bitter and he shouted, "Unlucky, really unlucky. I actually encountered this thing again." Hearing Meng Yang's words, Su Yan directly asked, "Why, Brother Meng Yang, have you been chased by this skeleton before?" Meng Yang could only bitterly smile as he nodded. Then, he said, "Brother Su Yan, you may not know this, but this damn thing was killing people everywhere. Many people have already died in its hands. These people's deaths have made this skeleton even stronger. If it wasn't for my good luck, I'm afraid I would have been killed by it." A cold light flashed in Su Yan's eyes. He didn't expect this skeleton to be so crazy. It seemed that many people had already died in its hands. At this time, the skeleton's color had completely changed, and there was even a faint layer of gold on its surface. "Looks like I have to kill it as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be a disaster sooner or later." At this time, Su Yan had already made up his mind. This was because this skeleton and he were definitely going to fight to the death. If he didn't take advantage of this time to kill this monster, when the skeleton completely recovered, the hunting role would immediately be reversed. Therefore, Su Yan had already decided to strike first to gain the upper hand. After hearing Su Yan's words, Meng Yang unconsciously took a few steps back. Then, he looked at Su Yan and said, "Brother Su Yan wants to attack this skeleton? If that's the case, Brother Su Yan, you have to be careful. This guy's strength is already very terrifying. If I'm not wrong, his cultivation right now is probably at the level of a 5 dragons expert. It's definitely not easy to deal with." This Meng Yang was not simple. He could even sense this. It was obvious that this person's ability was very strong. Su Yan nodded and then said, "Thank you for your concern, Brother Meng Yang. However, Su is from the Taihang sword faction. This monster must have killed many disciples of the Taihang sword faction. I definitely won't let him get away with it." After saying that, Su Yan flew up into the air. Of course, the Taihang sword faction was only incidental. The real reason was that this guy was too strong and had to die. The skeleton was breaking into the formation. After thinking for a while, Su Yan immediately flew up into the air. Originally, he did plan to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. However, he couldn't do that now. Since this skeleton broke into the formation directly, he must be very familiar with this formation. It should be known that the people in the formation were not simple. They were all first-class geniuses. If these people were killed by this monster and then directly devoured, Su Yan would be even more helpless against it. Therefore, before this guy succeeded, he had to kill him directly. Su Yan's speed was unexpectedly fast. In a trance, his speed had increased to the extreme. After seeing Su Yan leave, Meng Yang spat out the sugar cane residue in his mouth and said, "What a warm-hearted person. There aren't many people like him." "Wait, Su Yan? Where have I heard this name before?" "Oh right, he said that he's from the Taihang sword faction. According to the news, an amazing genius appeared in the Taihang sword faction recently. He actually fought to a draw with Wang Baichuan. Could it be this person? Interesting, very interesting." At this moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Then, he directly rushed towards the phantom formation. Someone who can fight to a draw with Wang Baichuan must be very strong. He should be a good backer. At this moment, in a dark corner, the 3 dragons who were with Hua Yunlong just happened to see this scene. By Gu? That's the soul-devouring demon sovereign. Rosen is really a good-for-nothing. He actually let that guy escape. However, the two people behind him seem to be experts as well. They are actually comparable to the 4 people in the formation. The Crown Prince is really far-sighted. However, since you're here, leave your blood behind. He smiled sinisterly. Breaking into the Spectre Great Array was unexpectedly easy. Su Yan actually did not spend much effort to enter it. However, as soon as he entered the demonic Spectre Array, he immediately lost the connection with the white bones. At this moment, he was in a dense forest. It was as if he had returned to the forest from before. Of course, Su Yan knew very well that this was definitely not the forest from before. It was an environment that had been constructed. At this moment, he already felt an extremely cold murderous intent. What was even stranger was that the murderous intent seemed to come from all directions. It was as if the entire environment he was in was producing murderous intent towards him. It's conscious. It seems to be a mysterious and unknown enemy. Let me see what else this formation has. As he spoke, the scorching sun sword appeared in Su Yan's hand. Blazing sword chi directly burned. The moment the terrifying sword chi rose, Su Yan's aura changed. Chapter 567. This is really interesting. Just the surrounding environment is already restricting me. I don't know what will surprise me next. At this time, Su Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He had fully unleashed his divine sense. However, he did not perceive any existence at this time. At this time, a shadow quietly appeared behind Su Yan. Su Yan did not notice the shadow that suddenly appeared. The environment here completely restricted Su Yan, making him unable to know the existence behind him. At this time, Su Yan's left hand's phalanx suddenly showed a trace of warmth. His phalanx was guiding Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan did not have any doubts at all. He directly turned around and slashed down with the scorching sun sword. A blazing sword light suddenly burst out, and this strong sword light directly burst out at this time. The sword light let out a shrill cry, like the cry of an eagle. The sound was very sharp. The moment Su Yan slashed out, the shadow that appeared before actually dissipated in an instant. Su Yan knew that everything that had happened before was definitely not an illusion. That guy had really appeared before him. It was just that his ability was too strange. He was almost completely integrated with the surrounding environment. It was because of this that he was able to directly dissipate the moment his sword light fell. At this time, he did not have time to think too much. He directly slashed behind him. A glacier was directly cut open by this sword. The slowly descending mountains and rivers seemed so silent. It was the same again. Su Yan knew that just now, that strange thing must have launched a sneak attack on him. It was just that the moment he drew his sword, it dissipated in advance. It's really a headache, Su Yan said softly. Such an enemy was indeed a headache. One did not know when he would appear. What was more troublesome was that one's attack had no effect on him at all. At this time, Su Yan's strength directly increased. That violent aura was directly displayed at this time. Between the heavens and the earth, rays of light also sank down at this time. At this moment, all the auras began to dissipate. At this moment, Su Yan stepped forward and said, "Torrential storm of pear blossoms." He gently waved his hand, and countless sword shadows appeared beside him. The densely packed sword shadows had already filled the entire sky. Since you can enter this environment at any time, I will directly destroy this environment. I want to see what you can do. At this moment, his eyes shone with an extremely intense radiance. The powerful aura continued to rise at this moment. Finally, the sword aura fell. Countless streams of sword chi were like a torrential downpour. Wherever the sword chi landed, it would immediately lead to extremely terrifying destruction, as if everything was about to be destroyed. This kind of terrifying power simply made people endlessly shocked. As the sword aura continued to descend, countless glaciers were directly destroyed. However, at that moment, that figure still did not appear. Humph, I don't believe it. Su Yan displayed the demonic dragon wings, and then directly flew high into the sky. Soon, Su Yan was already in the sky above Wuxia. The scorching sun sword once again bloomed with radiance. At this moment, Su Yan's idea was actually very simple. Since this monster was unwilling to appear, then he would directly destroy the entire place. Of course, to destroy such an illusion, ordinary methods naturally would not work. At this moment, the scorching sun sword grew larger and larger. In the end, it was actually as big as a mountain. Immortal Sword Technique. At this moment, Suya activated the Immortal Sword Technique with all his strength. The terrifying giant sword directly condensed, and the energy contained in it was simply unimaginable. When the sword light finally condensed, the entire world began to tremble. The giant sword condensed by the Immortal Sword Technique slowly fell, as if it was going to destroy everything. Finally, under the mountain, a huge face appeared. Then, the face gradually began to grow taller, and in the end, it almost appeared in front of Su Yan. Demon. Feeling the existence of this demon, Su Yan's blood began to boil. Whether it was the demonic dragon blood or his own blood, it was the same. Legend has it that the demon was the enemy of all races in this world, because they were born to be the purest destroyers. In the ancient era, who knows how many powerhouses died because of this. Hatred for the demon, this was simply an instinct. Die for me. This sword finally fell straight down. The terrifying sword light bloomed with a biting cold light, and the powerful force continued to tear everything apart. Right at this moment, an extremely intense light suddenly burst out from the huge palm. The appearance of this light actually blocked Su Yan's power completely. Such a powerful force was simply shocking. Su Yan frowned slightly, and then looked at the changes in front of him. Gradually, this demon's shadow dissipated, and in its place was a person as tall as Su Yan. However, his appearance was completely different from that of a human. Under his face was a face that was disgusting. If one were to use a word to describe it, it would be ugly. An existence even uglier than Shura. After he appeared, he directly rushed towards Su Yan. His speed was very fast, so fast that it was unimaginable. The demonic dragon wings on Su Yan's back directly vibrated. At this time, the demonic dragon wings were crimson in color, looking like the wings of a fire dragon. When the wings vibrated, the flames burned and instantly engulfed the two of them. Your speed is very fast, I will seal your speed. At this moment, the flames swept out, and it had actually turned into a vortex of flames. Around the two of them, there were extremely intense flames. But at this moment, a cold chill directly appeared. This cold chill actually wanted to directly freeze Su Yan's vortex of flames. At this time, he already knew that this was the terrifying part of this demon shadow god slaughtering formation. This formation could simulate a real demon. What was even more terrifying was that it could also forcibly create the most unfavorable conditions for the people who entered the formation. The combat strength of the demon itself was very terrifying. In addition to the targeting of the battle environment, there was almost no chance of survival. Fortunately, the power of the formation was not strong at this time, and it seemed that it could not form a more powerful demon. Otherwise, Su Yan did not need to continue this battle at all. There was only a path to death. But even so, he could not be the slightest bit careless. He knew that at this time, he had to end the battle quickly. If it continued to drag on, with the surrounding environment targeting him, his situation would only get worse and worse. In the end, he would be directly obliterated. At this moment, the dragon blood in his body and the finger bones of his left hand burst out with a powerful force at the same time. No matter what, this sudden burst of power was definitely a good thing for Su Yan, at least for now. Right, where the heart is. At this moment, a message directly appeared in his mind. It was as if this was an instinctive message. After this message appeared, his entire body suddenly sped up. Demonic Dragon Space-Splitting Claw. Su Yan directly activated his left hand. At this time, the great demonic dragon's bloodline inheritance skill and the power of the finger bones burst out at the same time. For a moment, an existence like a black hole immediately appeared on his palm. This black hole was not obvious. It was only the size of an eyeball. But as soon as this small black hole appeared, the devil's body began to tremble. Although it was only a demon created by the formation, it had the instincts of a demon. It was full of respect for this powerful force. But at this time, it was already impossible for it to escape. At this moment, Su Yan's left hand directly pierced the demon's right chest. There was a piece of dark green crystal beating. This was the demon's heart. If it was a real demon's heart, then Su Yan could be considered to have gained a lot this time. This was because although the demon's heart had a strong demonic aura, it also had an extremely large amount of energy. This kind of energy was much more precious than crystals. But all of this was fake. After Su Yan destroyed the evil demon, everything around him began to crumble as well. At this moment, Su Yan was finally able to investigate everything around him. According to his divine telekinesis, the demonic shadow god slaughtering formation divided the entire area, and a large formation was built in each part. And after he defeated the demon, the formation in this area was directly destroyed. He also sensed that the energy source of this formation was probably at the core of this area. At this time, Su Yan's eyes moved because he once again sensed the aura of the white skeleton. But what surprised him was that this white skeleton did not seem to have gone through a battle at all. It was like a fish that could swim freely in the formation. If Su Yan had not defeated the demon too quickly, he was afraid that he would not have been able to catch up to it at this time. Of course, now that he had discovered this guy's aura, Su Yan naturally would not let it have an easy time. Su Yan quickly moved forward. He knew this guy's plan. He needed to devour lives to be powerful. And the more powerful the life form, the more help it would be to him. In this place, Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, Xiang Yunfei, or Xiang Ju were the best prey for him. More importantly, these people were facing the demonic shadow at this time. But this white skeleton could freely move in this large formation, which was its greatest advantage. As long as he found the location of these people and directly attacked them when they were not paying attention, there was a high chance that he would kill them in one strike and then devour them. Chapter 568. At this moment, Xiang Ju was once again in a bitter battle. The environment he was in was a vast ocean. However, the strength of his enemy had greatly exceeded his expectations. Until now, he hadn't even seen his enemy's appearance clearly. The waves were constantly rolling, and the waves could even rush into the sky. Xiang Ju was trying his best to avoid these waves. Because in the waves, his enemy could appear at any time. The huge wave was already dozens of meters high, and a figure directly appeared. His eyes were coldly staring at Xiang Ju. Xiang Ju knew that this was a devil. The third eye on his forehead emitted a terrifying aura, and his entire person was incomparably terrifying. Such power made him feel uneasy. Blazing flame palm. Wearing the fire dragon armor, he directly slashed down with his palm. At this moment, the terrifying palm directly erupted with endless flames. His strength was definitely above the devil in front of him. With one palm, the wave was directly shattered. However, what made him angry was that the moment the wave was shattered, this damned guy also disappeared. He couldn't find his whereabouts at all. If it was a head-on battle, Xiang Ju definitely wouldn't feel any fear. However, this damn thing was strange and terrifying. It never fought him head-on. This made him filled with anger. At this moment, the fire dragon armor directly burst out with an extremely bright light. Damn thing, since you're hiding in this sea, I'll directly evaporate the entire sea. He directly activated the power of the fire dragon armor, and the fire dragon armor directly began to vibrate. A faint dragon roar sounded, causing the entire sea to begin to shake. It was at this moment that his strength finally increased. He seemed to have become a real fire dragon, and the roar became more and more intense. In the end, a blazing sun directly appeared. It had to be said that Xiangju was really a genius. This blazing sun looked somewhat similar to Su Yan's supreme sun-shattering slash. Although the principles of the two were completely different, he had already been inspired by Su Ya's sword. At this moment, the attack condensed and directly blasted into the ground. If it was a real sea, even if Xiangju's strength increased by 100 times, it would be impossible to evaporate it. However, this was not the real sea. After all, this was just an illusion in a large formation. No matter how realistic the illusion was, it was still just an illusion. As long as the power reached the limit and exceeded the tolerance range of the illusion formation would naturally collapse. At that time, the demonic shadow would have nowhere to hide. His train of thought was almost exactly the same as Su Yan's. Because this was the essence of the illusory matrix. At this moment, countless tides condensed, and then the face that made Xiangju loathe appeared again. The moment the face appeared, his anger rose again, and the killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. Die for me. His power directly blasted down, and the powerful force burst out with countless roaring sounds. With the support of the fire dragon armor, he was like a heavenly god. The power of the sea and the power of the huge fireball finally met, and a terrifying wave of energy erupted. It was as if the whole world was going to be destroyed by this terrifying wave. Xiangju focused all of her attention. He knew that once this power was directly shattered, it might be time for him to face the demonic shadow directly. He had been toyed with by the demonic shadow for a while, and he was already infuriated. He wanted to directly shatter the demonic shadow and kill Hua Yunlong at the same time. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger in his heart. It was a kind of chill of death. Not long ago, he had felt such an aura, so he definitely would not forget it. Damn it! At this moment, he was almost in a mess. Fortunately, after the previous lesson, he already knew his shortcomings, so at this moment, he forced himself to calm down, then controlled his body to fly to the side. As his body moved, the huge power that he had activated directly collapsed. At the same time, a shadow directly appeared in the sky. Xiangju directly spat out a mouthful of blood. The scorching sun that had condensed all of his power was directly shattered, and the recoil made him feel exhausted. However, what made him more frightened was the shadow that suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a skeleton. Xiangju would never forget this skeleton because it was this guy that almost killed him last time. If he hadn't met Su Yan, he might have become the other party's food. Moreover, this skeleton at this time seemed to be much stronger than before. The aura on its body was so thick, and there was a powerful force flowing in its bones. Damn it, you dog, you can actually enter this place. This large formation was set up by Hua Yunlong of the Devil Sect, but this white skeleton could actually freely pass through it, which made him feel a little shocked. At this moment, the white skeleton's teeth were chattering. Then, an extremely proud thought was transmitted out, hee, it's just the Spectre God slaughtering formation. In my era, I personally presided over the formation. Naturally, it's not a big deal to be able to move freely within it. However, I really didn't expect that I would actually meet you again after letting you escape last time. It seems like you and I are fated to be together. You are destined to become my food. The white skeletons will infuriated Xiangju. He was one of the 10 great powerhouses of the Blazing Flame sect, but he was actually regarded as food by this skeleton. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was a saber hanging on the white skeleton's bones. The saber emitted a scarlet radiance as if it was burning with a raging fire. Blazing Qilin saber, you killed senior brother, do you? Xiang Ju's tone became cold and sinister. Du was also one of the 10 great disciples of the Blazing Flame sect, and he was ranked 6th among the 10 great young powerhouses. Other than his brother, Xiang Yunfei, Du also took good care of him. Xiang Ju's cultivation could improve by leaps and bounds thanks to Du's help and guidance. The blazing Qilin saber was Du's saber that never left his side. However, at this moment, this saber was actually in the hands of this skeleton. In other words, senior brother Du had been killed. Although he knew that this was destined to be an extraordinary journey from the moment he stepped into this place, he didn't expect that even Du would be dead. Kiki, are you talking about that disciple of the Blazing Flame sect? He's really powerful, but it's a pity that he's too stubborn. In order to save his junior brother, he was tricked by me and killed in the end. TSK, how nostalgic. This kind of life energy has helped me improve a lot. White Bone's triumphant will spread out once again, and Xiang Ju's entire being was filled with anger. Hehe, I know that you're called Xiang Ju. You must be very angry now and want to kill me. Unfortunately, you're still too weak. I could kill you the last time, let alone now. At this moment, the pale flames appeared once again. As the strange pale flames appeared, a huge spiritual pressure directly suppressed Xiang Ju. This huge will contained boundless killing intent, as well as terrifying mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Back then, Xiang Ju couldn't withstand this spiritual pressure and was directly defeated by White Bone. However, this time, Xiang Ju didn't retreat. The moment this terrifying spiritual pressure rushed into his mind, he directly let out an angry roar. At this moment, facing such a terrifying scene, his heart was filled with fear, and his entire body was trembling. However, he didn't retreat, nor did he give up like last time. You bastard, you actually dared to kill senior brother Du? I'll definitely kill you. His anger burned fiercely, and with the support of his anger, he walked step by step toward White Bone. The dragon roar on the fire dragon armor became louder and clearer. White Bone was obviously very surprised, because it didn't expect Xiang Ju to choose to continue fighting under its spiritual pressure. However, it soon laughed. Hehe, it's indeed beyond my expectations that you can withstand this spiritual pressure. However, it's useless. You're still too weak. Killing you is a piece of cake for me. The blazing Qilin saber was unsheathed, and a wave of awe-inspiring energy immediately covered it. I'll take your flesh and blood. I'll also take your fire dragon armor. You ignorant and fearless brat. Go and die now. He slashed down with his saber. The blazing Qilin saber let out a soft cry, which was a sorrowful cry. At this moment, the saber light directly hit Xiang Ju's body. The powerful force hit Xiang Ju's body. He was already injured, and with the spiritual pressure, he was in an even worse state. Therefore, he couldn't dodge this terrifying saber at all, and was hit directly in the end. Fortunately, when the saber light hit him, the fire dragon armor directly burst with a blazing light, blocking this extremely powerful force. However, after this attack, his face became even paler. His entire body was covered in cold sweat. White Bone approached him and said, "It's a pity. You're indeed very strong, but in front of me, you don't have the chance to display your strength. I don't like to delay the most, so die." Its cold voice was heard in Xiang Ju's ears, and then the blazing Qilin saber was slashed at him again. The scarlet saber directly slashed at Xiang Ju's neck. Chapter 569. Su Yan, Xiang Ju stammered as he looked at the person who appeared not far away from him. Never would he have thought that Su Yan would suddenly appear at such a time of crisis. Could it be that this guy thought he was a fat sheep, so he followed him and waited to save him when he was in danger to reap huge profits? Damn it, no, this guy seemed to have said that he wouldn't charge this time. At this moment, such wild thoughts appeared in Xiang Ju's mind. Bai Gu looked at Su Yan who was standing in front of him, the soul fire in his hollow skull constantly flickering. In fact, Bai Gu was unwilling to face Su Yan because he felt the aura of the Stupa sect on Su Yan's body, which he loathed. In particular, the soul-subduing seal made him extremely wary. However, in his opinion, Su Yan was really too much of a bully. Last time, when he wanted to kill Xiang Ju, it was also because of Su Yan that Xiang Ju was able to escape in the end. And this time, it was the same. Did he really think he was so easy to bully? At this moment, he also had the intention to kill. If it was last time, he would naturally be extremely wary of Su Yan, but after a few days of killing, his strength had increased again. Well, since you've appeared here, let me kill you directly. If I can devour you, I'm sure I'll be able to obtain more things. His eyes were full of awe. His soul fire pulsed. At this moment, Su Yan was not far away from him and said, "Looks like you don't plan to escape this time. That's for the best. Come, let me see what's so great about you." The scorching sun sword was unsheathed. Bai Gu, or rather, the soul devourer venerable who had not completely revived, did not use his soul fire. This was because he already knew that Su Yan had something on him that could restrain the flexible soul fire. Once he used it, not only would it not cause any harm to Su Yan, but it would also bring trouble to him. However, even if he could not use it, so what? He was already strong enough. After hearing about the soul fire, he could accurately see Su Yan's realm. At this time, Su Yan had indeed improved a lot, but compared to him, there was still a big gap. One had to know that he had directly devoured the lives of many geniuses, not to mention that he was once a supreme expert. An existence close to the sovereign realm. He did not believe that Su Yan could defeat him. One had to know that within this period of time, the number of geniuses who had died at his hands had already exceeded 30, and amongst them was a super powerhouse like Duyu. The blazing Qilin saber flickered with an awe-inspiring scarlet radiance as it faced off against the scorching sun sword. Su Yan's aura had also completely calmed down. He would not be careless or underestimate any of his opponents, not to mention that the enemy in front of him was an extremely mysterious existence. Su Yan wouldn't let his guard down against these people who came back from the dead. He had already fought with several of these people. Whether it was the Black Demon Venerable or the White Bone Venerable, their strength couldn't be judged with common sense. And the person in front of him was obviously the same. Su Yan felt that if he still judged him with his original attitude, he wouldn't even know how he died. Since you're already standing in front of me, then I'll use all my strength to kill you directly. Kid, today is the end of your life. At this moment, he suddenly disappeared from his original spot, and then an extremely powerful force suddenly descended. Such a powerful and terrifying force was simply terrifying. Everything in the entire world changed at this moment. Su Yan suddenly frowned. This white skeleton was really strange. Although they did not fight head-on last time, Su Yan was sure that he would definitely not use any saber techniques. However, at this time, saber techniques were so easy for him. It was as if he was a saber user who had practiced the saber for decades. However, Su Yan had heard the conversation between Xiang Ju and this white skeleton earlier, so he already had some guesses in his heart. At this moment, Xiang Ju suddenly said, "It's senior brother Duyu's frenzy saber technique." His whole body was still trembling, and it was obvious that he found the matter in front of him unbelievable. The frenzy saber technique was the Scorching Flame sect saber technique treasured book. It was impossible for ordinary people to cultivate this saber technique. Among the entire younger generation of disciples in the Scorching Flame sect, only Duyu had mastered it. At this moment, the skeleton in front of him actually used the frenzy saber technique directly. The frenzy saber technique was like a raging fire that was like a saber, and it meant to dominate the world. At this moment, when the skeleton in front of him used it, it immediately created an extremely fierce whirlwind. When this whirlwind appeared, it was as if it was going to split the world. The saber aura was actually so fierce. Su Yan didn't even think of taking this attack head-on. He directly shrank to the side and narrowly avoided the attack. Then, he directly said, "If I'm not wrong, you have the means to turn the power of the people you devoured into your own. The skeletons will directly transmit it, hee, you're not too stupid. This guy called Du is really good at saber technique cultivation. Although it's not worth mentioning to me at my peak, it's not bad now. It's best to use it to kill you." The voice of this will directly pierced into Su Yan and Xiang Ju's minds. If Xiang Ju wasn't injured at this time, he would have already climbed up and fought this damned thing to the death. However, he couldn't do it at all now. "Su Yan, be careful. Senior brother Du's frenzy saber technique is definitely not that simple. He pays attention to it the most. If you let this damn thing condense the saber aura, it will definitely be very troublesome." Xiang Ju naturally understood this saber technique, so he directly told Su Yan. Su Yan nodded lightly. It sounded like this saber technique was similar to the heaven-breaking 10 slashes. They both paid attention to the accumulation of momentum. While Xiang Ju was speaking, White Bone's second slash had already slashed towards Su Yan. This ferocious saber aura simply made one's heart tremble. Such a terrifying power seemed to be able to directly split a person in half. This time, Su Yan didn't choose to retreat. He turned the scorching sun sword in his hand and directly faced it head-on. Clang! The saber and sword suddenly collided. The terrifying rumbling sound directly rippled out, and countless waves immediately surged up on the sea below. After this attack, Su Yan's body suddenly retreated. In the first head-on confrontation, Su Yan had suffered a loss. "Not bad, to be able to block this slash, you have already exceeded my expectations. However, this is only the beginning, hee." As he spoke, the third slash had already landed. This slash, accompanied by the power of wind and fire, the terrifying aura was simply about to burn the entire world. This extremely terrifying power almost caused one's mind to begin to tremble. Even Su Yan felt his mind surge at this moment. Looking at this slash, Xiang Ju was even more furious. That was senior brother Du's ultimate move, but now he could only watch this damned skeleton use it. And senior brother Du had clearly been sacrificed. Damn it, I will definitely not forgive him. His heart was filled with anger, but he also knew that he couldn't make a move at this time. He couldn't display much of his strength with his injuries. However, he had a lot of medicinal pills on him, so he immediately took out a medicinal pill and began to heal his injuries. He had to heal his injuries in the shortest time possible so that he could directly smash this damned skeleton into pieces. At this moment, the battle between Su Yan and the skeleton had reached a white-hot stage. When the two of them clashed again, Su Yan was no longer as battered as before. The frenzy flame saber technique was naturally powerful, but the heaven-crushing 10 slashes was even more powerful. For Su Yan, this guy in front of him was really a good sparring partner. White Bone's blade once again slashed down fiercely. The berserk power seemed to want to destroy everything. However, he had already discovered something strange about Su Yan. This human strength seemed to be inexhaustible. His saber aura had clearly become stronger, but he was still able to withstand it. This level of strength really made him feel incomparably fearful. Damn it, kid, what kind of terrifying combat skill have you mastered? This is really exciting. If I devour you, everything you have will be mine. The Soul Devourer demon supremacy had already deduced that Su Yan was related to the Pagoda sect. However, the combat skill that Su Yan was using now wasn't from the Pagoda sect. Instead, it had a hint of the Devil sect. Therefore, he was even more curious about Su Yan. Do people like you always like to talk nonsense? Don't make it sound like you've already defeated me, Su Yan said indifferently. At this moment, he had already entered a state of emptiness. Every move of his seemed to be filled with an indescribable intent. This made Su Yan feel delighted. It was indeed a good thing to be able to fight with such an expert. This was the best target for him to test himself on. At this moment, the dragon wings on his back suddenly erupted with flowing light. At this moment, his speed had reached its peak. The sword light suddenly accelerated. Even the Soul Devourer demon supremacy couldn't react in time. At this moment, the sword light directly collided with his white bones. Even his white bones at this moment had a clear-cut cut. Moreover, the radiance of the blazing fire was constantly eroding his bones. It was conceivable that if he was a real human, this sword would have taken his life. The white-boned skeleton flew into a rage out of humiliation. Then, he threw away the blazing Qilin saber. Really, this guy's methods are really unreliable. I still have to rely on my own strength. The frenzy flame saber technique that he had previously praised had now become a piece of trash. Chapter 570. Although Duyu's saber technique was indeed very powerful, Su Yan's combat skills seemed to be even more terrifying. If this continued, Yangming would definitely lose. Bai Gu had seen through this very clearly. After all, he was once a venerable one. Putting aside what level he had reached for the time being, it was certain that he was very powerful. He used Duyu's method. Perhaps it was just to show off or for other reasons, but he wanted to use this saber technique to fight Su Yan. However, after gaining a huge advantage in the early stages, Su Yan gradually turned the tables in the later battles. This was simply a humiliation to him. Therefore, if he still had a face at this time, his expression would definitely be very ugly. Unfortunately, he was only a skeleton. But even so, he was still able to show his anger. The soul flame in his skull suddenly exploded. At this moment, he looked at Su Yan and said, "Your strength is really beyond my expectations. It seems that using Bai Gu's body to fight with you is obviously not enough. Fortunately, I've also made enough progress during this period of time. I believe that I can give you a good surprise." Just as he was speaking, his white bones suddenly released a ray of light. When this ray of light appeared, a very ear-piercing sound was heard. The sound was indescribable, but it gave off an unusually oppressive feeling. Su Yan's gaze focused because he felt that as long as Bai Gu's transformation was completed, it would probably become very troublesome. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Bai Gu directly. However, just as he was about to make a move, he immediately felt a thought lock onto him. It seemed that if he made any move at this time, he would have to pay an unimaginable price. Finally, after a short consideration, he decided to bide his time. He wanted to see what tricks Bai Gu was playing. At this moment, a dark aura was directly released. This dark aura was like a cloud of smoke, engulfing his entire body. As the dark aura became denser, Bai Gu's aura became more profound. "Su Yan, I remember your name. You're very honored to see my true appearance." At this moment, Su Yan couldn't help but take a step back. At this moment, a sliver of flesh suddenly appeared on his white bones. This was indeed flesh and blood. This was an extremely strange scene. As the flesh and blood gradually covered it, the other party's aura became even more terrifying. This is flesh growing from bones. If this scene did not really happen in front of his own eyes, Su Yan would never believe that such a thing could really happen. This kind of thing only existed in legends. Although such a saying had always existed, anyone who saw such a scene would feel incomparably astonished. Isn't it shocking to see a dead person come back to life? That's why it's your honor to be able to see such a scene. His voice gradually turned cold, and his entire being was filled with an extremely strange berserk aura. Is it really just flesh and bones? However, so what if he was resurrected? If I'm not wrong, this kind of resurrection is only temporary, right? You've only used up all the energy stored in your body in one go, and this effect is temporary, right? Su Yan asked straightforwardly. He deeply understood that the law of life and death was the most terrifying thing in the world. It was extremely difficult to be resurrected from the dead. Of course, he had indeed seen a person who was resurrected from the dead, and that was Duan Mulonghu. However, this fellow was the crown prince of the devil sect back then, and was extremely terrifying. Moreover, after he was resurrected, there was still a dense aura of death left in his body, and it could only be removed by meteorites from outer space. More importantly, before Duan Mulonghu died, he was sealed by a supreme secret technique, which was why his physical body was perfectly preserved. In other words, he had only fallen into an extremely deep sleep. However, the fellow in front of him was completely different. He was completely dead. Even his physical body had been destroyed, and only his bones were left. Flesh and bones. Although it was a simple phrase, it was actually the most complicated thing, and it completely violated the law of life. If this thing had not devoured so many lives, he could not have reached this state at all. Even if he had reached this state, it would not have lasted for long. It was a long but short process. The reason why it was so long was because it was really strange to see his body becoming complete bit by bit. At this moment, an extremely mysterious power appeared in his palm. It was a power filled with the aura of death, and the violent power directly burst out with the aura of death. Subsequently, a giant black claw was formed. It was not human at all, and it was more like a wild beast. I've never been used to using a saber, but I'm used to using my claws. Now, I'll let you face the real me. At this moment, his physical body was finally completed. A black aura lingered all over his body, and it immediately turned into an armor of death. At this moment, Su Yan felt an absolute threat from this person. The person looked at Su Yan, then said with a smile, "All right, we can now begin our second round." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. He had truly disappeared from the spot. At this moment, a wave of uneasiness suddenly appeared in Su Yan's heart. Almost subconsciously, he directly turned his head and blasted a punch behind him. This was completely instinctive. He only felt that danger was coming from behind him, so he directly punched back. At the next moment, the two forces directly intertwined. The moment the two forces met, a violent aura was suddenly released. This time, Su Yan was directly sent flying. Su Yan only felt that a raging bull had directly charged into his body, and he was like a weak child who had no strength at all. At this moment, he almost collapsed. How is this possible? How can he become so powerful? Su Yan's eyes were filled with disbelief. He really could not understand how the guy in front of him could be so powerful. The Venerable Soul Eater looked at Su Yan but did not chase after him. He only smiled faintly and said, "Did you notice? This is the difference in strength between you and me. In front of me, your strength is simply too weak to withstand a single blow." These calm and cold words were like a heavy hammer. Although he had already expected this, he never thought that this guy would be so powerful after he truly erupted his strength. This level had completely exceeded Su Yan's expectations. Fortunately, Su Yan reacted at the very beginning, and then almost instinctively threw a punch behind him. Otherwise, he was afraid that at this moment, his entire body would have collapsed. At this moment, the Venerable Soul Eater did not chase after him. He looked at Su Yan and smiled faintly. "I really didn't expect that you would actually be able to react. However, I can also see that this should be your instinct. I have to say that you are indeed a genius to possess such terrifying instincts. However, this is a good thing because devouring a genius like you will make me even stronger." The exalted Soul Devourer looked at Su Yan and continued, "In that case, since you've already blocked my first attack, what about the second one?" At that moment, he abruptly waved his sharp claws before Su Yan. In an instant, a claw mark appeared. The moment the claw mark appeared, Su Yan's hairs stood on end, and a dense feeling of death enveloped his entire body. It's impossible to block it. This was the message that Su Yan's intuition told him. This was because he sensed that the power of this attack was too powerful, far surpassing that of the Six Dragons' powerhouse. Back then, the 6 dragons powerhouse who hunted Su Yan in the monster beast plain did not have such powerful strength. At this moment, this claw mark seemed to have become the only thing in this world, and all the brilliance had become dim at this moment. It was at that moment that he charged into the air. This time, Su Yan saw clearly that the venerable Soul Eater's figure was constantly enlarging in front of him. In the end, the terrifying aura of death seemed to have appeared in front of him. Su Yan roared, and then the pair of dragon wings on his back suddenly shook. At this moment, he activated his full speed and then suddenly burst out to avoid this terrifying attack. This was because if he could not avoid it, only death would await him. This was something that he absolutely did not doubt. Su Yan's speed was really fast. With the strength of the 2 dragons' realm and the burst of the demonic dragon wings, he was as fast as a shooting star. Unfortunately, although Su Yan's speed was fast, the venerable Soul Eater was even faster than Su Yan. Just when Su Yan thought that he had avoided this attack, the terrifying power had already reached Su Yan's chest. Invincible golden body, dragon blood ice fire. At this moment, Su Yan directly activated the invincible golden body. This pagoda sex cultivation technique directly saved Su Yan's life. If it wasn't for the sudden eruption of this cultivation method, Su Yan would have already died. However, although the invincible golden body allowed Su Yan to avoid death, it still sent him flying. Su Yan's body was heavily smashed into the sea. Although this was only a virtual world created by the Phantom God slaughtering array, it was exceptionally realistic. The heavy water pressure crushed Su Yan directly, causing Su Yan's chest to almost collapse. Chapter 571. At this time, Su Yan only felt that his mind was in a mess. Pain, he had not felt such pain for a long time. Even when he fought with Wang Baichuan last time and was covered in wounds, he did not feel such pain. Because although the injury at that time was serious, it was only superficial. However, it was different now. This heavy injury went directly into Su Yan's body. At this time, the demon dragon's heart and Buddha's heart beat almost at the same time. The demon dragon's blood flowed wildly, and the golden power of Buddha's heart also circulated in his body. Relying on the circulation of these 2 powers, he was directly suppressed by this terrifying power. Finally, Su Yan struggled to get out of the water. The moment he came out of the water, he happened to see that guy looking at him with a smirk. "You're really amazing. You can actually break free from my claw." "Hee, I originally thought that Xiangju was a delicacy, but now I find that I was wrong. You are definitely the greatest gift given to me by the heavens. I can't wait to see you die." As his voice fell, another claw slid down. At this moment, Su Yan did not have time to think too much, nor did he care about the blank space in his mind. He directly left the water and then flew into the sky. The moment his body left the water, the claw had already entered the water. At this time, a terrifying thing happened. This was clearly a water surface, but under such a sharp claw, the water surface was directly divided. That scratch actually split the surface of the water. Looking at such a scene, Su Yan also felt horrified. If he had suffered such a claw before, he was afraid that even if the invincible golden body was activated again, he would not be able to block it. But just as he was thinking, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Under the thick black chi, Su Yan could not see his face clearly, but he was sure that this person was looking at him with a sinister smile, and that pair of eyes must be full of greed. At this moment, his power directly descended. The powerful force turned into a long sword and directly slashed towards Su Yan's body. Su Yan's entire body swayed. He wanted to avoid this attack, but he found that his body was firmly locked in place. It was at this moment that the sharp claw struck towards his chest. Is he dead? At this moment, Su Yan's mind went blank. He only felt that his life seemed to have come to an end in advance. Were they unwilling to accept it? Of course, he was extremely unwilling. It wasn't easy for him to reach this point, but he had to directly walk towards death at this time. How could he be willing to accept this? However, there were many things that could not be decided by one's willpower. It was as if he couldn't avoid this powerful force at all. Right at that moment, a beam of blazing light shot toward Exalted Soul Devourer. Raging Flame Palm. The Raging Flame Palm slammed into Reverend Shihun's body. Perhaps it was too late, or perhaps it was simply disdainful, but Reverend Shihun did not dodge the Raging Flame Palm at all. Being hit directly by the Raging Flame Palm, his entire body trembled. It was also because of this that his claw dissipated. Su Yan finally managed to escape with his life. At this moment, Su Yan directly pulled away from the monster. Terrifying, this guy was really too terrifying. His strength was already terrifying to the point that it made people tremble in fear. Reverend Shihun did not immediately chase after Su Yan. Instead, he chuckled as he looked at Su Yan as if he was looking at his pet. Then, his gaze fell on Xiangju. When Reverend Shihun's gaze met Xiangju, he felt as if he had fallen into a glacier that had been frozen for thousands of years. He was a disciple of the Fiery Flame sect and possessed an extremely hot aura. However, he still felt extremely cold at this moment. What an unconscious prey! How dare you disturb my mood? You really deserve to die. Reverend Shihun smiled sinisterly. Then, an enormous mental power exploded once again. Reverend Shihun was not afraid of Xiangju at all. When the enormous mental power descended again, Xiangju immediately felt a change in his soul. However, this was the third time he had experienced such a power. Therefore, he was not afraid at all when the power descended. He merely sneered and said, "You bastard, the same move won't work on me." As he spoke, an extremely terrifying power burst out from his body. Subsequently, he raised his sword and attacked Reverend Shihun. Although the power could not be compared to when Reverend Shihun used his full strength, he had made great progress compared to the previous 2 times. Reverend Shihun found it funny when he saw Reverend Shihun's ferocious face. This was because Xiangju was simply a joke in front of him at this moment. The reason why Reverend Shihun barged into the formation and came to kill Wang Baichuan, Xiang Yunfei, and the others was because he knew that his power would be terrifyingly powerful once he grew flesh from bones. Even these geniuses would not be a match for him. At the same time, he could feed on battle and devour these geniuses to make them a part of his body. However, the crimson-red flames were unable to cover his gloomy smile. Finally, his power descended. This was an attack that contained all of Xiangju's hatred. However, such an attack did not erupt with his true strength because Reverend Shihun had raised his palm at this moment. His gaze was so ghastly. He merely smiled coldly as he looked at the ray of light that had suddenly descended. In the next moment, everything stopped at this moment. He'd borrowed it. He'd really borrowed it. Reverend Shihun had actually relied on his palms to receive this terrifying power. Xiangju's expression had become extremely astounded. He, who was originally quite handsome, actually looked so ferocious at this moment. He could not believe that the sword attack that contained all of his strength had actually been borrowed. Is it so inconceivable that I've just received your power? It seems that you're still too weak after all. You're like a frog at the bottom of a well. You don't know what true strength is at all. Well then, remember this moment well. Remember your weakness and despair. Although you won't have the chance to live anymore, if you can remember this memory in your next life, it'll be a good thing for you. As he spoke, he was still chuckling softly. Following that, his other hand suddenly grabbed Xiangju's neck. This genius from the Blazing Flame sect, a young man with 3 dragons in the dragon realm, was like a frog at this moment. His neck was being grabbed, but he could not move at all. His entire body was trembling. It was obvious that he was in extreme pain. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from this power. Reverend Shihun no longer paid attention to him. Instead, his gaze fell on Su Yan. He then smiled faintly and said, "Look, to me, you're just like ants. In front of me, you have no power to resist at all. Su Yan, are you feeling despair now? Or should I say, fear? Even if you kneel down and beg me, it won't be of any use. Right now, I'm too hungry. I need food, and you're my best food." Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed in this fictional world. At this moment, Su Yan's trembling became even more intense. In the depths of his pupils, a red dot directly burst out. Two dragon shadows danced unceasingly. At the same time, his demonic dragon's heart was also unceasingly beating. Ever since that senior helped Su Yan suppress the demonic dragon's heart in the cold lands of the 5 counties, this was the first time it had such a terrifying beat. This was because at this moment, Su Yan felt that his life was in danger. Of course, other than the threat to his life, there were other factors. However, at this moment, even Suya could not explain it clearly. Let go of him." This voice came from the bottom of Su Yan's throat. It was deep and rough. At this moment, the venerable Soul Eater's smile became even more brilliant. "You still want to save him at this time? What a foolish human. That Diyu is like that, and you are also like that. Speaking of which, if that Diyu was more vicious and merciless, I wouldn't be as strong as I am now. I really like your personalities." Xiang Ju's breathing had become very difficult. Ever since he was young, he had never felt that it was so difficult to breathe. Of course, he was also very grateful to Su Yan. He did not know if it was because the Venerable Soul Eater had mentioned Diyu, but at this moment, Xiang Ju actually felt that Su Yan and Diyu were very similar. He used the last of his strength and said directly, "Su Yan, go." Because his throat was firmly stuck, his voice was very vague. Even his words could not be heard clearly. He wanted to continue speaking, but suddenly, a stream of blood rushed out of his throat. But it turned out that at this moment, an ice-cold hand had already pierced into his body, penetrating his chest. His gaze became so ferocious. He was dead. This time, he was really going to die. However, he had never thought that he would die in such a cowardly manner. He was really unwilling to accept this. His body was still trembling. This was the final struggle of his life. Perhaps it was the dazzling red color that provoked Su Yan, or perhaps it was the fear that buried Su Yan, but at this moment, Su Yan directly exploded with a roar. Arg. Chapter 572. This low and deep voice erupted from the bottom of Su Yan's throat, followed by a powerful force that seemed to have shaken the entire sky. Following Su Yan's roar, the endless seawater began to flow in reverse. The seawater actually rushed directly into the sky. How inconceivable was this? How terrifying was this? Xiang Ju's consciousness was leaving his body. However, in the end, he still felt that the world seemed to have suddenly changed. At that moment, the soul-devouring demon Supremacy's eyes were fixed on Su Yan. "Dragon, it's actually a dragon." At that moment, his voice was actually trembling. The enormous dragon's aura had already engulfed him. Under the dragon's aura, his entire body was trembling. He was trembling because of excitement, but also because of fear. In the known history of this world, apart from the abyss demons from other worlds, nothing could be compared to the Dragon Clan. They were simply the most perfect gods. Their nobility made all the creatures in the world tremble. However, such a terrifying creature existed in front of him at that moment. "Dragon, it's actually a dragon." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. That's great, that's great. If I can devour a dragon, my strength will definitely be able to recover quickly. No, it's definitely more than that. It's definitely not as simple as recovering. It should be another breakthrough. At that moment, he directly released his grip on Xiang Ju's hand. Although Xiang Ju was a genius and a decent food, he was simply not worth mentioning compared to Su Yan in front of him. At that moment, all his thoughts were on Su Yan. He wanted to kill Su Yan directly. Then, he would devour Su Yan without leaving anything behind. At that moment, his claw of death directly erupted and grabbed at Su Yan. To be honest, your existence has made me extremely excited. Therefore, I've decided to eat you first. Claw of death. He roared and then used almost all his strength to grab down. In the sky, 3 black scars appeared. That was the mark formed by the claw of death. Because the power of the mark was so strong, the sky was unable to withstand it. As a result, cracks began to appear in the sky as if it would collapse at any time. Such power was simply shocking, even terrifying. Perhaps only a venerable one could resist such power. Venerable Soul Devourer had absolute confidence in his attack. Although the previous Su Yan was nothing in front of him, at this moment, he had erupted with the power of a dragon. No matter what it was, once it was stained with the word dragon, it would definitely not be simple. Therefore, he did not hold back at all and directly struck out with his most powerful strength. He wanted to defeat Su Yan in an instant and then subdue him. After that, they would enjoy his life force and plunder everything from him. The 3 marks slowly fell. The reason why it was so slow was because the power of the 3 claws was too terrifying. It had even exceeded the tolerance range of this space. Therefore, this power was blocked by space, and it was also because of this that it was slow to advance. However, if he wanted to escape from his gaze, it was impossible. This was because after the claws were formed, the place they covered was completely imprisoned. This space was the most powerful and solid cage. Die. Let me see what the color of a dragon's blood is. Let me see how delicious a dragon's life is. He roared crazily and exclaimed in a frenzy. However, at this moment, his laughter suddenly stopped. This was because he suddenly realized that his attack, which he had used all his strength to land, was blocked. A pair of scarlet eyes fell on him. Sensing that gaze, his heart trembled as if he had seen a future that he did not want to see. He blocked it. He actually blocked it. I wouldn't find it strange if he could dodge my attack, but he actually blocked it. How is this possible? How can his power surpass mine? At this moment, he was really going crazy. Because the scene before his eyes had completely exceeded the range of what he could bear. Su Yan did not say anything because Su Yan's soul had been hidden. At this moment, it was the nature of the great demonic dragon that dominated the body. Therefore, the corners of his mouth moved slightly. This very sunny smile made the venerable Soul Eater's soul begin to throb. The spiritual flame in his skull seemed to have begun to jump uneasily. Roar! A roar came from the bottom of Su Yan's throat again. Accompanied by the violent roar, a powerful force directly bombarded the venerable Soul Eater's body. At this moment, the venerable Soul Eater's body, which was born out of thin air, was directly damaged. It should be known that every single strand of flesh on his body was condensed after he devoured so many lives. However, Su Yan's punch immediately destroyed a lot of his previous efforts. Damn it, despicable guy, how dare you destroy my body? Ugh! Before the venerable Soul Eater could finish his last word, Su Yan's attack came again. Su Yan's 5 fingers had unknowingly disappeared and were replaced by a pitch-black dragon claw. The dragon claw's sharpness was unparalleled in the world. One had to know that there was a divine sword in the world of the 9 provinces that was forged from the sharp claws of a true dragon. From this, one could imagine how powerful he was. Su Yan's dragon claw suddenly waved and directly penetrated the venerable Soul Eater's body. The venerable Soul Eater naturally did not care about the pain. It was simply the loss of so much flesh that made him collapse. Damn it, damn it! He suddenly shouted and struggled to break free from Su Yan's control. Then, he immediately pulled away from Su Yan. However, the moment he stopped, he suddenly realized that there was an extra person beside him. How is this possible? Previously, he had already displayed a speed that was close to teleportation. However, at this time, Su Yan's speed was even faster than his. He could even feel that before he landed there, Su Yan had already appeared in that position and was waiting for his arrival. He still wanted to say something, but at this moment, Su Yan's sharp claws had directly grabbed his head and then violently flung it downward. The terrifying power made it impossible for the venerable Soul Eater to control his body. At this moment, he was truly afraid. He originally thought that he had everything under control, but he did not expect Su Yan to suddenly erupt at this moment and directly destroy all of his knowledge. Damn it, if this goes on, I will be defeated directly, or even killed. This damn brat has become so powerful. No, I can only take a gamble now. If I succeed, I can directly devour this brat. Humph, just this brat alone is comparable to all the people I have devoured before. No, he is definitely more powerful than all of them. You know, he is a dragon. Thinking of this, the venerable Soul Eater became excited again. Right now, he was a gambler. At this moment, he wanted to give it his all. He knew that once he succeeded, he would have unimaginable gains. It was simply unimaginable power. Of course, if he failed, it was not a big deal. He could still escape. At worst, he could start all over again. At this moment, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. The dark radiance became even more intense at this moment, and the armor of death on the surface of his body completely dissipated. Then, his physical body gradually dissolved at this moment, and his flesh began to twitch piece by piece. Such a scene was really indescribably strange. Die for me. Huh, I'll definitely kill you. Dark reincarnation, death bombing. At this moment, a powerful force directly hit the sky. Later, it immediately turned into a dozen different trajectories, like chains, directly binding Su Yan. The moment the black force bound Su Yan, the venerable Soul Eater finally relaxed. Ha ha ha, so what if you're a dragon? Since you've been hit by my dark reincarnation, you'll still have to die. Everything I have belongs to me. Only I deserve to have a flesh like yours, a life like yours. At this moment, all the flesh and blood directly peeled off from his body and flew directly towards Su Yan. Su Yan's body was bound by the strange chains, and at this moment, the flesh and blood had already arrived in front of Su Yan, tightly binding Su Yan's body. You idiot, now is the time for you to die. Following his crazy roar, an extremely terrifying power directly spread out at this moment. The violent and terrifying power continued to spread at this moment, eventually drowning everything. At this moment, the world built by the formation seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The strength of this power had almost reached the point where it despised everything. There was no one in the entire world who could stop this terrifying power. At this moment, in the core of the formation, Hua Yunlong directly opened his eyes. At this moment, his complexion became somewhat gloomy. The formation is about to collapse. How is this possible? Who has such a powerful power? Although this phantom god slaughtering formation is not as powerful as it was back then, it needs at least the power of 7 dragons or even 9 dragons to break it. Who has such a powerful power? Damn it, I must not let this formation break. At this moment, Hua Yunlong forcibly operated his power to suppress the universe. Chapter 573. At this moment, Venerable Soul Devourer felt that his strength was about to reach its peak. This was a powerful attack that he had unleashed with all his strength. He gambled all of his strength and sacrificed his flesh to activate the most powerful dark reincarnation so far. Not to mention that the kid in front of him was most likely just a half-dragon, even a real dragon wouldn't be able to resist his power. This was almost a method of mutual destruction. Of course, there was still a difference between them. Because he was already dead, he wasn't afraid at all. However, Su Yan was different. He believed that Su Yan would definitely die under such an attack. As long as Su Yan died, everything would come to an end. He would devour Su Yan's body and become extremely powerful. At this moment, his eyes were constantly flickering with bright radiance. Of course, he no longer had eyes because all of his flesh and blood had been peeled off and turned into the source of the most powerful power. At this moment, it was his soul fire that was flickering with radiance. Humph, Su Yan, die. This was a cold sentence. At this moment, his heart couldn't help but palpitate a little. Even he himself had forgotten how long it had been since he made such a sentence. When he said this sentence, it made him feel very proud. Violent power slowly rose at this moment, and the terrifying radiance directly turned into the most dazzling light. Everything was gradually coming to an end in this world. This seemed to be fate, and also the final end of life. At this moment, his entire skeleton was trembling. Because this was his declaration of success. However, at this moment, he saw Su Yan's eyes. They were still a little scarlet, but there seemed to be a difference in the scarlet. This was because Su Yan's other eye was actually dyed with a layer of golden radiance. When the golden radiance appeared, everything changed again. This kind of terrifying power was simply unimaginable. One red and one gold. The first feeling that it gave people was contradiction. They were clearly two extremes of power. The scarlet radiance was evil and bloodthirsty to the extreme, but the golden radiance was so sacred. At this moment, Su Yan made his move. His entire body shook violently, and then a powerful force flashed out. The violent power suddenly descended at this moment, and the entire world seemed to have fallen into a freezing point. At this moment, the power of the dark reincarnation came to a halt. Everything was suffocating at this moment. Life was not extinguished. At this moment, he was filled with sluggishness. He watched as the darkness that erupted from him was suddenly tainted by the golden and blood-red radiance. Once it was tainted, the chains actually began to break apart. What kind of powerful and terrifying power was this? His entire body was trembling because everything was completely different from what he had expected. He didn't understand how this guy in front of him did it. Why? Why was he able to directly shatter the attack that he had used all his strength to create? No, I don't believe it. How could you possibly do this? How do you have the ability to do this? Yes, his entire body was trembling, and he felt as if even his soul had become extremely shaken. However, the truth was happening right in front of him. When all of the chains were tainted by Su Yan's radiance, they seemed to have become Su Yan's weapons and directly tied him up. You actually used such a sinful weapon. I heard the wails of life on these chains. Those are the roars of the vengeful spirits that you killed. You damned fella, now, you're going to suffer the consequences of your own actions. A deep voice came from Su Yan's throat. It wasn't Su Yan's original voice because it was much deeper than Su Yan's original voice. At this moment, the Venerable Soul Eater looked at everything in disbelief. He even forgot that he was directly controlled by Su Yan. At this moment, he was still muttering to himself. How is this possible? Even at this moment, he was still unwilling to believe that his power was actually controlled by the other party. At the next moment, countless wails rang in his ears. Those were vengeful spirits. They were the wails of the vengeful spirits that had been killed and devoured by the Venerable Soul Eater. The wails of the vengeful spirits directly impacted the Venerable Soul Eater's soul. Damn it, you damned fellas. How dare you attack my soul? Do you not want to live anymore? You lowly and pitiful fellas, go to hell, go to hell. The Venerable Soul Eater was in extreme pain at this moment. He felt that his soul flame was being attacked fiercely, as if his soul was going to be destroyed in the next moment. The pain was unbearable for him. However, how dare these lowly vengeful spirits cause such an impact to the great him? He had to die, he had to die. If he let his soul flame erupt with power, these pitiful vengeful spirits would be destroyed in an instant. However, at this moment, his soul power was directly suppressed by Su Yan. Dark reincarnation? Death explosion? Humph, it's useless. You can't defeat me, you evil and corrupt thing. Su Yan's cold voice sounded ruthlessly, and then a huge force came crashing down. Such a terrifying force was simply going to destroy everything. The venerable Soul Eater felt that he could no longer bear it, because at this moment, his bones that were emitting a white jade-like light began to shatter. The terrifying impact caused his entire body to tremble. At this moment, he suddenly realized that perhaps his life was finally coming to an end. Damn it, you damned fella, you want to kill me? How is this possible? How can I let you kill me? However, he was definitely not the kind of person who could accept death quietly. His life was above everything else, and anyone who threatened his life would have to die. The soul fire suddenly flew out of his skull. Then, the soul fire actually split into 6 and scattered around him. When the 6 soul flames scattered, his aura immediately changed. Damn fella, even if I'm going to die, I'll drag you down with me. Ha ha ha, die with me. I'll let you know what the ultimate pain in this world is. The venerable Soul Eater laughed maniacally. At this moment, he seemed to have made up his mind to drag Su Yan down with him. However, at this moment, Su Yan's face was still extremely cold. He did not care about the crazy action at all, and only stretched out his left hand. On his left hand, a black aura surged. The terrifying power condensed into a small black hole. This move was what Su Yan had used when he broke the formation earlier. Of course, the move that he used in his current state was much more powerful than before. Even the venerable Soul Eater felt terrified. He really could not understand why this fella had so many trump cards. At this moment, he was already regretting it. If he had known that this fellow was so abnormal, he would not have provoked him so early. At this moment, the black light on his left finger became more and more intense, and in the end, it turned into an extremely complicated inscription. The inscription was like a vine that slowly wrapped around Su Yan's left hand. At this moment, in the eyes of the venerable Soul Eater, Su Yan had turned into a terrifying demon god. At this moment, the demon god suddenly disappeared from where he was, and in the next moment, his body was already charging towards the venerable Soul Eater. Damn it, you damned fool! Are you really not afraid of death? If that's the case, then let's die together. I'll let you understand what true despair is. At this moment, the venerable Soul Eater's spiritual flames suddenly began to surge, and powerful energy was directly dispersed. At this moment, he chose to self-destruct. Su Yan's speed did not decrease in the slightest. To be more precise, his speed became even faster. At this moment, he had already charged in front of the venerable Soul Eater, and his fingertips suddenly touched the venerable Soul Eater's body. At this moment, the venerable Soul Eater only felt that his skeletal body had suffered an extremely severe blow. After such a blow, his skeletal body that was harder than a famed sword, no, perhaps even a sacred sword, actually shattered bit by bit. This was an inconceivable thing, but it was happening right in front of his eyes. When everything was completely shattered, he knew that he was finished. Die. The spiritual flames were finally completely shattered. This was the crystallization of his long life, fusing with his extremely powerful and terrifying power. At this moment, he finally shattered this terrifying power with his own hands. Su Yan frowned. At this moment, the golden light and blood-red light on his body flickered at the same time. Combined with the complicated inscriptions on his left hand, they directly enveloped his body. Invincible Golden Body. The Invincible Golden Body was a cultivation method of the Pagoda sect. However, when Su Yan was in this state, he was able to combine the 3 paths together. When these 3 forces fused with each other, the Qi of the Supreme began to circulate. Something strange happened. These 3 forces did not directly fight against each other. Instead, they quietly fused with each other. In the end, a brand new armor that was a combination of gold, crimson, and black was directly born. This armor was so mighty. In addition to the crimson wings on Su Yan's back and the faintly visible flames around him, it made him truly look like a celestial god. The power of the spiritual flames explosion continued to impact his body, but Su Yan ignored it. Chapter 574. Humph, you're still trying to cause trouble at a time like this? Su Yan seemed to have expected such a situation to happen. At that moment, the wings on his back suddenly vibrated and he appeared in front of Xiangju in the next moment. Even he himself was stunned because he had never thought that his speed could actually rise to such a level. It was simply terrifying. That light was one of the 6 spiritual flames of Venerable Soul Eater. Venerable Soul Eater had finally come back to life, so how could he really give up hope of survival? Even if he was in a desperate situation under Su Yan's coercion, an existence like him wouldn't be so generous as to choose to perish together with Su Yan. Su Yan had already expected all of this. And this spiritual flame was this guy's trump card. Xiangju might not be dead yet, but even if he was still breathing, his life was already in danger. Venerable Soul Eater's skeletal body had been completely shattered by Su Yan's punch. Therefore, if he wanted to reoccupy his body at this time, this was the best choice. Unfortunately, Su Yan had already expected everything, so when he descended, Su Yan's power suddenly erupted and blocked in front of him. Damn it! Endless resentment was transmitted from the spiritual flame, and then the spiritual flame once again erupted with extremely dazzling energy. Self-destruction. At that moment, Venerable Soul Eater actually chose to self-destruct. Su Yan could naturally dodge such a self-destruction because he already knew how fast he could be. However, Su Yan didn't do so because he knew very well that if he chose to dodge at this time, Xiangju wouldn't be able to survive no matter what. Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier. Su Yan directly summoned the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier. With the support of his powerful power, the 2 dragon souls of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier erupted with extremely terrifying power, and then they directly pounced on the spiritual flame. Ah! Amidst the anguished wails, the power that didn't even have time to self-destruct was devoured by the 2 dragon souls of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier. However, Su Yan, who had resolved all of this, did not have the slightest expression of joy. His gaze was fixed in front of him. This was because he clearly saw a beam of light directly breaking through this illusory world and leaving towards the outside world. You let him escape in the end? What a cunning thing. Not enough. You were able to escape this time, but you won't be so lucky next time. It must be said that Exalted Soul Devourer was truly cunning. Previously, his 6 soul flames had not completely self-destructed. Only 4 of them had exploded. Of course, the power of these 4 soul flames was also very strong, but he had already expected that this terrifying explosion would not be able to kill Su Yan directly. Therefore, one of his spirit flames directly rushed towards Xiangju. He was betting that Su Yan would definitely choose to save Xiangju because this was what he believed to be the deep-rooted bad habit of humans. It was obvious that although he did not expect Su Yan to be unscathed under the explosion of the 4 soul flames, he had made the right bet in the end. Su Yan really chose to save Xiangju. Since that was the case, he had a chance to escape. The last soul flame directly flew into the sky and disappeared into the large formation. At this moment, Exalted Soul Devourer was extremely furious, but he was also extremely terrified. It was inevitable that he would be furious. The power that he had accumulated with great difficulty was gone at this moment. Not only that, but even his skeletal body was directly shattered by Su Yan. One had to know that he viewed his skeletal body as extremely important. It was a necessary condition for his complete resurrection and to become stronger. However, at this moment, Su Yan's punch completely shattered and destroyed it. In fact, in order to escape, he even used the method of a gecko cutting off its tail and detonated 5/6 of his soul flame. Although the true power of the 5/6 of the soul flame was not comparable to the one that he had escaped with, it was still a soul flame. After all, it was the soul flame, which was the essence and origin of one's soul. Once it was damaged, it would be too difficult to repair it. Of course, he was also extremely afraid of the power that Su Yan had displayed at the end. This was because at the last moment, Su Yan had completely crushed him. He could not see any hope of defeating Su Yan at all. Even terrifying methods like dark reincarnation and death explosion were directly reversed by Su Yan. This meant that Su Yan was not human at all, but a monster. What was he in front of such a monster? At this moment, Su Yan naturally did not know what he was thinking. Moreover, even if he knew, Su Yan would not care. At this moment, he was extremely exhausted. He was extremely ferocious in this battle. However, the power that exceeded his body's limits was undoubtedly an extremely huge burden on his body. Nevertheless, he had no choice. Of course, he did not disperse the power immediately. Instead, he looked at Xiangju. He's still alive. He didn't die immediately. This was Su Yan's judgment. Then, he directly stretched out his palm and a force directly covered Xiangju's body. When the light landed on Xiangju's body, his wounds immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, he was too severely injured after all. The Venerable Soul Eater's attack had directly pierced Xiangju's heart. Fortunately, the Venerable Soul Eater did not choose to kill Xiangju directly, so Xiangju was still alive. Su Yan relied on his immense power to perform the Cloudy Mist skill and completely treated Xiangju's external injuries. However, it was far from enough. Well, you saved me after all. I, Su Yan, will not owe you a favor. Previously, if it was not for Xiangju's flame palm, Su Yan would have been killed by the Venerable Soul Eater before the power of the demonic dragon's blood could be unleashed. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that Xiangju had saved Su Yan's life. Su Yan's mind moved, and then a pill flew out from his red parting sword case. The pill was extremely precious. Its name was the Spirit Intensifying Pill, and it was given to him by the Shui family's great ancestor. He, I'll let you have it. Su Yan stuffed the Spirit Intensifying Pill into Xiangju's mouth. Subsequently, the state of his body gradually began to fade. An irresistible wave of exhaustion and weakness attacked him directly. Su Yan took advantage of his last conscious moment to take out a handful of pills and stuff them into his mouth. The world should be about to collapse. However, Su Yan was not worried. The few monsters in the square seal would protect Su Yan. Once he encountered any danger, they would appear directly and would not let Su Yan die directly. The great formation was gradually collapsing. At this moment, Xiangju suddenly opened his eyes. It had to be said that the spirit-intensifying pill given to him by the Shui family's great ancestor was really a god-level pill. In such a short time, Xiangju had actually regained consciousness. At this moment, Xiangju only felt that his mind was a little messy, but soon, his image froze at the last second before he lost consciousness. He remembered that he should be dead, or rather, about to die. However, why was he in such a good state now? Did he feel relaxed all over? He even felt that the spirit qi in his body had expanded, and he was about to break through. Could it be that people feel so good after dying? This was Xiangju's first thought, but he soon saw Su Yan beside him. Then, he immediately dismissed the thought that he was dead. He checked his pulse. His pulse was very strong, and his heart was also beating very strongly. In that case, he was not dead yet. Could it be that Su Yan killed that guy? He was truly terrified by the exalted soul devourer's final burst of power. Before him, his all-out attack was like child's play. This kind of power was even more terrifying than the powerful elders in the sect. At that time, he already felt that he was doomed. In any case, it was a good thing that he had been resurrected. There was hope as long as he was alive. No one else appeared in this place, and the Venerable Soul Eater had disappeared. From the looks of it, there was no mistake. It was Su Yan who had defeated that guy. At this moment, he looked at Su Yan with a very complicated gaze. After all, this guy had robbed him of many treasures. Whether it was the fire dragon's tooth, the flame tree sapling, or the scarlet ruby, they were all extremely precious. Especially the jade pendant, which was a gift from his brother, Xiang Yunfei. This jade pendant was the fire god's jade. After wearing it, cultivating the power of fire would be twice the result with half the effort. However, all of these treasures had been snatched away by Su Yan. However, thinking about it from another perspective, it seemed that he had courted death and lost to the other party. Thinking about it this way, Su Yan did not seem so detestable. Moreover, he had saved him twice. No, it should be 3 times. In any case, this fellow said that he wouldn't charge anything this time. Furthermore, my condition is surprisingly good. I don't know what kind of miraculous elixir this fellow gave me. However, this illusory world seems to be collapsing. Is this the destruction of the array formation? I wonder how my brother and Wang Baichuan are doing. Xiang Ju directly carried Su Yan's body and walked out of this world that was about to collapse. At this moment, Hua Yunlong's brows were furrowed. Did one of the arrays collapse? That's really fast, but it doesn't matter. All I need is your blood. Chapter 575. At this time, everyone in the Great Array had almost finished their battle. Wang Baichuan slowly put away his Star Sea sword. His gaze was still extremely calm. But in fact, this battle was actually very dangerous. Just a little bit, maybe just a little bit, and the one who died this time would have been him. However, he survived in the end. He directly killed the demon, but soon frowned. Because at this moment, he suddenly realized that his blood was slowly disappearing. Borrowing blood? Is he trying to revive that demon king? So what if he's revived? I'll just kill him and end everything. Seeing the formation slowly disappear, the virtual world also disappeared. He did not panic at all. At the same time, Feng Yuhai also sighed helplessly. I really didn't expect to bleed in the end. This damn formation, cough, is really quite powerful. This time, Feng Yuhai used all of his power to directly kill this devil. However, the demon was not fighting for his victory at all. Instead, it was fighting to obtain his blood. Under such a premise, it was very difficult for him to come out unscathed. I think Wang Baichuan and Xiang Yunfei's battle should be over by now. Hua Yunlong is really a troublesome guy. He's clearly so old, but he still suppresses his cultivation. That arrogant idiot probably wants to devour the Demon King and cultivate the demon-devouring Heart Sutra. Those from the demon sect are all lunatics. While he was speaking, this world had already dissipated. In the world where Hua Yunfei was, all the glaciers disappeared, and the demon's body was torn into pieces. Under Xiang Yunfei's domineering power, such a demon could only die. However, before the demon died, it risked its own self-destruction and finally injured Xiang Yunfei slightly. Therefore, its blood naturally floated into the air and was collected. Xiang Yunfei liked this feeling very much. The array was destroyed, and everyone reappeared on the mountain peak. Big brother, are you alright? Xiang Ju directly threw Su Yan to the ground and then ran in front of Xiang Yunfei. Xiang Yunfei was surprised to see his younger brother running and jumping around. Because he had felt the terror of this array formation, but he did not expect Xiang Ju to be even more relaxed than him. Feeling her brother's gaze, Xiang Ju shook her head in embarrassment and directly said, "Actually, this time, I should have died, but Su Yan saved me." Xiang Ju continued, "That damned skeleton appeared again, and he killed senior brother Du Yu." Speaking of this, he could not hide his sadness. Senior apprentice brother Du Yu died just like that, and he passed the blazing Qilin saber to Xiang Yunfei. Xiang Yunfei did not accept the saber. In the end, he gently shook his head and said, "For us cultivators, life and death are normal. Don't mind it too much." At this time, Xiang Yunfei looked at Wang Baichuan and said, "Your noble sect Su Yan saved my younger brother again. I, Xiang Yunfei, will remember this kindness." At this time, Wang Baichuan shook his head and said, "You don't have to say this to me. This kid is not on the same side as us." Wang Baichuan was a disciple of the Wang family, but Su Yan was from the Shui family. Naturally, the two of them were not on the same side. Xiang Yunfei nodded and said, "Yes, that's true. Xiang Ju, take care of him first. The enemy is coming." Xiang Ju nodded. Although he directly threw Su Yan to the ground, he would still protect Su Yan's life. However, just as he was about to walk over, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. "No need. I won't die yet. Take care of yourself." Su Yan stood up. Before he fainted, the pills that were stuffed into his mouth played a huge role. Coupled with his almost abnormal recovery power, he finally recovered. Seeing that Su Yan had recovered, Xiang Yunfei's eyes showed a bit of appreciation. Feng Yuhai looked at Su Yan with a strange gaze. This was because he realized that Su Yan's cultivation had broken through again. At this time, he was already at the Two-Dragon Realm. Realm itself did not mean anything, but if he remembered correctly, Wang Baichuan was only at the One-Dragon Realm when he fought with him last time. How long had it been? Could it be that cultivation had become so easy? Just thinking about it made him feel very sad. Of course, when he was only at the One-Dragon Realm, he could fight with Wang Baichuan to such an extent. Who knew how terrifying his combat strength would be after becoming a Two-Dragon Realm cultivator? It's great that junior brother Su Yan is safe and sound. I was worried about your safety before. You are the hope of our Taihang sword faction. If anything happened to you, I'm afraid the Shui family's great ancestor would be furious." Su Yan just nodded and ignored the other party. He only said, "My strength is low, so I naturally can't compare to senior brother Feng Yuhai. I can deal with everything calmly." Feng Yuhai smiled faintly and did not say anything else. At this moment, Wang Baichuan directly said, "Come out. Didn't you already get our blood? Why are you still hiding like a turtle?" Wang Baichuan's voice resounded throughout the empty valley. At this moment, Hua Yunlong directly walked out step by step. Then, he shook his head and said, "Huh, you're really amazing. You actually came out of the formation so easily. But don't be anxious, we still have to wait for some guests. Ah, catch me, hurry up and catch me." Just as Hua Yunlong's voice fell, an extremely shrill voice suddenly came from the sky. Su Yan looked up and immediately saw the figure clearly. This guy was actually Meng Yang. The way he appeared was really strange. At this moment, Meng Yang obviously also saw Su Yan. He continued to scream, "Ah, brother Su Yan, you must catch me." Pfft! A muffled sound stopped him from screaming. Meng Yang directly smashed a pit on the ground. Of course, this pit was also very visible. It was a big word. Looking at this scene, Su Yan seemed to feel some pain in his body. Su Yan walked to the pit and then looked at Meng Yang and asked, "Brother Meng Yang, what are you doing?" Meng Yang finally raised his head, then spat out some soil from his mouth and finally said, "Aren't I looking for you, brother Su Yan? But I didn't expect that as soon as I entered the formation, that *T***D***MN, that bastard who presided over the formation that had been extinct for thousands of years, who was raped by a chimpanzee, actually arranged for me to be in a world with a sky." He crawled out a little again and continued, "The heavens are pitiful. I hate the sky the most. Damn it, if I see that guy, I'll definitely beat the shit out of him. I'll definitely do that, and I'll really beat the shit out of him." At this time, no one spoke. Everyone's eyes fell on this guy. This was really a strange person. However, what he said seemed to be very good. However, the other party was Hua Yunlong, the son of the three demons. At this time, Xiang Ju walked to the side of Meng Yang and said very solemnly, "Brother, the Vbulsh *t, d *mn, that bastard who presided over the formation that had been extinct for thousands of years, who was raped by a chimpanzee, is him. If you really want to do that, please do it directly. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you well. At this time, Meng Yang had already gotten up. He looked in the direction that Xiang Ju was pointing at. This time, his expression immediately changed. One of the three demons, Hua Yunlong. Su Yan could clearly see that the corners of this guy's mouth were twitching. Of course, Hua Yunlong's expression was definitely not good at this time. He really had never tried to quietly listen to a person insult him like this. Moreover, this guy seemed to be very rhyming. Bah! Hua Yunlong spat and interrupted his shameful thoughts. At this time, he was extremely angry, and his eyes were extremely gloomy. Then, he said directly, "Hee, I'll remember your words. If I didn't hear wrongly, you're called Meng Yang, right? The rogue cultivator Meng Yang. Hee, you're really famous." At this time, Meng Yang suddenly shuddered. He seemed to have said something that he shouldn't have, and unfortunately, his words were heard by the person in question. This was not a good thing. After all, he was just a rogue cultivator. However, at this time, Suya directly said, "Brother Meng Yang, why are you afraid of him? You're the one who's going to beat the shit out of him." As soon as Su Yan's voice fell, Xiang Ju also directly said, that's right, all of us will support you." "Big brother, I'm right, right?" Xiang Ju asked Xiang Yunfei shamelessly. Xiang Yunfei's face was expressionless as he directly nodded. At this time, Feng Yuhai also interrupted, "Brother Meng Yang, don't worry, senior brother Bai Chuan, and the Taihang sword faction will support you. If you want to do it, you can do it now." Meng Yang's expression changed again and again. At this time, he just wanted to cry. What's wrong with this world? Can't you even say a few bad words behind someone's back? Of course, everyone ignored Meng Yang's expression because they all realized something at this time. Although Meng Yang fell from the sky in a very sorry state, and the things he did seemed to be very unreasonable, Meng Yang was still in a very bad state. However, one thing could not be hidden, and that was that he was not injured at all. Chapter 576. At this moment, everyone's gaze landed on Meng Yang. Meng Yang suddenly sighed, then brushed the dirt off his body. His gaze finally landed on Hua Yunlong, then he took a deep breath, "Hey!" The moment he opened his mouth, everyone was even more shocked. They were all looking forward to seeing what he would do. "Stop looking, I'm talking about you. Don't think that you can pretend to be young just because you look clean. Do you think I don't know you? I heard that you reached the Five Dragons realm 5 years ago, but why are you still at the Five Dragons realm now? Do you know how to do some dirty things after eating every day? Demon devouring heart sutra? I think it's the rice bucket heart sutra. You want to devour demons? Why don't you take a rock and chew on it?" At this moment, the King of Nightmares' combat power was directly displayed in front of everyone. His ability to scold people was really terrifying. In just a short while, who knew how many words that no one had ever heard of came out of his mouth. As the target of the scolding, Hua Yunfei's face was already like a zombie's. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. This damned guy, what exactly was he trying to say? My cultivation hasn't improved in 5 years? I'm suppressing my cultivation. Doesn't this guy know that I'm suppressing my cultivation? Doesn't this guy know what it means to be well prepared? At this moment, he really wanted to beat the shit out of Meng Yang. Shut up. You've insulted the crown prince, your crime is punishable by death. No one will be able to save you in the next few days. At this moment, a loud roar was heard. The person who spoke was obviously not Hua Yunlong, but his loyal subordinate, the person whose cultivation had almost reached the Three Dragons realm. However, before he could finish his sentence, Meng Yang directly pointed his spear at him. I'll shut up just because you asked me to. Where am I supposed to put my face? Who do you think you are? I'm talking to your master. Why are you barking, you wild dog? Don't tell me you want your master. Finally, in front of Meng Yang's incessant speech, this expert could no longer bear it. He didn't even ask for permission from Hua Yunlong. Instead, he let out an angry roar and charged towards Meng Yang. He suddenly made a move. His violent power erupted, and a black mark smashed towards Meng Yang's chest. Devil Soul Seal. You damned bastard. Die. Amidst the furious roar, the powerful seal grew larger. However, as they watched the imprint come and go, no one made a move. Everyone's eyes fell on Meng Yang. They all wanted to know what kind of powerful means Meng Yang had. He was definitely not a simple person. This could be seen from his appearance earlier. Of course, he knew quite a lot of things. Although his words were unpleasant to the ears, a lot of information could be gleaned from them. Even they didn't know this information. For example, Hua Yunlong suppressed his cultivation for 5 years. All of these showed that he was extraordinary. At this moment, Meng Yang suddenly sneered and said disdainfully, Devil Soul Seal? One of the top 10 devil techniques of the devil sect? I really didn't expect that a small fry like you could cultivate such a technique. It seems that your master treats you well. His cold tone and disdainful gaze made even the devil sect expert who had made the move feel nervous. How would this guy deal with it? Was this guy really a peerless expert? But no matter what, he couldn't let his guard down. Once there was an unexpected situation, he had to respond immediately. At this moment, Meng Yang moved. Brother Su Yan, save me. He had indeed moved, but his entire body was fleeing backwards at an inconceivable speed. This speed was so fast that even the Devil Soul Seal couldn't catch up to him. Su Yan, Xiang Ju, Hua Yunlong subordinates, he actually fled. Why did this guy run away? What happened to the demeanor of an expert? Could it be that everything he showed before was fake? How could this guy be so shameless? Bring out your courage. Come and fight with me for 300 rounds. How could you be so cowardly at this moment? He only felt that he didn't feel good. After a while, the King of Nightmares had disappeared. This Devil Soul Seal suddenly smashed down. Su Yan finally sighed, and in the end, he directly attacked. He directly punched out with incomparable decisiveness. A light punch directly smashed the Devil Soul imprint into pieces. At this moment, everyone's eyes lit up. Because Su Yan's punch was too decisive. It was unexpectedly powerful. Wang Baichuan's eyebrows twitched, and his whole person showed a strong interest. He had already seen that Su Yan was more powerful than last time. Maybe I should use all my strength to fight this guy again. He had always been a battle-crazed person. Although it was a draw last time, it was because he suppressed many of his techniques and didn't use them. However, he immediately saw how powerful Su Yan was now. For Su Yan to be able to defeat this attack so easily, it could be seen. Xiang Yunfei nodded and said, not bad. Although it was only 2 words, Xiang Ju knew that this was already an extremely difficult matter. One had to know that his brother was the reincarnation of the fire god. In the entire Blazing Flame sect, there were not many people who could be praised as not bad by him. Unexpectedly, Hua Yunfei paused for a moment and said again, very strong. At this moment, Xiang Ju was extremely envious. Even he had never received such praise from his brother. As the person involved, Su Yan didn't take this matter to heart. He just looked ahead and said to Hua Yunlong, you should know how strong the devil race is. Moreover, it's a demon king. If you revive him, I'm afraid it will cause endless trouble. After all, you're only from the devil sect, not the devil race. After Su Yan said that, everyone's thoughts finally returned. Previously, the appearance of Meng Yang had directly messed up their thoughts. Now, it was finally time to set things right. Hua Yunlong smiled disdainfully and said, "How can ants like you understand my thoughts? The Engulfing Heart Sutra is the most powerful cultivation technique. A mere devil race is nothing but food in front of me. So what if it's a demon king? I'll still devour him. He'll only become the motivation for my cultivation technique. However, it seems that I'm still lacking some blood." Just as he finished speaking, miserable screams suddenly sounded. Clearly, many people didn't manage to come out of the formation alive and left their lives in it. Of course, there were also some people who walked out. These people were mostly experts from the Blazing Flame sect and the Taishang Sword sect. At this moment, they saw Wang Baichuan and Xiang Yunfei. Naturally, they were overjoyed and directly approached the main group. At this moment, Hua Yunlong laughed sinisterly. "Fresh blood, what beautiful fresh blood. Do you feel it? This demon king is already excited. The fresh blood of so many experts is enough to wake him up. I'll also directly devour this living demon king." Ha ha ha. Hua Yunlong's laughter made everyone's expression turn ugly. Although some people didn't know what was going on, they could guess from everyone's expression that it was definitely not a good thing. The fresh blood had gradually condensed and finally formed a ball. Then, under Hua Yunlong's control, the fresh blood flew into the sky and flew towards the huge demon king's body. At this moment, the demon king's body began to tremble. This scene was really strange and frightening. The white thing on the demon king's chest bloomed with a bright light at this moment, as if it wanted to suppress the demon king. However, at this moment, the fresh blood had become a catalyst and was then slowly devoured by the demon king. The white light had become dimmer and dimmer. During this process, many devil sect disciples had quietly appeared in front of Hua Yunlong. Just based on the number of people, the devil sect disciples were 10 times more than the righteous faction disciples. Those who were able to survive until now and stand here were all experts. Wang Baichuan, Xiang Yunfei, and the others were top-notch existences. However, they were injured after all. Facing so many experts from the devil sect, no one was afraid, but it was definitely not easy. Moreover, there was still the most powerful person here, Hua Yunlong. This was a terrifying existence who had suppressed his cultivation for 5 years. No one knew how terrifying his strength was. Su Yan's scorching sun sword appeared in his hand. Then, he said softly, "Everyone, we must stop him. We absolutely can't let him mess around. Therefore, at this time, we should work together." Xiang Yunfei nodded and said, "I agree. Leave Hua Yunlong to me and Wang Baichuan. You guys deal with the others as soon as possible." No matter what, he and Wang Baichuan were the strongest people here. At the very least, Su Yan and Feng Yuhai would not object to this. After all, their cultivation bases were the highest. One had to know that at this moment, Wang Baichuan had reached the 5 dragons realm. Su Yan's cultivation progress was indeed terrifying, but he was even more terrifying. At this moment, the Devil Sect's 3 dragons peak expert who had attacked earlier sneered, "Humph, you guys, how can I let you meet the Crown Prince? All of you will die in my hands." Chapter 577. Everyone was astonished. What is this guy doing? Didn't he not finish speaking yet? Why did he suddenly fly out? However, everyone soon understood the reason. Because at this moment, a person appeared behind him. This person was carrying a huge tree branch, and then made a very dazzling move. Obviously, this guy flew out because of this person. Everyone also saw him clearly. This guy was none other than Meng Yang, who had run away like a rabbit earlier. He was indeed not a simple character. He was actually able to appear behind that person silently and then sneak attack Chen Gong. One had to know that when he made his move, even Su Yan and the others did not see when he appeared behind that person. Su Yan's eyes twitched. How interesting. Su Yan did not see it clearly earlier, but he sensed it. Meng Yang had actually escaped directly from the soil. Then, with a sweep of the tree branch, he had immediately sent that guy flying. This was more like a kind of earth escape technique. Ha ha ha, I told you not to be too arrogant. Look, now something has happened. Sigh. Meng Yang was still talking. At that moment, the disciples of the Devil's sect had already reacted and directly attacked Meng Yang. The unlucky guy who had been hit by Meng Yang's stick finally came back to his senses. Give me. Kill him. It's him. His loud and boorish voice continued to echo. Su Yan shook his head and then said, the two of you should just attack. Let's not waste any more time. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Su Yan directly activated his sword chi. In the next moment, thousands of white pear flowers appeared. The moment the pear flowers appeared, the eyes of those disciples of the Devil's sect were filled with confusion. Get out of the way. At that moment, a voice was heard. After hearing this voice, the disciples of the Devil's sect immediately changed their expressions and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. In just a short while, who knew how many people had died under the endless petals of the flower? Harvesting life was never a difficult task. At this time, Su Yan was holding the scorching sun sword in his hand. He had already transformed into a killing god. At this moment, Xiang Ju wasn't willing to fall behind. He held the blazing Qilin saber and started a slaughter. He'd already made up his mind to kill the Devil's sect. As for the other disciples, they no longer held back, and the slaughter began. Wang Baichuan and Xiang Yunfei didn't pay attention to the crowd. Their bodies simultaneously erupted with extremely terrifying auras. Then, they immediately soared into the air and rushed towards Hua Yunlong. Hua Yunlong dragged the blood with his empty hand. He was about to let the blood pass through the barrier of the white light and let the devil devour it. When he saw Xiang Yunfei and Wang Baichuan charging towards him, he did not panic at all. Instead, he said calmly, all right, let me see how strong you guys are as the strongest youths in the Taihang sword faction and Fierce Flame sect. This sentence was as if he was giving pointers to the younger generation. However, no matter if it was Xiang Yunfei or Wang Baichuan, they wouldn't have any other thoughts just because of those words. That was because the person in front of them was indeed qualified to say those words. His strength was simply too great. Although Meng Yang said that it was useless for the 5 dragons of the Dragon Realm to remain at the Dragon Realm for 5 years, in reality, they understood how terrifying it would be to do so. As the saying goes, good preparation is the key to success. Hua Yunlong was originally a genius of the Devil's sect. At this moment, he had forcefully suppressed his cultivation for 5 years. In these 5 years, he naturally couldn't be a freeloader like Meng Yang said. On the contrary, he had been accumulating and cultivating for these 5 years. Therefore, even if Xiang Yunfei and Wang Baichuan joined forces, he wasn't afraid at all. He held the blood with one hand and faced the 2 top youths. However, at this moment, an unforeseen event happened. A huge tree branch flew up, which made Hua Yunlong's eyelids twitch. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and slashed down with his hand. The hand blade flew out and immediately cut off the branch. At this moment, a voice that would make him angry was heard. Ha ha ha, old man, your reaction isn't bad. You better not die, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Below, Meng Yang had his hands on his hips and was laughing loudly. Whether it was Wang Baichuan or Xiang Yunfei, both of their eyebrows were twitching at this moment. Towards this Meng Yang who had suddenly appeared, both of them were speechless. At this moment, the atmosphere was clearly so heavy, but why did he have to come out and cause trouble? This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. Didn't you say that you were going to beat the shit out of Hua Yunlong? Then why didn't you come up yourself? Both of them were depressed, but Meng Yang didn't care at all. He let out a strange cry and then said directly, Brother Su Yan, I'm here to help you. At this moment, he flew directly towards Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan was in the middle of a killing spree. He didn't care about these disciples of the devil's sect at all, so how could they be in danger? At this time, Meng Yang came directly, obviously with his own ideas. Sure enough, after Meng Yang arrived beside Su Yan, he sat down directly. Then, he took out a braised pork shoulder from somewhere and began to eat. It's still safer to stay beside Brother Su Yan. It's really tiring. By the way, Brother Su Yan, do you want to eat some? If you want to eat, don't be shy. As he spoke, he took out another braised pork shoulder. However, Su Yan didn't answer. He directly took a bite on the other braised pork shoulder. At this moment, Su Yan's heart collapsed. Didn't you say that you were going to treat me? However, at this time, the enemy was in front of Su Yan, so he didn't want to argue with such a joker. He just said, "No need, Brother Meng Yang, you should enjoy it yourself." Su Yan really didn't want to stay with this guy, so he directly moved around with the sword light. To the current Su Yan, killing someone with every 10 steps was the best adjective to describe the current situation. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes directly burst out with an extremely strong light, and the sword chi was incomparably awe-inspiring. At this moment, suddenly, a thought directly descended. After this thought descended, it directly locked onto Su Yan. "Su Yan, I'm here to kill you." Su Yan was naturally familiar with this voice. It was the Devil Sect's ghost-killing hall, Rosen. At this time, Xiang Ju also saw Rosen. His eyes were scarlet red. This was because the skeleton that killed Senior Brother Du was released by this guy in front of him. He owed Senior Brother Du a life, so he had to make him pay the price. "Damn thing, I'll kill you." The blazing Qilin saber in his hand directly erupted with a resplendent and terrifying light. That was Xiang Ju's endless anger. Seeing that Rosen was accepted by someone, Su Yan no longer paid attention to him. His gaze directly looked at Hua Yunlong. At this time, Wang Baichuan and Xiang Yunfei tried their best to stop Hua Yunlong, but they were helpless. A shield actually appeared in front of him. Even Xiang Yunfei and Wang Baichuan found it extremely difficult to break this shield. At this time, some of the blood had already entered the huge Demon King's body. The white light that was suppressing the Demon King had already dimmed. Clearly, if the blood was completely absorbed by the Demon King after a while, this white light could no longer be suppressed. No, time is of the essence. This can't go on. Su Yan directly soared into the air. His left hand directly released an extremely terrifying power. Of course, at this time, he also directly activated the solar-colored glaze sword scripture, activating the flame power within. The powerful flame power covered his left hand, covering the powerful demonic chi. At this moment, he directly flew towards the shield and shouted at the same time, "I'll break the shield." His body directly turned into a stream of light, and then his left hand condensed into a palm blade and suddenly bombarded the shield. The moment Su Yan's palm touched the shield, a light immediately burst out. It was the light of dark lightning. After the light appeared, it directly counterattacked Su Yan, wanting to kill Su Yan directly. However, the powerful demonic chi and blazing flames erupted at the same time, immediately dissolving the dark lightning. At the same time, an extremely powerful force directly pierced into the shield. At this moment, the powerful shield immediately made a sound, which was like the sound of glass shattering. Wang Baichuan and Xiang Yunfei looked at each other. Of course, they knew what this meant. This meant that this shield was really broken. It should be known that even if the two of them joined forces, it would not be so easy to break this shield. However, Su Yan's attack directly broke the defense of this shield. I just happen to have the means to break the shield boundary. Quick, the blood is about to be completely absorbed. Su Yan directly shouted. Wang Baichuan and Xiang Yunfei did not hesitate at all. Wang Baichuan's starry sea sacred sword directly burst out bright starlight. Starry Sea Ultimate Slash. The bright starlight finally condensed into a huge sword blade. On the sword blade, there was an extremely terrifying power. This power was so strong that even Su Yan was shocked when he saw it. In the battle that day, this guy really did not erupt with his most powerful strength. If he had used this move at that time, he was afraid that if he did not use his abnormal strength, he would have lost without a doubt. There would not have been a chance for a tie at all. Chapter 578. Just as he drew his sword, Xiang Yunfei made his move as well. Su Yan had seen Wang Baichuan make a move before, so he did not doubt his strength. However, this was the first time he saw Xiang Yunfei make a move. Su Yan had long been curious about Xiang Yunfei's aura. After all, he was the person who defeated Wang Baichuan. Moreover, although Xiang Ju looked very unreliable, his strength was unquestionable. However, Su Yan could see that Xiang Ju was blindly worshipping his brother. At that moment, Su Yan immediately felt immense pressure when Xiang Yunfei made his move. That extremely terrifying aura rose directly into the sky. In an instant it was as if all the power in the area was constantly rolling at that moment. At that moment, the entire sky turned crimson red. Such a radiance was simply terrifying. That kind of power was astonishingly powerful. Everything in the sky began to change continuously. Be it the clouds or the wind, everything seemed to have turned into the most terrifying flames at that moment. Burning the world. These four simple words contained an incomparably powerful force. At that moment, Hua Yunfei finally frowned. According to his plan, the boundary that he had set up should be able to stop those two for a while. Such a period of time was enough for him. When the time came, as long as he was free, Xiang Yunfei and Wang Baichuan would not have much of a problem even if they joined forces. However, he did not expect Su Yan to be a complete anomaly. He had actually shattered the enchantment that he had set up. That was simply beyond his expectations. He had naturally heard of Su Yan's name. When he first learned that he and Wang Baichuan had fought to a draw, he was a little surprised, but he did not take it to heart. After all, according to the information he had, Wang Baichuan did not use any other means except for his cold state. However, from the looks of it, he had no choice but to be wary of Su Yan. Even the enchantment that he had painstakingly set up could be easily broken. How could such a person be a simple person? Of course, to him, the most important thing now was not Su Yan, but the person in front of him. Regardless of whether it was the terrifying power that erupted from the starry sacred sword or the fire that burned the world, they were both extremely terrifying. Even he would have to expend a lot of energy to deal with such power. Moreover, the target of these two damned bastards was not him, but the fresh blood that he had tried to obtain. At this moment, the blood was gathering. It was the best time to awaken the Demon King. He could not allow these two to be destroyed. Back then, the reason he had stopped advancing and suppressed his cultivation was because of today. He had been waiting for this day for too long. No matter who it was, no one could ruin his plan. Otherwise, he would use all his strength to kill that person. At this moment, all the radiance between heaven and earth had dimmed. An extremely terrifying demonic thought appeared in the sky. He looked at everyone with a cold gaze, then said directly, "You want to ruin my plan with just the few of you? Dream on. Now, I'll let you sink into the abyss of death." As he spoke, that powerful aura was released at this moment. The extremely powerful radiance kept going berserk at this moment. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have become gloomy. Thunder tribulation. Terrifying demonic chi surged as if it was going to envelop everyone. Su Yan's expression also became extremely solemn. He never thought that this guy's power would be so strong. 5 years of suppression, it was truly incredible. However, even so what? In this world, everything was just fleeting clouds. Only life and death were the real winners and losers. At this moment, Su Yan also directly rose into the sky. Then, he directly waved the sword in his hand, then coldly shouted, "Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash." Although these two people were very powerful, he could already see that Hua Yunlong's accumulation was even more terrifying. The terrifying demonic thought that he just released was probably only enough to block Wang Baichuan and Xiang Yunfei's powerful attack. Since that was the case, he would also join in. His will exploded, and then, a violent power burst out continuously at this time. This terrifying power was about to shatter his body into pieces. Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash. This was Su Yan's second time using the Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash. The Supreme Qi and the solar-colored glazed sword scripture's power were activated at the same time. The two powers combined and immediately erupted with extremely terrifying power. Whether it was Xiang Yunfei or Wang Baichuan, both of them were extremely powerful and terrifying. However, at this moment, the power that Su Yan released was actually not inferior to theirs. To a certain extent, this kind of power even surpassed theirs. This was really terrifying, and it even made people feel despair. For example, Xiang Ju was completely defeated by Su Yan's move back then. Just now, when he was 100 times stronger, he still felt that he could surpass Su Yan. As long as he worked a little harder, he would definitely be able to surpass Su Yan. However, after several encounters with Su Yan, he immediately found that Su Yan's sword finger was a freak. His cultivation speed was so fast that it could be said to be terrifying. At this moment, he had already left himself behind, becoming a person who could directly contend with his elder brother. At least from this attack, he definitely had the strength to do so. I still have to work harder. Otherwise, forget about my brother's footsteps, I can't even keep up with Su Yan's footsteps. At this moment, Xiang Ju's furious heart suddenly calmed down. Of course, this did not mean that he had given up on the idea of avenging his friend. It was just that his heart had naturally calmed down. He looked at Rosen, then smiled lightly and said, "Rosen, I want to kill you." Such calm words were as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Rosen was furious. He did not expect that a mere Xiang Ju would dare to speak to him like this. "Humph, who do you think you are? If your brother said such a thing, I would believe it, but you are really not qualified." If it was Xiang Yunfei, Rosen would naturally be extremely fearful, but facing Xiang Ju, he really did not put him in his eyes. After all, Xiang Ju was at most a character in the same realm as him. To be able to become the leader of the ghost-killing hall, he was naturally a genius. In fact, he was confident that as long as he was given enough time, he would be able to surpass even Xiang Yunfei. However, the moment he finished speaking, Xiang Ju directly slashed down with his saber. This slash was different from before. The saber light had become simple and unadorned, but its speed had become extremely terrifying. In just an instant, Rosen already felt danger. Damn it, this guy can't be breaking through at this time, right? Rosen had such a feeling for no reason. However, as the saying goes, good things do not come true while bad things come true. Just as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful dragon aura suddenly erupted from Xiang Ju's body. 4 dragons. At this moment, Xiang Ju had actually broken through to the 4 dragons realm. Rosen. Damn it. Now, it seemed that only these 2 words could express the dissatisfaction and anger in his heart. This guy was simply cheating. He was so heaven-defying. Did his parents not know? Of course, although the battle between these 2 people was terrifying, no one really paid attention to it because the battle in the sky was the real big scene. At this moment, the galaxy slash, burning the world, and the supreme sun-shattering slash were all released at the same time. The terrifying power directly drowned Hua Yunlong. Even for Shi Huayun, it was extremely difficult for him to withstand such a terrifying force. A low roar directly erupted. Demon engulfs the world. As these 4 words fell, an extremely majestic voice directly appeared in the sky. The terrifying power almost covered the sky and the sun, and then suddenly collided with the three big moves. At this moment, the battle below directly stopped. It was not that they did not want to continue fighting, but that this kind of battle was really too terrifying. The violent power almost drowned everything. All the violent attacks had turned into extremely strong whirlwinds, blowing everything away. This kind of terrifying power was simply capable of destroying one's soul. No matter who it was, they had never seen such a terrifying scene. Of course, Feng Yuhai, Meng Yang, Xiang Ju, and the others could still stand, but their opponents were directly blown away by this terrifying power. Therefore, at this moment, Rosen awkwardly realized that he seemed to be surrounded at this moment. Regardless of whether it was Meng Yang, Feng Yuhai, or Xiang Ju, none of them were on his side. The only person who could be on par with him, Hua Yunlong's subordinate, had already been defeated by Meng Yang. It seemed that at this moment, he was going to take on three people at the same time. The development of this plot seemed to be very abnormal. Feng Yuhai ignored him and continued to look at the sky. In the end, he directly jumped into the sky. At this moment, he also decided to make a move. This was because the move that Hua Yunlong had just used was so terrifying that it made his heart palpitate. This made Rosen breathe a sigh of relief. At least facing two people was better than facing three people. At this moment, Meng Yang directly said, "Brother, you should have a grudge with Rosen in this corner, right? What a coincidence, so do I. How about this, you restrain him and let me hit him? Don't worry, my method of hitting someone is definitely professional and can withstand the test." Chapter 579. Feng Yuhai unsheathed his sword. Boundless ocean. For simple words. Immediately, a shocking aura soared into the sky. Such an aura was simply terrifying. At this moment, he seemed to have become the son of the sea god. That violent power displayed an extremely terrifying majesty at this moment. This kind of power simply shook one's soul. This kind of power was really too shocking. With the addition of the boundless ocean, the power of demon engulfs the world was finally unstoppable. Hua Yunlong was sent flying. At this moment, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Ah, damn it! Even he could not withstand it at this moment. These four people were all super geniuses with outstanding talent. When the four of them joined forces at this moment, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. Hua Yunlong was sent flying and then heavily smashed into the light screen. At this moment, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His entire mind was trembling. No, impossible. How could this be? At this moment, his face was already ashen. This was because he knew that with his defeat, his many years of planning had finally come to naught. However, he was really unwilling to accept this. Everything was going so smoothly, but why did he still lose in the end? At this moment, Su Yan, Wang Baichuan, Xiang Yunfei, and Feng Yuhai surrounded Hua Yunlong. The four of them were all on guard. It was because Hua Yunlong was simply too terrifying. Although they had won the previous attack, each of them had paid a huge price. If Feng Yuhai had not joined in at the last moment and played a role like a stabilizing needle, the outcome would have been uncertain. Of course, following their victory, a raging fire appeared and immediately evaporated the remaining blood. Although there was not much blood left, it could no longer be absorbed by the Demon King. Failed. He knew that he had finally failed. Hua Yunlong, you've still failed this time. Since you've failed, then die, said Xiang Yunfei directly. Flames were already rising from his palm. This time, it was completely arranged by the Devil Sect. Whether it was the Fiery Flame Sect or the Taihang Sword faction, at least 1/3 of their disciples had died here. Therefore, Xiang Yunfei was naturally filled with anger. Even his good friend Du was dead. Hua Yunlong didn't say anything. At this point, the winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. There was nothing to say. A failure was a failure. There was no point in saying anything more. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. His subordinate, who had been unconscious, suddenly leaped into the sky and said, "No, you haven't lost yet. Crown Prince, you will always be the strongest. You will never lose. Blood, isn't it just blood?" At this moment, this guy's eyes revealed a fanatical look. In the next moment, he actually pierced his own chest with his palm. Fresh blood flowed out, and the dazzling color flew into the sky. To awaken the Demon King, fresh blood was needed. It had to be the fresh blood of a Dragon Realm fighter. Moreover, the more talented the blood, the better the effect. Therefore, Xiang Yunfei, Wang Baichuan, and the others had all become his targets. But at this moment, the fresh blood had finally dried up. Therefore, he had failed. Hua Yunlong's heart was already dead, but his subordinate was unwilling to give up. He directly flew into the sky and committed suicide. This scene caused everyone to be aghast. At this moment, a huge tree branch flew over and smashed the back of this guy's head. Meng Yang shouted, "F***ck, you went to commit suicide without my permission. Where do you want me, the king of ambushes, to put my face? Get down here." At this moment, Rosen looked at Meng Yang, who was clapping his hands, and suddenly felt a strong sense of fear towards this person. This was a terrifying person. If he could not make an enemy of this person, then he definitely would not. At this moment, he would rather fight 300 rounds with Wang Baichuan and Xiang Yunfei than appear in this guy's range. His bludgeon was really a little too overpowered. This person finally fell from the sky, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If it was not for Meng Yang's ambushes, this guy would have taken advantage of the loophole. Now, it was finally much better. However, at this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from the sky. It was also at this moment that the white radiance began to fluctuate. Ao! A low and slow sound began to sound. At this moment, everyone's hearts were alarmed. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura was transmitted. This aura descended bit by bit, but it was like a long river that bloomed with a fierce light. Demon King, this was the aura of the Demon King. At this moment, this terrifying Demon King actually woke up. To everyone, this was not good news. At this moment, Hua Yunlong suddenly stood up and looked at the sky in disbelief. The blood clearly hasn't been completely devoured. How did he wake up? He could not figure it out because according to his research, the development of this matter should not be like this at all. However, it was at this moment that something like this happened. Soon, he put down the confusion in his heart because at this moment, he was filled with ecstasy. Ha ha ha, good, this is great. Ha ha ha, it worked. For him, this was really a turn of events. He originally thought that there was no hope, but at this moment, he realized that the situation had suddenly changed. This made him feel pleasantly surprised. The Demon King has awakened. Ha ha ha, you are mine. Demon Devouring Heart Sutra, devour the Demon King alive. He flew directly into the sky, and then a huge demonic shadow suddenly appeared from his body. As soon as this terrifying demonic shadow appeared, Hua Yunlong became extremely dispirited. Obviously, this was all his strength supporting this demonic shadow. Of course, at this moment, he was still laughing. Finally, the demonic shadow appeared. Demon Devouring. These two words lingered between heaven and earth, and then the huge demonic shadow directly moved forward. Naturally, Su Yan and the others wanted to stop them. However, just as they were about to fly up into the sky, that horrifying power came crashing down on them. The four of them were suppressed and fell from the sky one after another. Such power was truly terrifying. It was even frightening. Just as everyone watched in horror, the demonic shadow had already reached the Demon King's side. Then, the demonic shadow underwent an extreme transformation, turning into a huge mouth, and was about to devour the Demon King directly. At this moment, everyone was in despair. Rosen was completely stunned. He succeeded, this guy actually succeeded. Naturally, he knew about Hua Yunlong's plan, and this time, he came to cooperate with Hua Yunlong. However, he never thought that Hua Yunlong could succeed. However, the scene in front of him was telling him that Xiang Yunlong had succeeded. He had successfully awakened the Demon King, and now there was only one step left, which was to devour the Demon King directly. The Demon Devouring Heart Sutra was a powerful cultivation method developed by the Devil sect, and it was most effective against the demon race. Moreover, Hua Yunlong had been preparing for a long time for today. Although the Demon King had awakened, it was absolutely impossible for him to resist. Therefore, Hua Yunlong had no reason to fail. If the Demon King had not awakened, then the Demon Devouring Heart Sutra would not have had a chance, and this terrifying demonic shadow would not have succeeded. In this way, Hua Yunlong, who had failed, would only have had a dead end. But now, it was different. Although he did not know the reason, the terrifying Demon King had still awakened at the last moment. The Demon Devouring Heart Sutra was directly activated after sensing the aura of the living Demon King. This powerful force was also raised to the extreme at this moment. Therefore, whether it was Xiang Yunfei, Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, or Su Yan, in front of this absolutely terrifying force, they were simply insignificant. This increase in power even caused the ruins to directly go berserk, and a terrifying storm blew again. However, at this time, it seemed that nothing could stop the demonic shadow. No, to be more precise, nothing could stop Hua Yunlong. He was about to succeed. However, at this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. The Demon King, who had only slightly opened his eyes, suddenly erupted with an extremely terrifying light. Then, his terrifying demonic claws directly slapped at the demonic shadow. This change happened too suddenly, and the demonic shadow did not even have time to react. And it was also at this moment that the Demon King directly raised the demonic shadow that Hua Yunlong had transformed into above his head. Roar! The low and deep voice from before had now become extremely resounding. The terrifying voice simply shook the heavens and the earth. Everything seemed to pale in the face of such power. At this moment, the elders guarding the periphery of the ruins all changed their expressions at the same time because they felt a power that made them tremble. This. Quick, call the sect master. At this moment, the Demon King twisted his hands and directly tore the demonic shadow apart. At this moment, Hua Yunlong had become extremely terrified. No, impossible. How can you still be conscious? This is impossible, impossible. He was in incomparable pain. He wanted to struggle, but at this moment, he could not break free at all. Then, his voice disappeared because at this moment, the Demon King actually directly threw Hua Yunlong into his mouth. Gulp. Everyone heard this sound. This sound made their hearts tremble. Chapter 580. To anyone, this was an extremely terrifying scene. At this moment, the huge Demon King gently waved its hand, causing countless amounts of blood to flow upwards and gather in the air. What was even more terrifying was that some of the people who had yet to reach the dragon realm were only injured, but the blood on their bodies also flew upwards in defiance of the heavens and towards the Demon King. How terrifying was this? It was as if it was going to pierce through one's soul. Such a terrifying scene was as if the end of the world had arrived. Go, go quickly. Someone shouted loudly. Even if they were the elites of their sects, they still felt a chill in their hearts when facing such a scene. Each of them felt that they had no hope of surviving. How terrifying and powerful was this kind of power? Between heaven and earth, everything was converging as a flickering light constantly flickered at this moment. At this moment, not to mention them, even Xiang Yunfei and the others could no longer hold on. At this moment, they immediately knew that this was a matter of life and death. If they couldn't leave this place immediately, only death would await them. It was also because of this that they directly soared into the sky and fled into the distance. Just as everyone was speeding up to leave this place, an extremely agitated voice suddenly rang out. "Ah! You idiot! You dog! Why are you targeting me?" To be able to let out such a resounding voice, needless to say, this person was definitely Meng Yang. It turned out that at this moment, the terrifying Demon King's gaze had already landed on Meng Yang. Although Meng Yang had been making a big fuss, he was mysterious and extremely powerful. In this battle, he didn't suffer any injuries at all. At this moment, his entire body directly pierced through the sky. And it was also when he shouted that the Demon King actually reached out and grabbed him. Everyone felt that it was strange. They didn't know how Meng Yang had provoked the Demon King. Of course, this was definitely a good thing for everyone. Because Meng Yang was moving away from them, Su Yan immediately thought, could it be that brother Meng Yang deliberately provoked the Demon King in order to save everyone? No one was stupid. When they thought of this, they were filled with admiration for Meng Yang. After all, it wasn't that they were afraid of death. It was just that they didn't want to die a meaningless death. The fellow in front of him was so powerful that only a venerable one could contend against it. Among them, the strongest person was only at the Five Dragons realm. Although they were all geniuses, how could they fight across so many realms? Therefore, at such a time, the wisest choice was to flee. Moreover, under such terrifying power, even if they wanted to escape, they did not have much hope. However, at this critical juncture, Meng Yang actually chose to step forward bravely. This was definitely a good thing for everyone. Everyone suddenly felt that they had let him down. At this moment, Meng Yang's heart was crumbling. In fact, he was not as great as everyone thought. He just felt that such a big guy would definitely feel good to be hit by a stick. Therefore, he found a huge piece of wood from somewhere and smashed it fiercely at the back of the Demon King's head. Of course, just as he had imagined, this feeling was really comfortable. Looking at the huge tree being destroyed, he felt as though his heart was about to fly away at this moment. However, he found that he had gotten himself into big trouble. The Demon King actually directly swallowed the demon shadow and revived. After absorbing the power of the blood, the first thing he did was to focus on himself. Tears streamed down his face. He really wanted to tell this Demon King that this was all a misunderstanding. Didn't you say that you wouldn't wake up? Didn't you say that you would be devoured by Hua Yunlong? How did things turn around all of a sudden? Hua Yunlong, you're one of the 3 demon sons of the demon sect. Can't you be more reliable? In Meng Yang's heart, he had already cursed Hua Yunlong tens of millions of times. If Hua Yunlong could hear him at this time, who knew if he would come out of the Demon King's stomach and fight it out with Meng Yang? Brother Su Yan, save me. Master, save me. Father, save me. Meng Yang's rhythmic but extremely miserable voice continued to resound through the sky. At this moment, Su Yan stopped. He sighed. In the end, he felt that he should help this guy. At least this guy called him brother. At this moment, Feng Yuhai seemed to have seen through Su Yan's plan. However, he did not say anything and just looked at Su Yan with a smile. Su Yan did not pay attention to him. He turned back and headed in the direction of Meng Yang. At this moment, Wang Baichuan blocked in front of him and said, "If you turn back, you'll only be courting death. If no venerable one makes a move, no one will be a match for this Demon King." Su Yan was surprised. He really did not expect Wang Baichuan to dissuade him. However, since he had made up his mind, he would not change it. No matter what, Meng Yang was his friend. He would never leave his friend alone. Thus, he said directly, "I, Su Yan, have never had the habit of leaving my friends behind. I'll remember your kindness, but at this time, please get out of the way." Wang Baichuan glanced at Su Yan and finally said, "Okay, Su Yan, you're indeed a character. If you can come back alive this time, I, Wang Baichuan, will make friends with you." Su Yan said, "Okay." Then, he did not look back and directly ran back. The Demon King was very fast, but Meng Yang did not show any signs of being caught up by him. This fellow was truly an anomaly, making it hard for others to fathom him. "You blind chimpanzee, you're your parents' masterpiece. To be able to mold you into such a homeless person." Meng Yang continued to curse as he fled quickly. He always felt that he was so valiant. He did not know if the Demon King understood, but Su Yan could see that the Demon King was really angry. At this moment, the Demon King roared again. Following his roar, a cyclone appeared directly around him. The violent cyclone kept spinning at this time. In the end, it finally condensed into an extremely terrifying vortex. As soon as this vortex appeared, it had a terrifying devouring power. Everything around him was moving closer to him. At this time, Meng Yang, who was frantically running away, naturally felt that something was wrong. This was because he realized that it was so difficult to drag his body at this time. It seemed that he could not even move his entire body. Then, he directly ran backward. F***ck, you stupid pig. We agreed that we would run a race, but you actually cheated me. Your whole family is going to explode. Su Yan heard Meng Yang's voice and suddenly felt a little regretful. It seemed that he had made a wrong decision to help Meng Yang instead. This guy, where did he have the slightest awareness of being in a life-and-death situation? Of course, Su Yan naturally would not tell Meng Yang this. He was not Meng Yang. He clearly knew how dangerous the situation was at this moment. Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash. At this moment, he directly took out the Scorching Sun sword and then exerted all his strength to directly burst out the Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash. Of course, Su Yan did not expect to be able to kill the Demon King with this move. No, he did not even have the thought of injuring him because he knew that the gap between him and the Demon King was too big. What he hoped was to use the power of the Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash to offset the terrifying devouring power, and at the same time, to confuse the Demon King's vision. Meng Yang, retreat! Su Yan directly roared. At this time, Meng Yang saw Su Yan's attack and immediately became very happy. He directly waved at Su Yan and then said loudly, "Ah, brother Su Yan, I can't believe that I can meet you here. What a coincidence." At this moment, Su Yan really had the thought of immediately turning around and running away. "I came specially to save you, okay? How is it a coincidence? Has this guy's head really not been squeezed by a crack in the door? Get out of here quickly." Su Yan angrily shouted again, and then he ignored Meng Yang. He had already done his best with this slash to buy time for Meng Yang. If Meng Yang did not leave and chose to court death, then there was nothing he could do. After all, no matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to stop a little expert at courting death. And also at this time, an extremely bright light shone at this time. When this light appeared, everything began to dissipate, including the Demon King's terrifying roar. Then, an extremely powerful aura directly appeared. This powerful aura directly suppressed the Demon King's aura. The Demon King, who had just awakened, no longer roared at this time. Instead, he directly stood in the air and looked at the sky in the distance. At this time, above the sky, a figure slowly walked towards this place. He walked very slowly, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. However, he walked very quickly because with every step he took, he had already crossed a distance of hundreds of meters. This was a very contradictory feeling. A venerable one, this person was definitely a powerful venerable one. They really did not expect that a venerable one would arrive so quickly. It was just that they did not know which sect this senior was from. As soon as this old man appeared, his gaze directly fell on the ground. At this time, the scene suddenly became very serious. Everyone knew that this senior was going to make a move on the Demon King. At this time, Feng Yuhai, who was standing in the distance, said directly, "Could this person be Senior Frenzied Sword?" Xiang Yunfei nodded, "It should be." Chapter 581. Everyone was stunned. This guy was too bold. It would have been fine if he didn't know how terrifying this monster was. But just a moment ago, he was being chased everywhere by this demon king. He wished he could have 2 more legs. But in the next moment, he actually swung the tree again and gave the demon king another staggering hit. This demon king was probably the most cowardly person in history. In such a short period of time, he actually took 2 staggering hits in succession. This made him feel a little stuffy. Even if there was an expert in front of him that made him feel apprehensive, he didn't have any scruples. His anger made him almost go berserk. At this moment, he directly turned around and pounced towards Meng Yang again. Seeing the demon king facing him, Meng Yang seemed to remember what fear was. He directly shouted, then directly roared, "Ah, I was wrong, sorry, sorry." While shouting, he directly fled into the distance. The demon king was definitely extremely angry towards Meng Yang, and immediately chased after him. However, before he could make a move, another loud bang was heard. Bang! In the midst of the fluttering branches, the demon king's body directly fell to the ground. Staggering hit, another staggering hit. Of course, this staggering hit was even more powerful than the previous 2. Because of this terrifying demon king, he was actually knocked to the ground by this staggering hit. How inconceivable was this? The corner of Su Yan's mouth twitched as he watched the scene in front of him. He just saw everything with his own eyes. Previously, when Meng Yang directly ran away after the staggering hit, that elegant senior directly grabbed the air, and then an incomparably thick ancient tree directly appeared in his hand. The moment the demon king turned around, he very calmly smashed down with the staggering hit. The whole process was very smooth, and incomparably skilled. This was simply shocking. No one would have thought that such a thing would actually happen. From the looks of it, this senior seems to have a deep understanding of this Tao. He seems to be very powerful. This was what everyone was thinking. Of course, as the person involved, Senior Frenzied Sword did not seem to have the slightest awareness. He only said indifferently, "What a good-for-nothing. You can't even hit a staggering blow, and you're actually being chased by such a stupid pig. How stupid." He sighed helplessly. At this moment, the corners of Su Yan's mouth twitched. He sighed in his heart, sure enough, Meng Yang is related to this senior. In the distance, Feng Yuhai, Wang Baichuan, and Xiang Yunfei were also in disbelief. "Senior Frenzied Blade, aren't you proficient in Dao techniques? Why? Did I remember wrongly? Do I have to call him Senior Ambushing Stick from now on?" Just as everyone was feeling unwell, the Demon King let out another furious roar. Then, the Demon King soared into the sky. After being hit in the back again and again, it was obvious that he was furious to the extreme. Boundless hostility was emitted from his body, and this terrifying aura drifted towards Senior Frenzied Blade. Senior Wild Blade suddenly did not care about all of this. He only said indifferently, "I thought it was something amazing, but it's just a demon king who hasn't even recovered his consciousness. Forget it, if a guy like you really recovers, you'll still be a big problem. In that case, I'll just kill you directly." After saying that, Venerable One Wild Blade gently flipped his palm. A broad saber appeared in his hand. The broad saber was very exaggerated. It was much longer than his body, and there was an endless brilliance on the blade that flickered with silver light. At this moment, Su Yan immediately focused. This was because he felt that the moment the long saber appeared, the senior had completely changed. Strictly speaking, at this moment, he finally had the demeanor of a frenzied sword. At this moment, an aura slowly spread out. The appearance of this aura immediately made the whole world become oppressive. The terrifying power was like boundless dark clouds, and the terrifying aura was so powerful that it was terrifying. "Humph, you still want to be unreasonable with me? Then, get down on your knees." As soon as he finished speaking, the saber slowly descended. At this moment, the world did not change, but in everyone's mind, there was an additional ray of light that appeared out of nowhere. The bright light that was like snow directly slashed down. Such a terrifying saber light almost made one's soul collapse. So powerful. That was the thought in everyone's mind at this moment. Even a group of geniuses like them felt that they were insignificant when facing such a powerful saber. Although Venerable One Wild Blade was only a rogue cultivator, he was able to make the 10 great sects feel that it was troublesome. Indeed, he had his strong points. Such a wild blade was rare in the world. At this moment, the endless brilliance kept jumping at this moment, as if the world itself was engraved on this path. Unknowingly, the saber light dissipated, and everything disappeared with it. The huge demon king directly let out a miserable howl. Then, everyone immediately saw one of its arms falling down and turning into powder in the air. Just how powerful and terrifying was this? One had to know that this devil king only moved slightly before, yet it made everyone feel as if the world was about to collapse. However, such a powerful demon king was so weak in front of the frenzied saber venerable. No. Can. 1. Strike. The process was too short. It was as if Venerable One Wild Blade had casually pulled out his saber and directly chopped off one of the demon king's arms. At this moment, the one-armed demon king stood up again. Of course, the pain of losing one of its arms was intense, but it was no longer howling in pain. His originally scarlet eyes actually calmed down a little at this moment. At this moment, Venerable One Wild Blade, who had shown his invincible power, had an extremely grave look on his face. In the end, he sighed and said, "Damn it." Not only did such a slash not defeat him, but it also made him gather all of his willpower. Venerable One Wild Blade's expression was no longer relaxed. Instead, it became extremely grave. "You little kids, get the hell away from this old man." As soon as his voice fell, it immediately turned into a whirlwind. The whirlwind was like a pair of arms that directly pushed Su Yan and the others away from the battlefield. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Of course, they knew the reason why Venerable One Wild Blade did that, to clear the battlefield. The reason why he cleared the battlefield meant that even Venerable One Wild Blade himself was not confident in defeating the monster in front of him. Just how unbelievable was this? He had just casually cut off one of his arms. But soon, everyone knew the reason because at this moment, the Demon King's thoughts had been transmitted. It was a language that no one had ever heard before, but everyone could clearly understand what it meant. "Human powerhouse, you cut off my arm, but the pain awakened my soul, so I am very grateful to you. I will use the boundless demon soul flames to burn you to death." At this moment, it began to tremble. It was excitement. Although the original Demon King had also awakened, it only had instincts, and was only a monster that relied on instincts to act. However, it was completely different now. After waking up, he had a consciousness that truly belonged to him. The Demon King was powerful to begin with, and it was equivalent to a venerable one among humans. At this moment, its consciousness was completely awakened. No one dared to underestimate it. The only thing that made them feel fortunate was that one of the Demon King's arms was directly chopped off at this moment, which should affect its combat power. Despite that, before this thought could fade away, everyone was shocked. At the place where the arm was chopped off, a blood light suddenly appeared. After the blood light flickered a few times, an arm grew out. This terrifying scene happened in front of everyone's eyes just like that. One must know that even plants could not grow so fast, let alone an arm. Despite that, the truth was right in front of them, and no one could deny it. At this moment, the sky was already gloomy, and the sorrowful howls only made people's hearts feel heavy. At this moment, Meng Yang came to Su Yan's side without anyone noticing. Then, he took out a braised pork shoulder and handed it to Su Yan. He said to Su Yan, "Brother Su Yan, you actually risked your life to save me just now. I'm really touched, but unfortunately, my heart already belongs to someone else, so I can't repay you with my body. Therefore, I'll use my most precious thing to repay you. Don't worry, I didn't lick it." Hearing Meng Yang's sincere words, looking at his smiling face, and what he said just now, Su Yan did not know why, but he quietly withdrew his hand and said, "I'm not hungry." These 3 words were firm and certain. Are you really not hungry? You must know that a man who doesn't know how to eat definitely doesn't know how to fight, and he's not even good at some things. By the way, brother Su Yan, do you have a girlfriend? Su Yan really could not understand why Meng Yang would talk about this at this juncture. In the end, he sighed and asked, "Meng Yang, is this senior related to you?" Meng Yang glanced at the frenzied saber venerable and said, "You mean that damn old man? He's considered my master, right? Sigh, what a pity. I can only watch him be in the limelight now. If I had known, I would have paid more attention to my cultivation and not slept. That old man can directly smash the Demon King to the ground with a strike of his staff. How enviable." Su Yan sighed helplessly. This guy called Meng Yang was really strange. While the 2 of them were talking, the Demon King's arm had completely grown out. Then, he opened and closed his palm as if he was feeling his strength. Chapter 582. The Demon King's consciousness was floating in the air. Just this consciousness alone was enough to make people think of the boundless mountain of corpses and sea of blood. At this moment, the frenzied Blade Venerable sneered and said, I seem to have been looked down upon by a beast. However, a beast like you actually dared to come out instead of staying in the pigsty. This really pisses me off. You want to test my abilities? Humph. Just as he was speaking, the frenzied Blade Venerable's body suddenly became a little blurry. Then, a huge saber light that was dozens of meters long suddenly appeared in the calm sky. When this saber light appeared, everyone was shocked. This kind of power could be said to be terrifying. That enormous power directly sent chills down people's spines. In the next moment, a figure directly flew in front of the Demon King. This Demon King's body was incomparably huge, while the frenzied Blade Venerable's body was not that strong. However, in the eyes of the crowd, the frenzied Blade Venerable's aura was actually not inferior to the Demon King at all. At this moment, an extremely powerful force directly slashed down. In the next moment, the entire world became silent. Then, the 2 forces directly collided. At this moment, the entire secret realm let out a roar. The terrifying sound was as if countless hands were raised at the same time and cried out in unison. After hearing this sound, everyone present felt a sense of fear because at this moment, they suddenly realized that this secret realm seemed to be collapsing. This secret realm was unable to withstand the power of a venerable. No, to be more precise, it was unable to withstand the power of a 7 dragons powerhouse. However, now that 2 venerables had started to fight, the entire secret realm was directly on the verge of collapse. This secret realm was equivalent to a piece of heaven and earth. If it collapsed at this moment, everyone in the secret realm would probably not be able to survive. After all, although Dragon Realm powerhouses were powerful, they were not powerful enough to break open space out of thin air. At this moment, the experts from the Fiery Flame sect and the Taihang Sword faction appeared at the same time. A space gate appeared in a flash. As soon as the space gate appeared, a voice could be heard, "Disciples of the Taihang Sword faction and the Fiery Blaze sect, listen up. Leave this secret realm immediately." A Venerable One. The Venerable One had made his move. 2 figures appeared directly in the sky. Their eyes were somewhat solemn. Then, a force directly condensed at this time. When this power appeared, all the people holding the teleportation wooden tablet felt a burst of power pulling them in. Then, he actually left the mystic realm. Everyone who was previously trapped here was teleported out of the secret realm, including Xue Xinyue and the others. When Su Yan saw that these people were safe and sound, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, Su Yan made a move. Just as the summoning force was about to reach him, he directly threw away the teleportation wooden tablet in his hand. If I don't watch such a big battle, I think I'll regret it. This was Su Yan's thought at this moment. Of course, he was not courting death. It was because he had absolute confidence in himself. Although this secret realm was dangerous, it was not an absolute death trap for him. He had the sword dragon. It was known that the sword dragon was not just a tool for traveling. As Su Yan's cultivation increased, his newest ability was directly activated, which was to travel through space. Of course, if it was just the sword dragon, it was naturally impossible. The sword dragon was like a key that could pierce through space. However, if he really wanted to travel through space, he would need the demonic dragon wings. With the combination of the two, Su Yan could travel through space in a short time. Therefore, Su Yan finally decided to take a gamble. At this moment, he directly activated the Dragon Blood Icefire Shroud and protected his body. At this moment, two violent forces were constantly flickering. The terrifying radiance was constantly changing, and the world's spirit energy was constantly going berserk. At this moment, the battle between the Frenzied Blade Venerable and the Demon King had already reached a climax. At this moment, the Frenzied Blade Venerable had actually directly shrunk to the size of the Demon King. When he slashed down, it was simply terrifying. After his attack landed, cracks appeared in the places where the saber light passed. They seemed to be pitch black in color, but also seemed to be deathly pale. Such power was simply incomparably frightening. The Demon King's power was naturally extremely terrifying. An ordinary Demon King was much more terrifying than an ordinary Venerable. An ordinary one-origin Venerable was simply not a match for the Demon King. However, the Frenzied Blade Venerable was actually able to suppress the Demon King at this moment. It was clear that his cultivation was definitely not just a one-origin Venerable. Just as the Frenzied Blade Venerable and the Demon King were fighting, a few more figures suddenly appeared. However, the Frenzied Blade Venerable immediately distanced himself from the Demon King. Then, he coldly looked at the people who suddenly appeared and directly said, "What? What are you guys trying to do? A great calamity?" The Frenzied Blade Venerable said directly. He was a Venerable, one of the most powerful people in the 9 provinces continent. Naturally, he knew the identity of these old guys. They were the elders of the demonic sect. Furthermore, they were great elders, and each of them was a Venerable. This group of people had never woken up early without benefits. This time, there were 3 of them. It was obvious that they were determined to get what they wanted. Of course, if there was something here that was worth them mobilizing so many people, it would naturally be the Demon King in front of them. Of course, he knew that the Demon King was awakened by the demonic sect. However, there was a mistake during the awakening, which led to their demonic son being devoured directly. "Brother Frenzied Blade, let our sage sect deal with this Demon King. Why don't you take your disciple and leave this place so that you don't get hurt?" The elder of the demonic sect in the lead said directly. It was obvious. Now that the demonic sect was here, Frenzied Blade, you can get lost. However, after hearing this, the Frenzied Blade Venerable laughed out loud and said, "Old man, do you think I'm afraid of your demonic sect? You'd better be more polite. If you anger me, I'll let your demonic sect have no peace." The Venerable who spoke earlier was immediately infuriated. However, just as he was about to speak, he was pulled back by someone beside him. They might not be afraid of the Frenzied Blade Venerable. After all, they were all powerful Venerables. Even if they couldn't win, they could at most retreat. However, their disciples had to be afraid of the Frenzied Blade Venerable. The Frenzied Blade Venerable in front of them was because he had always been unscrupulous in his actions and didn't care about status at all. At this time, if they really provoked him, he would definitely attack the demonic sect. At that time, the demonic sect would have no peace. This was the reason why the top 10 sects were so afraid of the Frenzied Blade Venerable. At this time, the frenzied Blade Venerable had made his stance clear and directly roared at them, acting as if he was a hooligan who was afraid of no one. This indeed made the great elders of the demonic sect more difficult. At this time, an elder said, "Brother Frenzied Blade, although my junior brother's tone was unkind, he didn't mean to offend you. You should also know that his temper is like this. However, what he said is not wrong. This is a matter between our sage sect and the Demon King. Why don't you take your disciple and leave here first?" His words were very pleasant to the ears. However, at this moment, a voice was suddenly heard, "Old man, this bastard said that you can't do it anymore. Is it really like what he said, that you can't do it anymore?" This was Meng Yang's voice. This guy really didn't leave this secret realm. At this time, the great elder of the demonic sect directly turned black. He had long heard that the frenzied Blade Venerable's disciple was a clown, but when he saw him today, he suddenly had a feeling that he would directly slap this kid to death. At this moment, a powerful sword intent directly descended. "Bastards of the demonic sect, this time you set up such a situation, and you still think you can escape unscathed? Humph, many outstanding disciples of my Taihang sword faction have died. Then, I'll bury you 3 old men here with them." The voice was cold and filled with killing intent. The person who spoke was Cui Tianlang. Cui Tianlang of the Taihang sword faction, a fierce and outstanding existence. At this time, to everyone, he was the most special. This was because apart from Su Yan and Meng Yang, among the older generation, he was the only one who wasn't at the Book Venerable realm. However, facing the 3 elders of the demonic sect, he did not hesitate to shout coldly. What was even more strange was that although the 3 elders of the demonic sect looked angry, they did not make a move. Obviously, they were very afraid of Cui Tianlang, to the extent that they did not even dare to make a move. Finally, the most impulsive elder said directly, "Cui Tianlang, if it weren't for your faction leader's protection, you would have been dead long ago. So, you'd better not be so arrogant." As soon as the elder finished speaking, Cui Tianlang sneered and said directly, "Kill me? Just because of a piece of trash like you? If you really have the ability, then draw a line. Let's fight one-on-one." As soon as Cui Tianlang finished speaking, the elder finally stopped speaking. It was not that he did not want to, but that he was afraid. This Cui Tianlang of the Taihang sword faction had clearly not reached the Venerable realm, but his combat strength was extremely terrifying. In the demonic sect, there was once a venerable who died at the hands of Cui Tianlang, and it was a one-on-one battle. Chapter 583. At this moment, no one said anything because they did not know what to say. Facing the powerful Cui Tianlang, everyone felt their hearts palpitate, even if they were venerable ones. Cui Tianlang's gaze was so calm. He just looked at them coldly. However, his gaze was like 2 sword lights, making it impossible for people to look at him directly. At this moment, Su Yan was in the distance. Looking at the incomparably awe-inspiring Cui Tianlang, he was also extremely excited. Such a person was a true powerhouse. Even a venerable one would not dare to do anything in front of him. He had to work hard to cultivate and become such a powerhouse. Only then would he have the qualifications to challenge the Devil sect. Just as everyone was silent, the Demon King was finally completely furious. The Devil clan was a very fierce race. They yearned for destruction. Wherever they passed, everything would fall into silence. To them, humans were like reptiles. However, some humans were really powerful, but they were only powerful reptiles. However, at this moment, he did not expect to be surrounded by these reptiles. What made him even angrier was that these humans directly ignored his existence. At this moment, a heavy thought was transmitted from the sky: humans will eventually be destroyed. The flames from the abyss will burn the entire world. Everything will fall into eternal decay. Hearing this, many experts turned their gazes to him. At the end of the day, everyone was here for the Demon King. The strength of the Devil clan was well known. It was precisely because of this that they were valuable. The value of the things they had was definitely not inferior to that of the Dragon clan. Just like the teeth of the Devil clan, which could be used to forge divine weapons, their scales could also be used to forge armors. Moreover, these were not the most important things. The most important things were the things hidden behind the Devil clan. The reason why they were so powerful. Humans were a race that was good at learning. From the Dragon clan, humans had learned extremely powerful combat skills. It was the same for other races. Since that was the case, why couldn't they learn from the Devil clan? Of course, the Devil clan was naturally unwilling to impart their knowledge to humans. But what did that matter? As long as they could capture the Devil clan, there would be a chance. Among the humans, the Devil sect had the deepest research on the Devil clan. They even gave birth to a perverted cultivation method like the Devil-devouring Heart Sutra. It was precisely because of this that everything had become so terrifying. The strength of the Devil sect was inseparable from the Devil Lord. For example, one of the 3 Devil sons, Hua Yunlong, had set his sights on the Devil race, but he failed in the end. As a result, the demon awakened, and under the pressure of a powerful force, the space began to shatter. This terrifying power was simply incomparably frightening. The 3 elders of the Devil sect had naturally come to take the Demon King back. Originally, if Hua Yunlong, as the son of the Devil, succeeded, then they would have obtained great benefits. They were all Hua Yunlong supporters. If Hua Yunlong's devouring Devil Heart Sutra was successful, then his strength would definitely soar. Such an improvement was unimaginable. He might even directly break through to become a venerable one. In that case, the other 2 sons of devils would not be able to contend against him. At that time, he would become incomparably powerful and directly become the true crown prince of the Devil sect. In the future, he would directly inherit the sect master of the Devil sect. However, Hua Yunlong still failed in the end. Not only was the Devil-devouring Heart Sutra unable to devour the Devil Lord, but it was also directly devoured by the Demon King, becoming nutrients for his body. Now, it was Devouring's turn to make a move. Since the son of devils was dead, Devouring would definitely not be able to escape responsibility and would be punished by the Devil sect. However, if he could bring the Demon King back, then he would have made a great contribution and would definitely be able to atone for his crimes. This was because the Demon King was an existence stronger than ordinary venerables. As long as he could bring the Devil Lord back, dissect his body, and obtain the powerful secrets of the Devil clan from his body, then it would be a great contribution to the entire Devil sect. However, it was obviously not easy to bring him back now. The venerables of the Taihang Sword faction and the Fiery Flames sect had also arrived. Of course, the Taihang Sword faction had also sent Cui Tianlang. Although he was still in the Dragon realm, he was an extremely powerful and terrifying monster. This made the 2 of them somewhat helpless. At that moment, rays of light began to burst out directly. This kind of light made people feel that it was extremely unreal. It was as if the world that was collapsing suddenly changed. At that moment, everyone's attention was once again placed on the Demon King. Of course, the world would not change for no reason because the world was about to collapse. This was because the intrusion of venerables directly triggered the restrictions of the battlefield ruins, causing the world to begin to collapse. Since that was the case, the world naturally would not change. The reason for such changes could only be the Demon King. It was the Demon King who did something, causing the entire world to begin to change. At that moment, rays of light began to fall from the sky directly at that moment, like meteors. However, in this world, they were not real meteors, but demons. At that moment, everyone remembered some of the characteristics of the Devil clan. The Devil clan was an extremely strict race. High-level devils could directly summon low-level devils to fight for them in a different time and space. Obviously, the Demon King, who had just recovered, began to summon devil warriors to fight for him. However, this was obviously very unrealistic because those who existed here were all venerable ones. Of course, Su Yan and Meng Yang were exceptions. However, these summoned devils were still useless. When they saw these devils descending, all the venerables' eyes flickered. Among them, the elder of the fiery flame sect chuckled and said, "There is only one demon king. How to divide it is indeed a problem, but these great devils are actually not bad. We should be able to do some research after bringing them back. Then, this old man will make the first move." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already made his move. Crimson flames suddenly rose into the sky. The boundless flames were so terrifying that they seemed to be able to burn everything. Even mountains would be directly melted by the flames. However, something strange happened. When the flames landed on the great devils, they were actually unable to burn them to death. Great devils were relatively powerful existences in the devil clan. Their status was equivalent to that of dragon realm experts in the human clan. However, this was a flame released by a venerable. How terrifying was the power within it? Dragon realm experts would definitely not be able to withstand the power of this flame. However, although this great devil was struggling in pain, he did not die in the end. These great devils are really tough. But it's good. If they die so easily, it would be too boring. Therefore, the venerables present, including the frenzied blade venerable and Chui Tianlang, all attacked. For example, the frenzied blade venerable naturally could not do dissection experiments, but he could sell them. In the current Jiuzhou continent, great devils had long gone extinct. Even if there were still tools made from great devils, they were only passed down from ancient times. At this moment, Meng Yang also began to move. For Meng Yang, it was actually not easy to capture these great devils. After all, these great devils were existences on the same level as him. However, he did not even think of capturing them. He only wanted to use them to practice his unique skill of the stun stick. He held a thick tree branch in each hand, and then continuously danced with it. At this moment, Su Yan also directly attacked. He did not know why, but when he saw these creatures that he had never seen before, he had a strange premonition that he would definitely have to deal with these fellows in the future. It was precisely because of this that he did not hold back and directly attacked. The scorching sun sword directly exploded with a sharp sword aura. Sword light flashed continuously, and a great devil was directly killed by him. Of course, it looked like he killed it easily, but he had already used all his strength. At this moment, he suddenly heard a voice beside his ear. Demon cores. These great devils' demon cores are good stuff, so collect them as much as possible. Su Yan was slightly stunned, then he immediately realized that it was actually Chui Tianlang's voice. He smiled lightly. He was not surprised that a powerhouse like Chui Tianlang could discover his existence. However, he did not expect that Chui Tianlang would actually give him pointers. Of course, he was surprised. Since Chui Tianlang had already given him pointers, he could not let go of this opportunity. His scorching sun sword rotated even more fiercely. The powerful sword aura continued to be activated, and the terrifying power had climbed to the extreme. At this moment, he directly flew into the distance. Su Yan's speed was very fast, and his eyes were also very sharp. He specifically chose those powerful evil demons to hunt. Although this increased the difficulty of hunting, the harvest was also very good. This was because he had already seen that the more powerful the great devil, the more powerful their great devil's demon core energy was. Most importantly, Su Yan could directly devour these powerful energies. Other people might need to refine and so on to prevent themselves from being contaminated by the great devil's demon core's demon chi, but Su Yan did not need to do so at all. The great devil dragon's bloodline in his body was extremely domineering. Moreover, there was the power of the great heavenly devil lord in his finger bones, and the Buddha's heart in his body. These were all divine objects, and mere great devil's chi could not corrode them at all. Chapter 584. Therefore, his only thought at this moment was to run away. The world of the ruins was collapsing, and he needed to leave this place before it collapsed. Otherwise, the terrifying spatial explosion would bury everyone here. The terrifying explosive power was so terrifying that even with his tough body, he could not resist it at all. At this moment, everything between heaven and earth became extremely terrifying, as if an uncontrollable situation would occur at any time. The human powerhouses who entered this place had already determined the spatial nodes, so they could leave the moment the ruins collapsed, but he did not. At this moment, he turned his gaze and fixed it on Meng Yang. He still remembered this damned human. This weak and cunning human actually dared to hit him, the Great One. This was something he could not forgive. He naturally wanted to take revenge, and this was the best time. Of course, he also had another intention, which was to take a hostage. Although he had not regained his true consciousness at the beginning, he vaguely remembered that the human with powerful saber techniques seemed to be related to this fella. He thought that this powerhouse would be wary of taking action because of this. The Demon King moved his body and charged toward Meng Yang. This terrifying dive directly tore apart this fragile space. At this moment, Meng Yang actually hadn't noticed it yet. "Evil creature, how dare you!" At this moment, an extremely violent voice was heard. Fury. The frenzied Blade Venerable was furious. Of course, he knew what the Demon King was thinking. This damned fella actually wants to use my disciple to threaten me. He deserves to die 1,000 times over. However, the frenzied Blade Venerable was too far away from his disciple. Earlier on, he was already high in the sky when he was chasing after a few of the most outstanding great devils. His speed was naturally fast, but he could not display it directly at this moment. This was because the space of the ruins was too fragile. Once he activated his true speed, the entire ruins would collapse directly. When that happened, he would directly fall into the spatial vortex. Meng Yang, dodge quickly. The frenzied Blade Venerable shouted, but it was already too late. By the time Meng Yang reacted, the Demon King was already behind him. At this moment, Meng Yang only felt that a terrifying shadow had completely enveloped him. Under this terrifying shadow, even if he wanted to leave, it would be extremely difficult. At this moment, he could even hear his body trembling. "Damned beast, you!" At this moment, he knew that he could no longer escape. Instead, he decided to stop running and cursed out loud. At this moment, an extremely dazzling sword light appeared directly. An intense sword light flashed and slashed at the Demon King. One sword to settle the universe. The second move of the regal sword mantra, one sword to settle the universe. This sword could freeze space for a short period of time, making it difficult for the Demon King to move. Of course, against such a terrifying Demon King, he had to bear an extremely heavy burden. But at this moment, he couldn't care too much. After all, saving people was more important. At this moment, a radiance flashed directly. Then, a terrifying power suddenly enveloped the Demon King. At the same time, Su Yan directly shouted, "Run, you idiot!" Meng Yang had already given up hope, but at this moment, he realized that the Demon King, who was about to catch him, actually stopped. At the same time, Su Yan's thoughts were transmitted to his ears. Who would want to die if they could live? Therefore, almost instinctively, he directly left the place. The moment he left, the Demon King's palm moved again. However, at this time, Meng Yang had already escaped, and his palm hit empty air. Meng Yang, who had escaped with his life, was extremely proud. He was about to ridicule the Demon King. But then, he saw a very shocking scene. It turned out that at this moment, a tail suddenly appeared behind the Demon King. This tail was like a sharp thorn, and it was aimed at Su Yan. "Su Yan, run!" He directly shouted, hoping that Su Yan could hear him and leave immediately. But at this time, Su Yan had no time to react. At this moment, the tail had directly pierced Su Yan's body. Su Yan intuitively felt a huge force. Then, his whole body was dragged up and flew directly into the sky. Ah! Su Yan! Meng Yang wanted to go down and save Su Yan, but at this time, the frenzied blade venerable had already grabbed Meng Yang's hand. Run, it's too late. It turned out that at this moment, the space of the ruins began to collapse. If one was buried in this space fragment, even a venerable wouldn't be able to survive. Although the frenzied blade venerable had some confidence, it wasn't very good in the end. He was circulating his power, wanting to pull Su Yan up. Unfortunately, the space fragment rolled and directly pushed him away. At this moment of life and death, he finally chose to escape first. So, he directly pulled Meng Yang and left. At this time, Su Yan should not be saved. He was only a powerhouse in the dragon realm. It was impossible for him to escape from the space fragment. Moreover, at this time, his body was directly pierced by the damned demon king. This was simply fatal. At this time, in the sky, a cold light directly transmitted. After this light appeared, the venerables inside immediately left. This was the space transmission array that they had originally set up activated. Cui Tianlang wanted to save Su Yan, but he was also blocked by the turbulence and couldn't go over. Fortunately, at the last moment, Cui Tianlang still slashed with his sword. This sword flew and directly passed through layers of space turbulence. In the end, it directly cut off the tail of the demon king that had pierced Su Yan's body. I hope you can survive. This was Cui Tianlang's last words. Cutting off the tail of the demon king was the last thing he could do for Su Yan. Then, he finally teleported out of the ruins. At this time, Su Yan only felt that the whole world was shaking. He naturally understood what was going on at this time. It was this piece of heaven and earth. This piece of heaven and earth was beginning to die out. Moreover, he clearly knew that he seemed to be about to die. However, he didn't want to die in the end. No, I have to leave here immediately, Sword Dragon. Fortunately, Cui Tianlang slashed with his sword at the last moment. It was because of that sword that directly cut off Su Yan's bindings. At this time, although he was injured, in the face of life and death, this injury was naturally suppressed. At this moment, his gaze became incomparably firm. Then, he stepped on the sword dragon and the demonic dragon wings on his back flapped. He was about to leave this place. But in the next moment, his expression changed again. Because at this time, he suddenly discovered that the sword dragon could no longer break through this space. Because the collapse of the ruins was too severe, the space was completely chaotic. If he had directly chosen to break through the space at the very beginning, then he naturally had a chance to leave. But now, it was too late. No, there must be a way to leave here. At this time, he directly began to think. At this time, the spatial fluctuations became even more violent. Even the demon king howled in pain under the strangulation of the space. Black Dragon's tomb. At this time, he suddenly thought of a place that might be able to let him escape this disaster. That was the burial place of the Black Dragon King. At the thought of this, he did not hesitate. The sword dragon and the dragon wings burst out with extremely powerful strength at the same time, and then directly rushed towards the Black Dragon's tomb. At this time, under the threat of life and death, Su Yan directly burst out with all his strength. Whether it was the demonic dragon's blood or the Buddha's heart, all of them burst out with full strength. The spatial fragments became more and more terrifying, but Su Yan finally entered that area. The tomb seemed to have sensed Su Yan's arrival, and then directly burst out with a ray of light, directly receiving Su Yan inside. After entering the range of the light curtain, Su Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Under the exhaustion, he directly fell from the sky and directly landed on the ground. He raised his head and looked at everything above. The sky was collapsing, and so were the mountains and rivers. Everything seemed to be destroyed, but this place was actually safe and sound. This was really a miracle. Of course, Su Yan understood that the root of this miracle was because of strength. Because of the Black Dragon King's powerful strength, it was able to prevent this place from falling into destruction. Strength, in the end, my strength is still too weak. If my strength was strong enough, then it would not be like this at all. At this moment, Su Yan was even more determined to pursue powerful strength. Su Yan did not know how much time had passed, but he felt very tired. The wound caused by the Demon King began to burst at this time, and an extremely overbearing force began to attack his body. This force seemed to want to assimilate his body. Ordinary people, as long as they were injured by a demon, would be infected by the demon's virus. And if they were injured by the Demon King, then the terrifying aura of the Demon King would transform them into demons, and then become his slave. This was the terrifying part of the Demon King. However, just when the demon's aura began to become exaggerated, Su Yan's powerful strength directly surged. The Buddha's heart, the great demonic dragon's power, and the Demon King's power unexpectedly burst out at the same time, and then directly expelled the demon's aura. At this moment, Su Yan was too tired, otherwise, he would have discovered that his three powers actually had a tendency to fuse at this time. Although this was not obvious, it was really an inconceivable thing. Chapter 585. Perhaps it was because he was injured, but Su Yan slept especially deeply this time. He only felt that he had fallen into boundless darkness, and his soul was like a feather, slowly floating. This feeling was really good. This was because although it was boundless darkness, he did not feel any pressure. The darkness here did not give him any feeling of hesitation, but instead made him very calm. Here, his soul was completely relaxed. This feeling was really indescribably wonderful. His gaze became deeper and deeper, and he was completely immersed in this atmosphere. Then, he really fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan finally opened his eyes. This sleep made him feel as if he had spent a long century. He opened his eyes, but suddenly felt that this world was very unreal. This feeling was very difficult to describe. If he had to describe it, it was as if it was a very long time ago, so long ago that he had not obtained the regal sword move. It was a feeling as calm as water. To Su Yan, this feeling was very unfamiliar to him. This was because the last time he had this feeling was too long ago, so long that he had forgotten. I'm not dead, should still be alive. He stood up and looked around. He thought that the surroundings would definitely be desolate. However, at this moment, he realized that he was wrong, and very wrong. Everything around him was very normal, and there was no panic at all. He even felt that his mind was in a mess. No, to be more precise, the surroundings were peaceful and peaceful. Although there were no birds chirping and flowers fragrant, there was no thick killing aura here at all. This feeling was as if he had transmigrated out of thin air. Previously, it was clearly a world that was about to collapse, but at this moment, the scenery suddenly changed, and everything had become different. His gaze was somewhat confused. He wanted to know what had happened, but clearly, no one told him. At this moment, a weak voice suddenly sounded. Welcome to the second world. The sudden appearance of this voice startled Su Yan. At this moment, a figure slowly walked over from behind him. Great King, a phantom has come to the second world. Su Yan finally knew who the person behind him was. He was the Black Dragon King. It was the Black Dragon King sleeping in the coffin. However, this Black Dragon King should be dead, and he even asked him to save him. So why did he appear here again? This really surprised him. At this time, the Black Dragon King spoke, Great King, you must be very confused. I should be a dead man, but I appeared here. Indeed, this was what Su Yan was puzzled about. Since he was already dead, why was he still able to stand in front of him? If he was still alive, why did he insist that she resurrect him? However, the Black Dragon King had already given him an answer. Because this is the second world, or the second ruins. Or, to be more precise, this is the world of the dead. This sentence made Su Yan somewhat shocked. Although he had experienced countless scenes, he still felt a chill down his spine when he thought of being in the world of the dead. Could it be that he was already dead? Respected Black Dragon King, I am not the king you speak of. I am only a human. I am Su Yan. Su Yan felt that it was necessary for him to clarify this matter. Unexpectedly, the Black Dragon King shook his head and continued, I know you are Su Yan, but you are also the great king. You have the king's blood flowing in your body, and you have the king's heart. Since you are still alive, it means that the king has acknowledged you. So, regarding this, you don't have to worry about it. I know that you must have a lot of questions in your heart, such as the second world. Su Yan nodded and said, indeed, this does make me have a lot of questions. Regarding this world, he was really full of doubts. The Black Dragon King said, as I said before, this place can be called the second ruins. That is to say, everything you experienced above is actually just the surface of the ruins, because it exists in the real world. However, this place is the core of the ruins. This place is connected to the king's world. You can understand it this way. This is the same path between two worlds. One side is connected to the real world, while the other side is connected to the world of the dead. You should be able to understand what I mean. Su Yan pondered for a moment, then nodded seriously. Although this concept was very shocking, he could still understand the Black Dragon King's meaning. An extremely tragic battle once took place here, and the real battlefield existed in this world of the dead. At that time, who knows how many powerhouses died in this world of the dead. I'm talking about the real powerhouses, and not some unrated character like the Demon King you said you killed. Hearing this, Su Yan could only smile bitterly. The terrifying Demon King that they had to pay an innumerable price to defeat was only an unrated character in the mouth of the Black Dragon King. Then, how powerful would the real powerhouses he spoke of be? What happened at that time that caused so many powerhouses to fall? Su Yan asked directly. The Black Dragon King only said, the demon race invaded. The Black Dragon King only said 4 words, but Su Yan could hear the weight of these 4 words. He already knew about the demon race. He knew that the demon race was the eternal destroyer. The demon race's burning legion conquered the world. Wherever they went, they would definitely be ranked or lower. This was an extremely terrifying race. More importantly, they possessed an extremely terrifying battle strength. At that time, the demon race directly invaded. In order to prevent the real world from being affected by the war, the real powerhouses opened the door to the world of the dead, and let this group of demon race enter this world of kings. Then, they fought with the demon race here. His voice was flat, but Su Yan could hear the power and terror of this war from it. At that time, 7 saint sages and 33 sovereigns took action, and attracted the real gods of the world of the dead to participate in the war. In the end, the powerful demon race was directly buried in this place, but these powerhouses also paid a heavy price for this. The Black Dragon King said very calmly, but Su Yan could already feel the heavy desolation and sorrow from it. To be able to shatter this world, how terrifying would this war be? Did you also die in this war? Su Yan asked. But the Black Dragon King shook his head, and then said, yes and no. It's not suitable to tell you the truth of my death at this time, because you're still too weak right now. The Black Dragon King was blunt, but Su Yan didn't care much. After all, the one who said this to him was the Black Dragon King. If Su Yan guessed correctly, this Black Dragon King was at least in sovereign's existence. It was even possible that he was a terrifying saint sage. He didn't dare to imagine these 2 words at all. Then, there's another question. Did I appear in the world of the dead because I'm dead? This was actually the thing that Su Yan was most concerned about. Since this was the world of kings, and he appeared here, did that mean that he was already dead? If he was really dead, then was there any way to resurrect him? He really didn't want to die right now. The Black Dragon King said, "Don't worry, you're not dead yet. To be honest, even I'm very surprised because you can actually enter this place. You should know that after the last war, the gate between the world of the dead and the real world has long been sealed. There's simply no one who can directly enter the world of the dead. Unless one's cultivation has reached the level of a saint sage, it's simply impossible to pass through. It's just like how I'm unable to let my soul return to the real world and return to my own body." The Black Dragon King continued. Hearing the Black Dragon King's words, Su Yan was first surprised, then a little frightened, but finally calmed down. "I asked you to resurrect me in hopes that when you're strong enough, you'll shatter this gate for me and allow me to return to the real world. However, you're more miraculous than I imagined. Just a while ago, a golden radiance full of divine aura appeared and then brought you here. Although this aura is somewhat similar to that of the Pagoda sect, it's completely different. I've never even felt this kind of power before." After hearing the Black Dragon King's description, Su Yan immediately understood that this should be the aura of the Regal Sword Codex. However, he didn't expect that the Regal Sword Codex would actually bring him through this so-called gate of the world and then into this place. He had always known that the Regal Sword Codex possessed unfathomable power. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to resurrect him from the dead. However, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Su Yan was still deep in thought. At this moment, the Black Dragon King spoke again. "King, I don't want to pry into your secrets. However, if possible, I'd like to feel that mysterious power again. I hope that you can display it once in front of me." The Black Dragon King was very sincere in his request. Su Yan didn't hesitate at all. He immediately began to circulate the power of the Regal Sword Codex. At this moment, a golden radiance appeared around his body. A mysterious, ethereal, and lofty aura appeared, making the current Su Yan seem like a god. Feeling this aura, the Black Dragon King's expression became extremely solemn. Chapter 586. The Black Dragon King's human form was actually very handsome. Of course, if one only looked at the left half of his face, but if one looked at the other half of his face, they would be somewhat shocked. That was because the other half of his face didn't exist. Only the shocking bones were left on his face. However, Su Yan was not an ordinary person after all. He quickly suppressed the shock in his heart, then focused his attention and seriously operated the Regal Sword Codex. Just as Su Yan's power gradually spread out, the sky seemed to be affected, and the sky above his head changed. Countless rays of light hit his body. Even when the light flickered, there were streaks of mysterious power constantly flickering. Feeling this power, the Black Dragon King's gaze became somewhat excited. Because at this moment, he felt a sense of being alive. At this moment, this power actually made him feel that his power had increased again. How many years had it been? In this world of souls, his power had been constantly flowing away. Even if he let himself fall into a deep sleep, he could only slow down the flow of this power. However, at this moment, this flow of power actually stopped. Moreover, his power began to increase. Great King! At this moment, the Black Dragon King's body began to close in on Su Yan. This was a completely instinctive action, and he didn't even realize it. However, at this moment, the golden light of the Regal Sword Codex suddenly erupted, and then the Regal Sword Soul suddenly appeared. The Regal Sword Soul shook, and a ray of sword chi directly pierced into the Black Dragon King's body. The Black Dragon King immediately roared miserably. At this moment, he seemed to be in incomparable pain. It was as if his soul was about to be directly ripped apart. Hearing the Black Dragon King's painful roar, Su Yan did not immediately stop. "King, please let me go, great King." Instead, the golden light of the Regal Sword Codex became even more resplendent. At this moment, there was no emotion in Su Yan's eyes. It was as if he was not a living person, but a statue. At this moment, the regal sword soul shone even brighter. Then, a mysterious imprint appeared. After this mark appeared, the Black Dragon King trembled even more fearfully. It was as if he had seen something that wanted to destroy him. This kind of fear made him tremble non-stop. "Ah, let me go, I won't dare to do it again." At this moment, the Black Dragon King could not think of anything else. He knew that all of this had happened because of the disrespect that had appeared in his mind earlier. When he sensed the power of the Regal Sword Codex, his heart was filled with greed. Just this bit of greed was enough to trigger the power of the Regal Sword Codex. Su Yan pressed his palm against the void, and the mysterious imprint headed straight for the Black Dragon King's mind. The powerful Black Dragon King was unable to resist at all. It was not that he did not want to, but that he could not. Such a powerful Black Dragon King actually couldn't even resist. This was because he was not facing Su Yan, but the Regal Sword Codex. He knew that this power was only released by the Regal Sword Codex through Su Yan's body. This terrifying and powerful power caused his entire soul to tremble unceasingly. He felt that if this continued, he would die. He knew that the power of the Regal Sword Codex was very strong. Just sensing this bit of aura was enough to make him restless. However, he never expected that it would be so powerful. That terrifying power actually made a great figure like him unable to resist in the slightest. His entire body was trembling. This was because he was in extreme pain. This intense pain was eating away at his nerves bit by bit, tearing his soul apart. His eyes were filled with despair. The imprint quickly entered the Black Dragon King's soul. Then, on the surface of the Black Dragon King's soul, bolts of lightning surged crazily. With the surging of the soul's radiance, the Black Dragon King finally calmed down. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and fear. Finally, they turned into a final compromise. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan's eyes finally calmed down. That mysterious and unfathomable aura also disappeared. He looked at the Black Dragon King again and said, "Black Dragon King, do you choose to submit?" Actually, at this moment, Su Yan was still inexplicably shocked. Because when he was using the Regal Sword Codex, he did not notice the Black Dragon King's abnormality. However, at this moment, a sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. This was a warning from the Regal Sword Codex. At this moment, he felt the Black Dragon King's malice. At this moment, Su Yan realized that he had trusted the Black Dragon King too much. From the moment he met the Black Dragon King, he did not have the slightest doubt. At the very beginning, he naturally didn't feel anything, but after realizing it in hindsight, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. There must be something wrong with this abnormal situation. Most likely, the Black Dragon King had done something invisibly. It was also because of this that Su Yan acted this way. However, at that time, the Black Dragon King did not have any malice towards him. He knew that he was using the Regal Sword Codex. The Regal Sword Codex was Su Yan's most fundamental secret. At this moment, he actually used it in front of the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King was at least at the Emperor level. He quickly felt the power of the Regal Sword Codex, so he wanted to take it for himself. This was an instinct that he could not control. And this greedy instinct finally triggered the Regal Sword Codex's abnormality. The mysterious scripture directly erupted with an extremely bright and powerful power. Then, the Regal Sword Spirit bloomed under this power, and finally condensed into the Regal God Seal. After the Regal God Seal erupted, it directly went toward the Black Dragon King's mind. Of course, this Regal God Seal was not Su Yan's own power. Su Yan knew very well that this was a mysterious character in the Regal Sword Codex that directly fell off and turned into a seal. In the end, this seal directly entered the Black Dragon King's body. Of course, the Black Dragon King wanted to resist, but even with his former emperor-level strength, in front of the regal god seal, he could not resist at all. In the end, the regal god seal directly engraved into his soul. The regal god seal had endless magical uses, and the most powerful thing was that once the regal god seal was engraved into one's mind, he would immediately become the regal slave. Previously, the Black Dragon King was respectful to Su Yan because Su Yan still had the heart and blood of the great demonic dragon in his body. However, at this time, he could not show any disrespect to Su Yan, because once he did, Su Yan could directly kill him. And what was even more domineering was that with the regal god seal, it was impossible for the Black Dragon King to have any thoughts of betrayal. In other words, at this time, even if the great demonic dragon was alive in front of him, he could not betray Su Yan. Black Dragon King, now that you have become my regal slave, I believe you understand the meaning of this. If you have any thoughts of betrayal, it will be time for you to die immediately. Previously, the Black Dragon King had other thoughts about Su Yan, so naturally, there was no need for Su Yan to be polite. The Black Dragon King's expression changed again and again. Half of his handsome face kept changing expressions, but in the end, he still chose to surrender dejectedly. Great Master, you can rest assured that I will never choose to betray you. At this time, the Black Dragon King no longer called Su Yan king, because the one he was truly loyal to now was Su Yan, and not the legendary great demonic dragon. Su Yan was pleasantly surprised to be able to unexpectedly obtain a regal slave like the Black Dragon King. One must know that although the border this time was as calm as water, the world was extremely dangerous. If the Emperor-level Black Dragon King had sensed the power of the regal slave from the beginning and directly attacked, then Shi Yan would not have had the slightest chance. I believe in the power of the regal slave, but since you are loyal to me, I should also give you some benefits. After Su Yan finished speaking, he directly surged. He was activating the power of the regal slave seal. Half of your face disappeared not because of an injury, but because of the loss of your soul power. Su Yan had seen his body in the real world. His body was complete. However, here, his body was incomplete. That's right. After the last great battle, this second world is actually very incomplete. Because of this, all existences here will have their soul power devoured directly. Since I exist here, my soul power will naturally be devoured continuously. Although I tried my best to stop it, my soul body is already incomplete. If this continues, my entire soul will dissipate. In the ruins, the inability to use too much power is also related to this place. Exceeding the allowed power will trigger a reaction from the gate of the true void, which will then cause the ruins to collapse. What will happen after the ruins collapse? Su Yan asked. The ruins and this place are actually the connection between the real world and the world of the dead. After the ruins collapse, the world of the dead and the real world will gradually connect. In the end, the gate of the true void will completely disappear. In other words, the world of the dead will directly appear in the real world. The Black Dragon King's words made Su Yan's heart palpitate. Such a concept had greatly exceeded his imagination. Chapter 587. Of course, Su Yan also understood that as his cultivation grew stronger, many things would gradually appear in front of his eyes. As the saying goes, the more you know, the more you don't know. When the frog was at the bottom of the well, it only saw the sky as big as the mouth of the well. It thought that this was the whole world, but when it jumped out of the well, it found that the world was so vast. Su Yan was like that frog. He existed in this world at the bottom of the well from the beginning. And now, he had begun to leave the well bit by bit and come into contact with a new world. Are there really many worlds? Su Yan muttered to himself. In fact, Su Yan had always believed in this, because he was someone who had left his footprints in 2 worlds. Therefore, he firmly believed that this matter was absolutely true. It was just that he didn't think that he would face such a thing so soon. But soon, he collected his thoughts and continued, feel it carefully. After saying that, Su Yan directly operated his power, and at this time, the mark in the Black Dragon King's body began to twist. As this power slowly rotated, the Black Dragon King only felt a familiar power gathering in his body. That was the power of the soul. Once the soul dissipated, it couldn't return at all, at least in this world. This was the end of all the undead. For so many years, he didn't know how many methods he had tried, but he still couldn't achieve it. But now, Su Yan actually gathered this power with just a slight movement. At this time, he only felt that his soul was beginning to become complete. Unknowingly, he even felt that half of his face, which had dissipated because of the loss of his soul, was gradually recovering. This feeling was really indescribably relaxed and happy. It was just that this process lasted for a very short time and disappeared directly. He didn't feel wrong until now, and recovered from this feeling. At this time, Su Yan said, "Since you've already eaten the greatest slave, I might as well tell you that this is the power of the greatest. Your body already has the greatest God seal, so your soul power won't dissipate anymore. If you can gain enlightenment from the greatest God seal, I believe your power will improve further. Of course, once I'm strong enough, I'll take you away from here and reunite your soul and body." At this time, Su Yan's tone was somewhat indifferent, but after hearing this, the Black Dragon King was ecstatic. Without Su Yan's arrival, he would be a Black Dragon King waiting for death, watching this cruel world deprive his soul bit by bit. But at this time, Su Yan's sudden appearance gave him hope. Moreover, it wasn't an illusory hope, but a very feasible one. Previously, when the revered deity seal had entered his body, he was still brooding about it. It was only because of the revered deity seal that he was unable to resist Su Yan. But now, he immediately became wild with joy. He only felt that this was his opportunity. "Great Master, your eternal servant, Black Dragon Bard, offers his most sincere gratitude," the Black Dragon King directly said. Bard was his name, and it was his real name. The name of the Dragon Clan was very important to them. Unless it was necessary, they would never tell others their real names. Because as long as they knew their real names, they would be able to deal a devastating blow to them through their real names. Every dragon had their own real name, but this real name wasn't given to them by their parents. Instead, it was engraved in their souls when they were born. Since Bard revealed his real name, it meant that he had submitted to Road. Although Su Yan didn't understand this, he could feel Bard's loyalty. At this time, Su Yan directly said, "Bard, let me ask you. Do you know how to leave this place?" Bard pondered for a moment and said, "Master, when you arrived, the mysterious power of the greatest god bloomed. Therefore, if you want to leave, it is most likely related to the power of the greatest god. However, I'm afraid that Master has entered the Spectre world by accident. Therefore, I think that you don't need to leave in such a hurry. Although the Spectre world is broken and dangerous, it is actually a good place, especially for someone like Master who doesn't fear the loss of his soul." This surprised Su Yan a little. Then, he asked, "Oh? What do you mean?" The Black Dragon King said, "As I said before, this place can be considered the second ruin. In other words, this place is a real battlefield. In this world, there are soul spiders. These soul spiders are formed from the dust of drifting souls. They will capture souls to eat and become stronger. But on the other hand, they are also the best things to replenish souls. As long as Master can capture a soul spider, he will be able to strengthen his soul." The Black Dragon King continued, "The path of cultivation is full of dangers. If you want to reach a higher realm, you will need the support of a strong enough soul. Although Master's soul is also very strong, I have seen that Master's battle strength is very terrifying. Under such conditions, it will be more difficult to reach a higher realm. However, if your soul is strong enough, this difficulty will be reduced by a lot." Su Yan was surprised to hear this. The world is so big, nothing is too strange. There are actually things like soul spiders. The Black Dragon King continued, "Of course, in this Spectre world, soul spiders aren't the only good things. There are other things that can make one's soul stronger. Hearing this, Su Yan said, "What you said makes sense. Since I'm here, there's no need to be anxious. I'll go look for soul spiders now. Bard, tell me, how do I find these things?" Bard said, "Master, it's actually very simple. Just release your soul aura and these spiders will come to you automatically." Su Yan felt that it was very reasonable. Then, he said, "Okay, I got it." Releasing his soul aura was not a very difficult thing to do. Su Yan silently operated his cultivation method and released his soul aura. At this moment, he suddenly felt an unusual movement in the void in front of him. In the beginning, Su Yan could not see it clearly. But later on, he could see it very clearly. Soul spiders. These spiders were different from ordinary spiders. The most direct difference was their body shape. Every single one of these spiders was extremely large. Even the smallest one was probably the size of a child. And the largest spider that appeared was actually comparable to a calf. Soul spiders. These are soul spiders. Su Yan was a little shocked. He felt threatened by these soul spiders. At this moment, Bard said, "I really didn't expect Master's soul to be so pure and sacred. It actually lured such soul spiders over. But don't worry, Master. With me here, these soul spiders will definitely not hurt you at all." Su Yan did not let Bard make a move. Instead, he said, "Fighting these damn spiders is also a good opportunity to train myself. Bard, you don't have to do anything. Let me do it." After saying that, Su Yan went forward. His speed was very fast, even faster than normal. This made Su Yan feel a little surprised, but he quickly adapted. After all, fast speed was definitely a good thing. At this moment, he made his move. The revered sword soul appeared in his palm. The appearance of the revered sword soul seemed to have a feeling of dominating the world. The powerful aura on the stage was simply shocking. After these spiders felt the revered sword soul, they trembled non-stop. However, at this moment, one of the soul spiders suddenly exploded like a water droplet. Countless water droplets kept scattering. At this moment, Su Yan frowned because at this moment, he felt that he had been locked on by these countless soul droplets. This was a very bad feeling because he could feel that these countless water droplets seemed to be independent entities. Torrential pear blossom. At this moment, the revered sword soul turned and countless sword chi burst out. The slowly drifting white pear blossom surrounded Su Yan so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Those water droplets landed on the torrential pear blossom and immediately stopped moving. Su Yan sneered and said, "Scarlet Spirit Fire." In terms of dealing with souls, Su Yan had an absolute advantage, and that was the Scarlet Spirit Fire. This was also why he dared to face these soul spiders. As long as he had the Scarlet Spirit Fire, he would be in an invincible position. The Scarlet Spirit Fire burned quietly and the soul fragments were directly refined. Su Yan opened his mouth and these souls flew directly into Su Yan's mouth. Then, Su Yan did the same thing and killed the soul spiders that appeared one by one. At this moment, Black Dragon Bard walked over and said, "Scarlet Spirit Fire. I really didn't expect that Master would be able to obtain this Scarlet Spirit Fire. You're really lucky." Su Yan heard the amazement in Bard's voice. However, he felt that it was strange. Although the Scarlet Spirit Fire was powerful, it shouldn't be so precious to Bard, who was at least an emperor. Therefore, he asked, "Bard, so you know the origin of this Scarlet Spirit Fire?" Chapter 588. The origin of this Scarlet Ghastly Spirit Fire is quite extraordinary. This was the first sentence Bard said. Just this sentence alone surprised Su Yan. The Scarlet Ghastly Spirit Fire originally belonged to the demon sect's Venerable Gue Yen. However, Venerable Gue Yen failed to possess Su Yan's body and died, so the scarlet ghastly spirit fire naturally became Su Yan's. However, he did not expect Bard to value the scarlet ghastly spirit fire so much. The scarlet ghastly spirit fire is a natural divine fire and possesses extremely powerful strength. In my memories, the owner of this fire was a leader of the demon race's burning legion. This person was a peak Emperor Realm Master. In terms of battle prowess, he was definitely above me. Back then, he relied on this scarlet ghastly spirit fire to sweep through the world, but he later died at the hands of the great heavenly demon lord. Su Yan was startled at first, then said, "Black Dragon King, you were already very powerful back then. Tell me, what level of cultivation did the great heavenly demon lord and the great demon dragon reach?" Bard was silent for a while, then said with a bitter smile, "Master, these people's cultivations are really terrifying. They have long surpassed the Saint Venerable realm and can be said to be true god-grade powerhouses." With regards to this, Su Yan was not surprised. However, when he heard these words with his own ears, he was still extremely shocked. God-grade existences. How great of a power was this needed? At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Su Yan's mind. If I become a god-grade powerhouse, will I be able to travel through the many worlds and return to my original homeland? The homeland he was referring to was naturally not the Su family, but the world that truly belonged to him. Su Yan had never been a person who was used to reminiscing about the past. Therefore, after coming to this world, he quickly adapted to his own peerless beauty and started a new life. For so many years, he had been running around and killing countless enemies. However, when he really thought of this word, his heart was filled with anticipation. It was difficult to leave one's homeland. These words were really the truth of this world. After all, that was the place he grew up in. Everything that he had started from there. However, at this time, he simply did not think so much. Instead, he began his own cultivation because he knew that nothing could be solved by thinking. Only action was the foundation of everything. Right now, he was still too far away from the god level. He could not even see the end of this path. But it didn't matter. No matter how far away the goal was, as long as he worked hard every day, it would be fine. Su Yan had always been like this, taking things as they came, taking things as they came. At that moment, Bard continued, "The difference in strength between the scarlet spirit fire and the past is like heaven and earth. But it's not surprising since the leader of the Burning Legion has already fallen, so it's normal for it to be damaged. If Master can restore it one day, its strength will definitely become much stronger." Su Yan nodded his head, indicating that he was clear about this matter. Since he already knew about these things, Su Yan began to hunt soul spiders. His soul contained the aura of the Grand Supreme. This aura was fatally attractive to the soul spider. And he also had the scarlet spirit fire, so these soul spiders were like moths to a flame, allowing Su Yan to continuously succeed. Not long after, Su Yan's strength increased a lot. Su Yan refined all the soul spiders. Unknowingly, he felt that his existence had become much more real. He knew that this was the effect of the soul spiders. Bard was right. To be able to increase his strength in such a short period of time was definitely a good thing. At this time, there was a continuous stream of light falling from the sky. The power of this shining light was simply fascinating. Bard frowned and said, "The soul storm is about to rise. Master, you should leave this place." Su Yan didn't know what the soul storm was, but when he saw Bard's solemn expression, he knew that it was definitely a terrifying existence. Before Su Yan could ask, Bard said, "The soul storm appeared during the war back then. It's an extremely terrifying destructive force. Moreover, it's eternal and indestructible. Every once in a while, it will blow in this place. Once you're swept into the wind, your soul will dissipate. In fact, there were countless undead in this second ruin back then, but it's because of this storm that this place became empty. When the soul storm appears, I will hide in the palace below. There is a formation that I prepared countless years ago. It is also my place of indulgence. I am relying on it to linger on at death's door. Master, you can't hide in it, so the best way is to leave this place. Su Yan nodded and said, take care of yourself. If I am strong enough, I will definitely help you tear open this gate of truth and let you leave this world. Behind the brilliance, there was always danger. At this moment, Su Yan had already sensed an extremely terrifying power. Of course, this power was still far away, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. His intuition told him that if he continued to stay here, it would be very bad. He might not even be able to leave this place forever. At this moment, his gaze became incomparably still. Then, he began to circulate the power of the Grand Supreme in his body. The golden light appeared again, and the Grand Supreme Sword Soul became extremely dazzling. At this moment, a door suddenly appeared in front of him. This door was more magnificent than any door Su Yan had ever seen. It was as if this door was the entire world. The Gate of Truth. This was the legendary Gate of Truth, the door that separated the real world and the world of the undead. Of course, Su Yan couldn't open this door, even with the Grand Supreme Sword Soul. The reason he could come here was because he relied on the Grand Supreme Sword Soul to directly pass through. It was equivalent to finding a crack in the door and then passing through it. In just a short while, that destructive force was already very close to him. Su Yan's heart was trembling. He knew that there was no room for hesitation at this time. Otherwise, he would die here. Therefore, his soul directly escaped into the Grand Supreme Sword Soul. The soul storm was getting closer and closer, and Bard directly began to drill into the ground. Su Yan directly turned into a golden light, and then directly penetrated the Gate of Truth. The Gate of Truth was sacred and powerful. It blocked everything, but it couldn't block the power of the Grand Supreme. Su Yan's consciousness gradually dissipated, and finally escaped into the darkness again. However, Su Yan's heart relaxed because he knew that he had returned to his physical body. Soon, he opened his eyes. The feeling of controlling his physical body was really great. He climbed to his feet and stretched his muscles. The ruins had collapsed, which meant that Su Yan couldn't go back the way he came if he wanted to leave. Su Yan thought for a moment. At the last moment, a few powerhouses appeared one after another. They should have taken away all the people from the Taihang Sword faction and the Blazing Flame sect. This meant that Xue Xinyue should be safe. After all, the Xue family's ancestor asked him to take care of her. Naturally, it was best that she was safe. However, Su Yan now had to face one thing, and that was to leave this place. In the vast ruins, he didn't know which direction to go. At this moment, Su Yan casually picked up a tree branch, and then said, I've decided to use you. Go wherever it falls. This was a stupid method that Su Yan used when he was young. This made Su Yan miss the past. However, what made Su Yan speechless was that the tree branch was fixed in place. He stood still, truly not falling. The corner of Su Yan's mouth twitched, and then he said, Is this the will of the heavens? The will of the heavens wants me to stand here and wait? At this moment, the wind blew, and the tree branch fell to the ground. The disciples of the Taihang Sword faction had begun to return. For the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction, this definitely wasn't a pleasant journey. They thought that they would be able to gain a lot from the ruins. However, in reality, other than a few people who found their own opportunities, most of them came up empty-handed. Many of their former companions had already lost their lives there. Xue Xinyue's face was gloomy, and her eyes were filled with deep sorrow. Many people from the Xue family were there, but Su Yan didn't come out. Brother Su Yan, please don't let anything happen to you. In the distance, Wuxia looked at Xue Xinyue, who was in a daze. He felt both heartache and joy. He felt heartache because Xue Xinyue was in such a state, and he was happy because Su Yan was finally dead. This guy who suddenly appeared made him feel as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. If Su Yan was really dead, it would be a good thing. Feng Yueyu didn't say anything. She should be happy to see Xue Xinyue sad, but she couldn't feel happy at this moment. At this moment, Cui Tianlang suddenly said, "You have the nerve to call yourselves disciples of the Taihang sword faction. I'm a sword cultivator, and my sword heart is invincible. No matter what happens, I shouldn't be sad. Since the Devil's sect made you lose your friends and made you suffer, I'll kill them the next time I see them. If you look like dead people, what's the point of cultivating? You're the top 100 in the sect. If you don't even know this, you'd better get out of the Taihang sword faction as soon as possible and go home to farm." After Cui Tianlang finished speaking, he rushed into the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 589. Everyone was silent, but at the same time, there was a burning anger in their hearts. Indeed, to them, this time was truly too cowardly. From the beginning to the end, they had been under the Devil's sect's control, and some of them were even more so. If Su Yan had not suddenly appeared and allowed them to escape unscathed, they might have died in that hill. But now, they had walked out of the ruins, but Su Yan had not. Although this was Su Yan's choice, it would only deepen their hatred for the Devil's sect. Of course, the sudden collapse of the ruins had caused the Devil's sect to suffer heavy losses. This was because in the Devil's sect's plan, such an unforeseen event would not have happened. However, because they had already made some preparations beforehand, their losses were slightly smaller than the Fiery Flame sect and the Taihang sword faction. Xue Xinyue wanted to stay and wait for Su Yan, but the seniors of the Taihang sword faction did not allow her to do so. Now, their relationship with the Devil's sect was like fire and water. If they continued to stay here, they might be ambushed by the Devil's sect. To them, this was an extremely dangerous matter. Moreover, Cui Tianlang had told her that Su Yan might not die. If someone else had said this, Xue Xinyue might not have believed it, but it was Cui Tianlang who said it. In the Devil's sect, Cui Tianlang's notoriety was needless to say. When Xue Xinyue saw him, she was filled with respect. However, this notoriety was also due to his strength. Since such a powerful person had said so, she naturally chose to believe him. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction had already left, but Su Yan was still wandering around the ruins. He was looking for a way to leave the ruins. Although this direction was chosen by the tree branch, he still believed in it. At this moment, he suddenly heard a sound in front of him. It was a sound. Then, he saw a wave of demonic chi slowly rising in the distance. Su Yan was very familiar with this powerful demonic aura. This was because he had almost been killed by the owner of this demonic aura. It was the Demon King. As expected, the terrifying Demon King hadn't died. When he thought of this, Su Yan's expression naturally became serious. He had faced this Demon King before, so he naturally knew how powerful this Demon King was. This Demon King's strength was not something an ordinary person could imagine. His terror was simply shocking. At the very least, Su Yan didn't have any confidence in defeating this Demon King. Perhaps if he directly unleashed his most terrifying state, which was to completely release the demonic dragon's blood, he might still be able to escape from it. That was the combat power of a venerable one. It was already very heaven-defying for Su Yan to be able to fight above his level. However, no matter how heaven-defying he was, it was impossible for him to fight against a venerable one. That was simply abnormal. However, at this time, he did not choose to retreat. Because they were in a ruin, and it was a broken ruin, the space here had become very small. As long as everyone was here, they would encounter each other sooner or later. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan decided to investigate the other party's movements first. It would be better to know oneself and know one's enemy to win 100 battles. At this time, faint rays of light were constantly flickering in the sky. At this time, the sky in the ruins became extremely gloomy. This feeling was really too outrageous. Of course, this was also in the ruins, and Su Yan wouldn't pay attention to this. All his attention was now on the strong demonic aura. Su Yan unfolded the demonic dragon's wings, and then approached very carefully. Finally, Su Yan saw this demon king. At this time, the huge demon king was lying on the ground. His body was so magnificent that although he was lying on the ground, it still made him look like a small hill. This demon king was injured. Moreover, it was a very serious injury. His tail, which almost killed Su Yan directly, had been cut off. This was Cui Tianlang's work. At the last moment, Cui Tianlang directly cut off his tail. Speaking of which, Su Yan still owed Cui Tianlang his life. On the demon king's chest knee, there was a shocking wound. His chest was directly pierced through. Su Yan had seen the fierceness of this demon king with his own eyes. Except for the Venerable One, there was no one who could compete with him. However, at this time, the demon king was on the verge of death. No matter what, this is a good opportunity. This thought flashed through Su Yan's mind. Indeed, this was a very rare opportunity. This evil creature was seriously injured, and it was just right for him to directly kill it. Then, he directly took out its demon core. The demon core was the most important thing in a demon's body. It was the core. The demon core of an ordinary great demon was extremely precious, and even those at the Venerable One level would fight for it. At this time, it was a demon king's demon core. If he could get his hands on this demon core. In any case, this would be an unimaginable wealth. Thinking of this, Su Yan almost couldn't hold back and wanted to directly make a move. However, in the end, he resisted the desire to make a move. It was because he didn't believe that such a powerful demon king didn't even have the strength to make a move. He couldn't forget that at that time, Hua Yunlong used the demon-devouring heart sutra to directly devour the demon king. However, he didn't expect that at the last moment, the demon king directly became furious and ended up devouring Hua Yunlong. At this time, two more energies appeared in the distance. The moment he felt these energies, Su Yan immediately revealed a very surprised expression. Because he was very familiar with these two energies. The owners of these energies were none other than Duanmu Longhu, who he hadn't seen for a long time, and the Hydralisk who had submitted to him. When he felt these two people, he immediately knew that the situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. In this world, Duanmu Longhu was definitely one of the people that Su Yan feared the most. He, who had been resurrected from the ancient times, possessed an extremely mysterious power. Although they were temporarily in a cooperative relationship, Su Yan didn't dare to be careless with this person. This was an extremely terrifying venomous snake. Who knows when it will appear and give you a fatal blow. After entering the world of 9 regions, Su Yan had always stayed in the Taihang sword faction. However, he had asked the Shui family to inquire about the Hydralisk. After all, the Hydralisk had some reputation in the world of 9 regions. Thus, if it was normal, the Shui family wouldn't find it too difficult to inquire about it. However, the Shui family's powerful intelligence network only found out that the Hydralisk hadn't appeared in the demon sect for a long time. This kind of news was very intriguing. The Hydralisk hadn't appeared, which meant that Duanmu Longhu hadn't appeared. This Duanmu Longhu had traveled thousands of miles to the 9 regions. He definitely didn't come here just for sightseeing. Then, he must have his own purpose. However, the information he knew was too little. Thus, Su Yan could only give up on the deduction. However, at this time, he suddenly discovered these two people. These two people were probably here for the Demon King. Su Yan immediately retracted his aura and concealed it. Of course, Duanmu Longhu's soul doppelganger had already been isolated by Su Yan using a special method. How could a person like Duanmu Longhu be honest with Su Yan? That soul doppelganger might be real, but there was definitely something else going on. How could Su Yan allow him to follow by his side? This Duan Wulonghu probably didn't think that he had a godly item like the soul-suppressing seal. Under the soul-suppressing seal, the soul doppelganger was directly suppressed. If Su Yan really needed to contact Duan Wulonghu, then he would release him from the soul-suppressing seal. Duan Wulonghu and the Hydralisk finally stood not far from Su Yan. However, Su Yan's soul concealment technique was too powerful. Even Duan Wulonghu couldn't tell that Su Yan was nearby. Of course, he also didn't think that someone would still be around at such a time. One must know that this secret realm had already collapsed. Before the mystic realm collapsed, everyone had already left the mystic realm. When the secret realm collapsed, it was simply like heaven falling and earth rending. It was simply unimaginable. Even for Duan Wulonghu, he was only able to escape safely because he had already planned for this. Hydralisk looked at the huge demon king, his heart trembling. If he hadn't followed Duan Wulonghu, he would only be a person with 3 dragons in the dragon realm. He would have some reputation, but he would still be an assassin. And for an assassin, his final fate was death. But now, it was different. Following Duan Wulonghu, he saw a different world. His battle strength was constantly increasing, and so was his realm. And now, he even saw the Demon King. This Demon King was lying in front of him, and it was already on the verge of death. At this moment, he said to Duan Wulonghu, "Crown Prince, your methods are really brilliant. You actually came before Hua Yunlong and directly set up a trap. That Hua Yunlong actually dares to call himself Crown Prince. He thinks that he's amazing, but he doesn't know that in front of you, he's nothing." Hydralisk said from the bottom of his heart. When Su Yan heard this, he was alarmed. No wonder the Demon King suddenly woke up and directly swallowed Hua Yunlong. It turned out that Duan Wulonghu had already done something to the Demon King. This was truly a terrifying mission. Everything that was done in secret. One must know that Hua Yunlong had spent a lot of time and set up countless traps for this Demon King. But in the end, Duan Wulonghu still managed to do something to it, and even lost his life. Chapter 590. Devouring Demon Heart Sutra. As expected, as the former demon sect's crown prince, he had grasped the Devouring Demon Heart Sutra. Moreover, it was even more complete than Hua Yunlong's. However, Su Yan wasn't surprised by this. After all, this person was Duan Wulonghu. One could imagine how cunning he was. Hua Yunlong's death was very unjust. He probably still felt that he had been played by the Demon King. What he didn't know was that the real culprit was someone else. It was precisely because of his intervention that the Demon King had actually awoken. At this moment, Duan Wulonghu said, "What a powerful Demon King. Venerable realm. I really miss this realm. But there's nothing I can do about it. Who told me to come back from the dead? My current strength is already amazing." Hydralisk directly said, "Of course, you're destined to become the strongest person in the history of the demon sect. You might even surpass the ancient Great Sky Demon Lord." Hydralisk's words were filled with endless fanaticism. The current him was completely convinced by Duan Wulonghu. He was so convinced that he wouldn't have any doubts even if Hydralisk asked him to die. However, when Su Yan first saw Hydralisk, he knew that Hydralisk was a self-centered person. He would never truly serve a single person. But now, he was like this. Needless to say, Duan Wulonghu must have done something in secret. Hydralisk couldn't discover it at all. This was similar to a spiritual suggestion. It would directly influence one's mind. Many times, religions use this method to brainwash their believers. Obviously, Hydralisk had already treated Duan Wulonghu as a god. Of course, Su Yan wasn't a kind person. He naturally wouldn't help Hydralisk. If possible, he wanted to directly kill Hydralisk. After all, Hydralisk was a dangerous person. However, now wasn't the time to act. What he needed to do now was to wait. Opportunities always came when one was waiting. Hydralisk walked towards the Demon King and said, "Your Highness Crown Prince, let me deal with this Demon King for you, then dig out its demon core." Duan Mulonghu nodded his head lightly and said, "Be careful. A worm that dies but never falls down." At this moment, the Hydralisks excitedly scuttled out. Compared to the last time they met, his strength had improved significantly. This was all thanks to Duan Mulonghu. This was because Su Yan was very clear that although this fellow's strength was not bad, based on his innate talent, breaking through to Dragon Realm level 3 was probably his limit. But now, he had clearly broken through that limit. The Hydralisk approached like a specter, yet the Demon King didn't notice it at all. Until the Hydralisk jumped onto the Demon King's body. His hands began to congeal an extremely powerful energy, preparing to deal the final blow to the Demon King. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Just as he was about to make a move, a demonic aura ignited and turned into a terrifying flame fountain. This flame fountain appeared very suddenly. Even if the Hydralisk reacted in time and dodged, he was still contaminated by the flames and burned a little. He dodged in the air while congealing his energy, wanting to extinguish the flames. But at this moment, his body suddenly stiffened. Because at this moment, he was shocked to discover that there was a pair of eyes staring at him. Under this gaze, a bone-chilling coldness pierced through his bones. The Demon King. The guy who had been completely silent earlier had actually woken up at this moment, and was attacking him directly. He was careless. Previously, Duan Mulonghu clearly told him to be careful, but he was still careless. How terrifying was a venerable realm Demon King's strength. Even if the Demon King was heavily injured, this strength was definitely not something he could resist. At this moment, his entire body was filled with regret. If he wasn't so careless, he wouldn't have fallen to this point. Despicable, truly despicable. But now, no matter how he retreated, it was useless. The most important thing right now was to escape this fatal attack. But he was shocked to discover that he had no other way. That gaze had turned into a power that he could not understand, and it directly enveloped him. Under this terrifying power, he couldn't even move. If this continued, only death would await him. But at this moment, Duan Mulonghu actually acted as if he didn't see it. His gaze was always on the Demon King, and he didn't pay attention to the Hydralisk. Looking at the Hydralisk, Su Yan immediately understood that this guy was doing it on purpose. From the beginning, he knew that Duan Mulonghu would be in danger, even though he had warned him verbally. This guy is using the Hydralisk as bait, so that he can find out its weakness and then directly kill it. At this moment, Duan Mulonghu's gaze became even sharper. Previously, he was like a piece of rock. His gaze was frighteningly calm. However, at this moment, his gaze became incomparably sharp, like that of an eagle. Su Yan immediately understood that this guy was going to make a move. Indeed, at this moment, Duan Mulonghu's body leaped into the air. So fast. This was Su Yan's first reaction. Even with his current strength, he was still surprised by Duan Mulonghu's speed. From this, it could be seen that this guy's speed was truly terrifying. Unless he directly used the demonic dragon wings, Su Yan felt that he definitely wouldn't be able to compete with this guy. Under Su Yan's gaze, Duan Mulonghu gently stretched out his hand. In the next moment, his palm directly transformed into a cold black flame-like aura. The aura in his eyes unceasingly transformed into an extremely long blade. This long blade suddenly exploded, and an endless amount of light condensed at this moment. Between heaven and earth, all the light seemed to condense towards the black flame in his hand. Deity Vanquishing Blade. Su Yan immediately recognized that this was the Deity Vanquishing Blade. However, the Deity Vanquishing Blade displayed by Duan Mulonghu was much more powerful than his own. From the power displayed by Duan Mulonghu's attack, his realm had almost reached the Dragon Realm, the level of 6 dragons. His own cultivation speed was already considered fast, but this guy was simply flying. As expected of a former powerhouse, a guy who had awakened from ancient times. He was able to become the demon sect's crown prince in the past because he had sufficient strength. Duan Mulonghu's figure seemed to be flickering, and he quickly appeared in front of the Demon King. The Demon King quickly realized that compared to the Hydralisk, this was the real threat. The mysterious and powerful energy once again condensed towards Duan Mulonghu. However, at this moment, Duan Mulonghu was calm and unruffled. He only indifferently said, "Demon suppression." It was clearly a simple word, but at this moment, it exploded like a thunderclap. The demon lord immediately let out a pained roar. His demonic eyes were already filled with endless despair. Su Yan suddenly recalled the Hydralisk's words from before. Duan Mulonghu had done something to the Demon King's body. Terrifying. Duan Mulonghu had long expected this. The method he used before was not only to awaken the Demon King at the crucial moment, but also to restrain the Demon King. In front of Duan Mulonghu, the powerful Demon King was like a toy, toyed within the palm of his hand. The moment the Demon King let out a painful roar, the black light in Duan Mulonghu's hand flashed, and then shuttled through the Demon King's head. When this terrifying sword fell, the Demon King's head heavily fell to the ground. The heavy impact even caused the mountain to tremble. Su Yan's expression became even more solemn. This guy's attack was really powerful. It was practically an instant kill. Admittedly, he had already made arrangements to prevent the Demon King from displaying its true strength. However, to be able to kill the Demon King so easily, this kind of strength was also incomparably terrifying. He was probably not much weaker than Hua Yunlong. Demon King? It's just a beast. It's not like I haven't killed a Demon King in the past. However, this is also your fate. Duan Mulonghu muttered to himself. At this moment, Hydralisk finally regained his senses. Previously, when he was enveloped by the Demon King's power, he felt that he would definitely die this time. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. However, he didn't expect that not only did he not die, he actually escaped from death. For him, this was simply the greatest surprise. At the same time, he became even more respectful towards Duan Mulonghu. Hydralisk, dig out his demon core. Duan Mulonghu calmly said. Hydralisk immediately smiled and nodded. Demon core, this was the core of a demon. Moreover, it was such a powerful Demon King. If he could directly devour this Demon King's demon core, his strength would probably increase by a lot. Of course, he also knew that this demon core was definitely prepared for Duan Mulonghu. At this moment, he directly took out a broadsword and began to cut open the Demon King's flesh bit by bit. Then, he began to dig out the demon core inside. As for Duan Mulonghu, he hovered slightly in the air. Around his body, there was a black radiance that constantly flashed. Su Yan felt a sense of déjà vu when he saw such a scene. It was the same for Hua Yunlong back then. Demon Devouring Heart Sutra. This guy wants to use this move to directly devour this Demon King's body? Su Yan pondered. This Duan Mulonghu's strength was already very terrifying. If he was allowed to use the Demon Devouring Heart Sutra, his strength would probably increase by another level. However, to stop him now? Chapter 591. It was impossible to stop him from devouring the Demon King. But there was another way, and that was the demon core. The body of a Demon King was meaningless to ordinary people. Only a terrifying method like the Demon Devouring Heart Sutra could devour it and absorb its power into one's own body. Su Yan couldn't stop him from using the Devouring Demon Heart Sutra, but he could do something else, and that was to seize the demon core. Compared to the Demon King's body, the demon core's power was more direct. Although Su Yan didn't know why Duan Mulonghu wanted to dig out the demon core, since he did so, there must be other reasons. Hydralisk carried out Duan Mulonghu's orders meticulously. He was very serious as he extracted the demon core. At this moment, Duan Mulonghu's power had become very strong. Under this terrifying power, even Hydralisk felt apprehensive. He knew what his master was going to do, so he directly jumped down from the Demon King's body. After all, if he didn't do so, he might be implicated. But at this moment, another unforeseen event occurred. At this moment, a shadow rushed towards him at lightning speed. This unforeseen event was too unexpected. He only reacted when he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. He didn't expect that someone would dare to pull a tooth from the tiger's mouth. This was simply courting death. Get lost. Hydralisk couldn't see who attacked, but it didn't matter to him. He directly gathered his power, and then fiercely attacked the other party. He wanted to let the person who attacked know how stupid he was. Soon, the two people's power clashed. A powerful oppressive force was transmitted directly, and the terrifying impact caused his entire body to fly backward. It was also at this moment that he finally got a clear look at the person who had attacked. Su Yan. Hydralisk roared from his throat, but Su Yan didn't care at all. His strength directly crushed the Hydralisk's body, and the enormous power directly suppressed it. Su Yan's current battle strength was already above the Hydralisk's. What's more, he launched a sneak attack, while the Hydralisk only hastily met his attack head-on. Therefore, after the initial resistance, Su Yan was sent flying. Su Yan chuckled. Then, he took a step forward and reached for the monster core with one hand. You want to steal the magic core? Dream on. Hydralisk naturally knew what Su Yan was trying to do. He wanted to stop him, but how could he be Su Yan's opponent at this time? Just get the hell out of my way. Su Yan smiled calmly. Then, a violent power erupted from him. The terrifying power was like a tsunami as it slammed forward. At the same time, the Virokana glazed swordsmanship was activated, and an extremely dazzling light suddenly burst out. Hydralisk didn't expect such a dazzling light to burst out at this moment. The light almost blinded his eyes. Under the stimulation of the strong light, his eyes were temporarily blinded, and even his perception became sluggish. Su Yan smiled coldly. Then, he directly snatched the monster core from the Hydralisk's hand. Then, a sword energy suddenly rushed towards the Hydralisk. Not only did he want to snatch the monster core, but he also wanted to kill the Hydralisk. After all, the Hydralisk was Duan Mulonghu's fangs. If he could kill him, it would be the same as cutting off Duan Mulonghu's arm. There was no reason not to do such a thing. But just as he was about to kill the Hydralisk, a terrifying power rushed towards him. Su Yan. Duan Mulonghu shouted, hiding the anger of Duan Mulonghu. Su Yan actually appeared at this time. This was really out of his expectations, because he couldn't sense the aura of his soul doppelganger. Moreover, this monster core was crucial to his plan, and the Hydralisk was a character that he had carefully nurtured. Su Yan had already snatched the monster core. If Su Yan still killed the Hydralisk, then his losses would be disastrous. Therefore, he directly attacked at this time. Unexpectedly, at the instant he attacked, Su Yan's sword chi suddenly dissipated, and then Su Yan's entire body vanished on the spot. Su Yan knew how strong Duan Mulonghu was. Now wasn't the time to fight him. If he directly fought with Duan Mulonghu, then he would naturally be delayed. Once the Hydralisk recovered, they would immediately surround him. Therefore, when Duan Mulonghu attacked, he already knew that he wouldn't be able to kill the Hydralisk today. Since that was the case, then he directly retreated without the slightest reluctance. Soon, Su Yan disappeared. Duan Mulonghu's expression was uncertain, and the Hydralisk directly knelt down. Crown Prince, the Hydralisk was incompetent, please punish me. His heart was filled with deep uneasiness, but of course, it was also filled with hatred. This damned Su Yan, he actually dared to steal from him. This was simply a crime that deserved to be punished with death. If Su Yan fell into his hands, he would definitely let this guy know what the suffering of the human world was. Duan Mulonghu looked in the direction Su Yan left, and finally let out a heavy breath, then directly said, "Forget it, I underestimated Su Yan, this matter has nothing to do with you." Although they didn't really fight just now, he already felt Su Yan's strength. Compared to the last time they met, Su Yan's strength had increased by a lot. That guy was already a freak who could fight against a Dragon Realm expert when he was in the Radius Realm, let alone now that he was in the Dragon Realm, and even had 2 dragons. Although the Hydralisk's strength had also increased, compared to Su Yan, there was still a certain gap. Moreover, Su Yan had launched a sneak attack, so it was reasonable that the Hydralisk couldn't protect the monster core. It's just that this ally of ours is really frightening. He actually had a way to directly seal my soul doppelganger, to the point that I couldn't even sense the aura of the soul doppelganger. Interesting, really interesting. Duan Mulonghu was so angry that he laughed. Forget it, although I've obtained the monster core, the Demon King's corpse is still here. For an ordinary Demon King, the monster core is the true core, but for a Demon King, his strength is already spread throughout his body, so the strength contained in his body is even more abundant than the monster core. However, this guy is very powerful, he directly saw the situation clearly, and acted decisively without being greedy. I underestimated you in the past. Duan Mulonghu quickly suppressed his anger. It was true that Su Yan had snatched away the devil core this time. However, it had also let him know how powerful Su Yan was. So, this might not be a bad thing. Hydralisk, you're in charge of guarding. I'm going to directly devour the Demon King's body. Duan Mulonghu directly said. Hydralisk solemnly promised, Prince, rest assured. If there's another accident this time, I, Hydralisk, will directly commit suicide as an apology. It had always been him, Hydralisk, who launched sneak attacks on others, but this time, he was the one who was sneak attacked. For him, this was simply a great humiliation. At this time, his whole body was on the verge of exploding, he couldn't wait to directly tear Su Yan into pieces. However, he couldn't do anything now, unless Su Yan appeared again. However, how could Su Yan, who had already obtained the monster core, return? Although he really wanted to stop Duan Mulonghu, he also understood that some things couldn't be done by force. He had already appeared once, so Duan Mulonghu knew that his soul doppelganger had already lost its perception of him. Therefore, he would naturally take precautions. Towards this resurrected Duan Mulonghu, Su Yan held an extremely strong sense of vigilance. Su Yan fled to a distant place, then bitterly smiled, the tree branch asking for directions is really amazing. Under such circumstances, I actually met them. This time, it could be considered a huge harvest. First, he had weakened the opponent, and second, he had obtained the Demon King's monster core. Previously, this Demon King had summoned many great demons to fight for him. At that time, Su Yan had already killed 5 great demons and obtained 5 monster cores. And now, he directly obtained the Demon King's monster core, so he now had 6 monster cores. Since I can't find a way out in a short time, I might as well directly refine these monster cores here. Su Yan found a secluded place, then took out all the monster cores. The 6 monster cores floated in front of him. Among them, the Demon King's monster core was the largest, and the light it emitted was incomparably deep. As for the other 5 monster cores, the difference was too big. Su Yan did not hesitate and immediately began to circulate his power. The powerful power covered the monster core bit by bit, and soon, the monster core emitted a bright light. Su Yan did not wait for too long, and directly circulated his power, then began to absorb the powerful energy within the monster core. The energy within the monster core was extremely terrifying. When Su Yan's power directly enveloped the monster core, it immediately erupted with an extremely strong light. The light power continued to circulate, then began to descend on the monster core. As the power circulated, the powerful energy began to enter Su Yan's body. However, along with the energy entering, there was also an extremely powerful evil and bloodthirsty energy. Su Yan knew that this was the terrifying killing intent of the Demon King within the monster core. One had to know that almost no one dared to directly devour the power within the monster core like Su Yan. Because the more powerful the monster core, the more powerful the Demon King within it. If one directly devoured the monster core like this, they were afraid that they would be contaminated by the Demon King, and then give birth to endless inner demons. In the end, it was possible that they would be directly incinerated by the inner demons, and die without a burial place. Chapter 592. A huge amount of energy continuously converged towards Su Yan's body. It took an entire hour for the 5 demon cores to be completely devoured. At this moment, Su Yan only felt that within his body, energy was surging, and powerful spiritual energy was constantly colliding. Such a powerful and dense spiritual energy made him feel extremely terrified. At this moment, he had already reached a critical point. It was the critical point of the 3-dragon realm. The power of this demon core was truly terrifying. No wonder even those venerables would make a move. His accumulation was so strong, and the energy needed to break through the realm was even more enormous. One had to know that he had just stepped into the 2-dragon realm not long ago. However, after absorbing 5 demon cores, his strength had reached the point where he could break through to the 3-dragon realm. Of course, Su Yan also knew that the reason why he could break through to the 3-dragon realm so quickly was related to devouring enough departed spirit spiders in the king's world. At this moment, the advantage of the powerful soul force had already been vividly displayed. It was precisely because his soul force was strong enough that he could quickly break through the realm and become even more powerful. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze had become extremely firm. Although his cultivation had increased rapidly, his combat strength was also very powerful. However, after witnessing the battle of the venerables with his own eyes, he knew that his strength was still too lacking. Not to mention those powerful venerables, just Duan Mulonghu alone was enough to make him feel as if there was a blade at his back. He did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Then, let's directly break through to the 3-dragon realm. Su Yan calmed down and directly began to attack the Demon King's demon core. When his power had just approached the demon core, an extremely huge consciousness directly attacked Su Yan. Su Yan knew that this was the Demon King's consciousness. This powerful Demon King possessed extremely terrifying power. Even though he was already dead, the huge consciousness left in the demon core was still unimaginable. Now, this consciousness actually wanted to directly rush into Su Yan's sea of consciousness and directly destroy Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Su Yan sneered, and then said, not to mention you're dead, even if you're alive, you can't kill me. Now you're still resisting? Soul-suppressing seal. In the sea of consciousness, the soul-suppressing seal bloomed with boundless golden light. The Demon King's consciousness, under the baptism of the golden light, let out a boundless wail. However, out of Su Yan's expectations. Su Yan originally thought that this consciousness would directly dissipate, but he did not expect that this consciousness would still struggle of consciousness. At this moment, a voice suddenly. It was Aya's voice, Big Brother Su Yan, this seems to be a half-complete soul. Aya was now the weapon spirit of the square seal. Su Yan was not surprised that he could hear her voice. However, what surprised Su Yan was that this was not a simple consciousness, but half of a soul. Aya continued, if I'm not wrong, this demon hid half of his soul in this demon core. Although I don't know why he did this, the current him obviously wants to erase Big Brother Su Yan's soul and replace it. Su Yan narrowed his eyes, and then said with a faint smile, Aya, since you've appeared, you must be interested in this soul. Aya's voice sounded again, indeed, this demon's soul is very powerful. I want to bring it into the temple in the square seal and suppress it with the power of the pagoda. It's a pity that Big Brother Su Yan did not get the Demon King's corpse this time. Otherwise, the square seal might be able to recover a lot of its power. Su Yan was a little surprised, but then said, so that's how it is. Can the square seal devour the demon's body? Yes, the square seal needs a huge amount of energy now. As long as there is enough energy, it can recover its former power. After hearing this, Su Yan nodded. The square seal was something found in the pagoda. It must be extremely powerful. But now, the square seal was in a half-broken state. He was looking forward to how powerful and terrifying the complete square seal would be. Big brother Su Yan, if possible, try to collect more demon cores, or demon corpses. Aya is going to bring this demon's soul into the square seal now. After Aya finished speaking, a ray of light turned into a long whip and wrapped around the square seal. Then, with a slight movement, the demon king's soul disappeared. Su Yan shook his head. This demon king was probably the most miserable demon king in history. Even its body was used as a test subject. However, Su Yan naturally would not pity a demon king. For him, such an existence was a threat. Now, this threat was finally dead. The demon king's demon core was finally directly absorbed by Su Yan. And it was also at this moment that Su Yan's power broke through the limit. Then, faint dragon roars continuously sounded outside his body. In the end, all the barriers finally disappeared, and Su Yan's power had reached a certain realm. Three Dragons Realm. At this moment, he finally reached the Three Dragons Realm. However, his power did not stop growing. His power was constantly increasing. The power of a demon king's demon core was still beyond Su Yan's imagination. This terrifying power instantly filled up his entire realm. That terrifying power was even constantly attacking Su Yan's meridians. Su Yan knew that at this time, if he didn't limit himself from increasing his realm again, he would very likely be directly crushed by this terrifying power. Countless rays of light condensed at this moment, and all the power was also constantly expanding. For Dragon's Realm. The Dragon Realm was actually a process of accumulating energy. It contained all the energy in the body, and then directly caused a qualitative change. It allowed a person to become a powerful existence like a dragon. This was the true meaning of the Dragon Realm. Su Yan wanted to borrow the power of the demon core to break through the Three Dragons Realm and condense the third dragon shadow. In fact, he had indeed succeeded in doing so. However, he neglected a fact, and that was that the demon core at this moment belonged to the demon king. In other words, it was the essence of a venerable one's power. How could a few great evil demons compare to this kind of power? The power of 5 great evil demons allowed Su Yan to reach the peak of the Two Dragons Realm. However, how could 5 great evil demons compare to a demon king? No, not to mention 5, even 50 great evil demons would not be able to compare to a demon king. This powerful energy directly rushed into Su Yan's body. In just an instant, it had already helped Su Yan break through the barrier, allowing him to condense the third dragon shadow. However, this was only the beginning. The powerful energy was still instilling into Su Yan's body. If Su Yan's body had not been baptized by the demon dragon's blood and had the Buddha's heart, causing his power to become incomparably powerful, he was afraid that he would not be able to withstand such a terrifying power. Such a terrifying power was simply frightening. His body was constantly trembling because at this moment, he was enduring the impact of this terrifying power. The dragon's roar became louder and louder, and at this moment, the power of the dragon's soul in Su Yan's body became more solid and heavy. To others, the dragon's shadow was just an appearance, but to Su Yan, this was the existence of a real dragon soul. This was because there was a dragon living in his body. This was a real dragon, and it was the top powerhouse of the dragon clan, the great demon dragon. Under the impact of the powerful aura, the dragon chi had become more and more powerful. In the end, it was like a flame that was constantly rolling. At this moment, Su Yan only felt that the great demon dragon's blood in his body was boiling. If this continued, the restriction that Yang Tai Yi had placed on him back then would not be able to suppress the demon dragon's blood. Su Yan was constantly roaring, "For Dragon's Realm, attack!" Fortunately, Su Yan's soul strength had been greatly improved in the netherworld. The improvement of his soul strength had caused his control to become even greater. With the support of his soul strength, the fourth dragon's shadow finally began to condense. For Dragon's Roar. When he had just entered the Taihang sword faction, he had just barely stepped into the dragon realm, but now, he had already condensed 4 dragons. This kind of cultivation speed was simply frightening. Most people would not even dare to think about it. Su Yan's strength was still constantly increasing. At this moment, he even felt that he could directly destroy a mountain. Su Yan did not expect his strength to increase to such a terrifying extent. Now, he had enough confidence to directly defeat Wang Baichuan. In fact, even if he were to face off against Duan Mulonghu, he was confident enough to do so. "I've finally broken through to the 4 dragons realm." Su Yan exhaled heavily. Until now, he still felt that it was extremely dangerous. The previous impact, even if there was only a slight problem, would have been a disaster for him. It would have directly shattered his meridians from the impact of the terrifying energy. The strength of a venerable is truly terrifying. However, even though my strength has increased tremendously, I still can't let my guard down. That Duan Mulonghu has obtained the Devil King's body. Now that he's using the Devil Devouring Heart Sutra, I'm afraid his strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Although Su Yan's strength was increasing, he did not dare to be careless when facing someone like Duan Mulonghu. It was true that his strength was increasing, but Duan Mulonghu would not remain stagnant. Moreover, now was not the time for him to face Duan Mulonghu head-on. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly discovered that Duan Mulonghu's soul doppelganger, who was being suppressed by the soul-suppressing seal, suddenly transmitted a thought. Su Yan directly released his soul doppelganger. Chapter 593. Duan Mulonghu deduced that Su Yan would definitely use the power of the demon core to increase his strength. Su Yan directly said with a smile, "My strength has indeed increased a bit, but I think your strength has increased even more. However, I stole your demon core, are you not angry at all?" Facing Su Yan's question, Duan Mulonghu directly said, "Of course I am angry, but I am not angry at brother Su Yan, but angry at my own methods. This demon king is right here, it just depends on one's own methods. Brother Su Yan was able to take it from my hands, this is your ability." Duan Mulonghu directly said generously. Hearing this, Su Yan secretly sneered, then didn't say anything. In the end, it was useless to say anything now. In any case, the demon core had already been absorbed by him. Su Yan directly said, "Duan Mulonghu, you activated the soul doppelganger, could it be that you just want to talk to me about this matter? Isn't this a little too laughable?" Hearing Su Yan's words, Duan Mulonghu directly said, "The one who knows me is Su Yan, I think brother Su Yan is also suffering from not being able to leave this place, right?" When he said this, he immediately grasped Su Yan's weakness. Indeed, Su Yan was currently worried about this matter. Although his ability wasn't bad, but wanting to leave this collapsed ruin was still too difficult. This ruin had collapsed, the exit had been directly sealed, his sword dragon was completely unable to find a crack to leave this place. This was indeed the matter that he was worried about. Of course, if he could find a trace of a spatial crack, he could directly use the sword dragon as a bridge to leave this place. But it was a pity that until now, he still couldn't find a way to leave this place. This place seemed to have turned into a dead end. But at this time, Duan Mulonghu suddenly mentioned this matter. Moreover, Su Yan believed that Duan Mulonghu definitely had the ability to help him leave this place. However, he had just taken his demon core, how could this guy be so kind? Su Yan didn't believe that this guy would take care of him like this just because of his identity as a collaborator. Su Yan directly said, "Speak directly, what is your purpose?" Duan Mulonghu directly smiled and said, "Brother Su Yan is so smart, I believe you have already guessed that I actually need your power to leave this place." Su Yan's strength. Is it related to this demon core? This monster core was extremely powerful. If he could devour this monster core, Duan Mulonghu's strength would definitely rise to an unprecedented level. But he didn't do so, so there was only one possibility, and that was that he needed to use this demon core. And at this time, he took the initiative to contact Su Yan, so it could be inferred that he wanted to use this demon core to decipher this ruin and then find the power inside. Su Yan pondered for a while, and then directly said, "Okay, Duan Mulonghu, I will cooperate with you again." Duan Mulonghu said with a smile, "Then, let's work together happily. I will wait for you at the original place." After saying that, the soul doppelganger directly disappeared. Su Yan suppressed this soul doppelganger again. After being suppressed by Su Yan, this soul doppelganger's biggest use now was to communicate. If it was before he advanced, Su Yan definitely wouldn't go because he didn't have the confidence to leave safely when facing these two people together. But now it was different. After absorbing the power of the demon core, Su Yan had broken through to the realm of 4 dragons. When he was in the realm of 1 dragon, he could already compete with Wang Baichuan. At this time, he had advanced to the realm of 4 dragons, and his fighting power had become extremely terrible. At this time, Su Yan dared not say that he could defeat such a terrible person as Cui Tianlang. But for such a person as Wen Yunfeng, he could definitely defeat him. Therefore, he had enough confidence now. Su Yan was not in a hurry to go. Instead, he adjusted his state and went there. At this time, the body of the Demon King had completely disappeared, and Duan Mulonghu was suspended in the sky. A pair of extremely deep black wings had appeared on his back. Those were the wings of the Demon King. After seeing it, Su Yan was very surprised because he felt an extremely terrible aura on the wings. The power of this pair of wings was no less than that of his demon dragon wings. If he suddenly showed this pair of wings when fighting with Duan Mulonghu again, he was afraid that it would immediately cause a huge injury to Su Yan, or even directly kill Su Yan. But now that Su Yan had seen this pair of wings, he would naturally be on guard in his heart. As if he had seen through Su Yan's mind, he slowly descended and then said to Su Yan, "This pair of demon wings is the ability I got after devouring the Demon King. Brother Su Yan, what do you think?" Su Yan smiled coldly, then said, "Terrifying." Duan Mulonghu laughed, "Ha ha ha, to be able to get the 2 words brother Su Yan, is already a great honor." Of course, Su Yan did not comment on his words. At this time, Duan Mulonghu opened his mouth again. "It's a pity that although I have obtained this pair of demon wings, I still can't control it freely. I can't directly absorb it into my body." In this regard, Su Yan was not surprised. If this guy could control it freely, he would definitely use this pair of demon wings as a trump card. At this time, Hydralisk stood in front of Su Yan, then directly said, "Hand over the demon core." The demon core was snatched by Su Yan from him. For him, this was simply a great insult. He was full of hatred towards Su Yan. He couldn't wait to turn Su Yan into ashes. However, Su Yan simply ignored him. He looked at Duan Mulonghu and said, "Your dog doesn't seem to welcome me. Do you want me to teach him a lesson for you?" Su Yan's words directly angered Hydralisk. Hydralisk could no longer restrain himself. He directly bombarded Su Yan with a punch. Su Yan was still smiling, as if he didn't see this scene at all. When the powerful punch directly rushed towards him, Su Yan gently patted with his palm. It was as if he had just swatted away a rubber ball that had floated to his side. As the palm fell, Hydralisk's whole body directly flew upside down, then heavily hit the ground. Hydralisk's eyes directly revealed a confused look, because he didn't expect Su Yan to be able to do this. He directly sent him flying with a palm. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Hydralisk's whole body was trembling, like a pitiful ant. Impossible, how can this guy be so strong? Hydralisk crazily roared in his heart. How is this possible? With the help of Duan Mulonghu, his battle strength has greatly increased. He was very confident in himself, but at this moment, all his confidence disappeared with Su Yan's palm. His angry attack was directly neutralized by Su Yan, and his whole body was sent flying. As if he was just an insignificant ant, how can he accept this? Su Yan didn't care about his unwillingness, because there was no need to. The current his battle strength has increased too much. In the past, Hydralisk made him feel pressured. When he first encountered Hydralisk, he and Duan Mulonghu needed to work together to contend against Hydralisk. But now, the two of them had left the Hydralisks far behind. Duan Mulonghu's gaze fell on Su Yan, and at the same time, Su Yan's gaze also fell on Duan Mulonghu. Invisibly, the two people's divine sense rose at the same time, and then directly started a confrontation. This short confrontation ended in a draw. Duan Mulonghu smiled slightly, then said, "Brother Su Yan is really amazing. In such a short time, your cultivation has increased to such a level. I'm really envious and jealous." Su Yan also directly said, "What are you saying, Duan Mulonghu? Your strength is admirable." This time, the two naturally didn't use their true strength, but this short confrontation allowed both sides to know each other's strength. The reason why Su Yan did this was to let Duan Mulonghu know that he was definitely not to be trifled with. The most important thing now was to leave the ruins. At this time, if Duan Mulonghu still wanted to do something, although he wasn't afraid, it would still be troublesome. However, he believed that Duan Mulonghu was a smart person. After seeing Su Yan's strength, he definitely wouldn't do that. Of course, from the perspective of cooperation, if the strength of both sides wasn't equal, they wouldn't be able to cooperate well. Duan Mulonghu was very smart. He already knew what Su Yan wanted to say. Therefore, he smiled and didn't say anything. "Okay, Duan Mulonghu, I don't want to continue probing with you. Let's talk about business. Tell me your plan. What method do you have to let me leave here?" Su Yan didn't want to beat around the bush and directly said. Duan Mulonghu didn't waste any more time.